And as we are reeling in the regular season of CollegeCoD, we come to the end of the reg season. On the horizon, the postseason, Andy, and I couldn't be more excited for what we have to close out our weeks. We got Farmingdale State taking on Brookdale Jersey Blues to open up the show, and it's going to be a fun one for Farmingdale State because they look like they are red hot, ready to go to stay undefeated.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, man. We got proper Seymour on a Monday night. What year is it? We cast in Vanguard. It's going to be a good time to be able to see how this specific region and area just kind of pans out. Again, we are reaching the end of the road, like Colin had already alluded to. This is the final week of the regular season. We got makeup matches going on next week, and then we're going to start the conversation about conference championships. And within this region alone, the Northeast Atlantic, you got both the Fisher schools and then Farmingdale up at the top, the number ranked 16 team. I'm super stoked to be able to see what the Rams look like today, man.
Yeah, and it would be just comparing these two teams when we look at the head-to-head, it's been very, very different stories, let alone for Farmingdale State kind of undefeated, per se. They've been looking very, very strong in their divisions. You go into the restructure, they continue to look strong, and I think that there's a reason why this team has been around for CollegeCoD for so long. I mean, there's a reason why they're number 16. It's because these guys put in the work, Andy, every single year. And I love seeing them come on broadcast. I love seeing CDL Pubstar on broadcast. I mean, it's like the first time I've seen him in forever.
Oh, yeah, dude. It actually feels like forever ago that we were casting CDL Pubstar in his rookie season. The CCL is absolutely insane. But we got the head-to-head for these two teams to be able to see what they do look like stacked up against each other. And the numbers ain't too pretty. I will say that much. I mean, these numbers are not reflective of what I have in my caster notes, so I'll just go ahead and say these numbers are lying to my face. The only loss that Farmingdale does have are against both the Fisher teams. Nobody's surprised by that. This is my shocked voice, and although you can't tell it, I'm putting on my shocked face. On the other side, as far as the Jersey Blues are concerned, I mean, they got losses all over the place from like the Ottawa team, RIT Orange, both the Fisher teams as well. Although playing them close at a couple of those hard points, and bang! Go ahead and announce the numbers, and they swap right on your screen. 192, 250 to Colossus Hardpoint on for the Fisher Falcons Navy is definitely nothing to scoff at, but I mean, you're negative in both for the Search and Destroy and the Overload with a couple shutouts as well for the New Jersey guys. I think that they're going to have their works cut out for them today, Colin.
No, I agree, and I think for Brookdale Jersey Blues, you going into the series, you're looking at maybe upsetting a top 25 team in the CCL, and I mean, you got spring break coming up. Let's see what you can kind of kick off this postseason with. You go into it with a little bit of confidence. Taking down Farmingdale State, that would be huge for a team like Brookdale Esports. So get a look at the kind of sum up of what this head-to-head looks like. Farmingdale State, they have the head-to-head in their palm of their hands. So we look towards the map set to kind of dive into what's going on in this best of 5. And I think this is where we're really going to get to the meat of potatoes for things, because we got that Scar Hardpoint, Raid Search and Destroy Den Overload to open up this series. Colossus map 4, Exposure map number 5, Andy. So what do you think about this?
We got 3 good fundamental maps as far as the Scar, Raid, Den, guaranteed first 3, and then you got your Bang Out, Colossus, Hardpoint, and then what feels like only a 1 bomb site map at times on the Exposure, Search, and Destroy. So I'm just really excited to be able to see the fundamentals for these teams. Again, for Brookdale, with being the underdog story, got to be looking for those quick wraps at about 20. For Farmingdale, you're just looking to absolutely run them over. Scar, notoriously, if you're looking at the likes of the CDL, very powerful to have 4 M15s on the map. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but one just feels like a submachine gun with less bullets. That's the M15, and it's the do-it-all gun here on Scar Hardpoint. We're going to be able to see all that, man. I think it should be very fun to be able to see how these two teams do stack up against each other. And obviously, shout out SitRep as well, and Mr. J Pros in the back end of things, putting that bad boy together. We got these vetoes so early and so quick and so efficient. Now I'm just wondering if they're going to get their sides right.
Wait, get the sides right?
Yeah, CCL, I'm telling you, man, some of these CCL kids, like, they know what sides they're supposed to be on, but they just never are on that right side. And that's why we always have the colors backed up. Like, ain't never prod, bro. It's just the CCL kids, but you just gotta be on the right side.
Look, I don't know if that's a shot at the teams or a shot at the observers at that point.
No, shot at teams, 100%, Colin. I would never talk ill about our observers and production team. They're the best in the business.
Oh, they're going to sabotage us now going into this first match, but... No, I think that, you go into the Scar, you make a fun point about the M15 and the Dravik, because on one side you have an AR that shoots faster than the submachine gun, and then you have a submachine gun that shoots straighter than the AR at times, it feels, which is like super backwards. It kind of reminds me of like the ERAD K-Bar Infinite Warfare kind of duo that we had going on all the way back then. But even still, that was a 3-gun meta, Andy. We had those opportunities to have guns like the K-Bar back there because it was a 3-gun meta. We don't get that. It's either the Dravik, the M15. We shut up, we enjoy it, we love it going into a Scar Hardpoint. But I think for the most part, especially with ranked play coming up, a lot of people have their own opinions on these maps. For Scar Hardpoint, for one of them, is a map mode combo that, in my opinion, has really fallen to the lesser enjoyable maps, in my opinion, to kind of play. And that really comes down to these P5, P3 side of the map, where you try to get that rotation over into a wide open, and if you don't control things like top green on that early rotation, those ones are just killers.
Yeah, they absolutely can be, man. We'll have to see if kind of brain can beat the brawn, or if just the sheer gunny that is Farmingdale will just completely run over the Jersey Blues, man. Yeah, it's Scar Hardpoint, start things off. I mean, even if you do start off with the favorite side of the map, what does that even mean? Because we're just going to be battling for shot control continuously.
And right at the 8th, too. I mean, look at that from Tez. He takes down Stim, 2 players from Brookdale. Farmingdale's taking a little bit of time off this opening hill, and Brayden's going to take a route. All the way around, he's going to be read like a book. Farmingdale State doing a great job of just holding control of the middle of the map. Just look at those teal arrows, and Tez just warming up. That's actually Stim in the kill feed. We get the double 4s on the side of Farmingdale State, double 5s on the side of Brookdale Esports. So you get the P2 rotation. Farmingdale looking good.
Have fun with that one, Megan. Have fun with that one. 2 3, 2 4s, 2 5, 6. I bet you there's going to be another 5 by the end of this map, number 1. But hey, Stim's up to 8 in a row. Almost had a really good look for that Hellstorm missile. Was probably just at least an assist away. But judging off of how the Gunnies just came in out white hot, probably don't need that. You already have Farmingdale in towards the time. You got a lot of good space being developed over by Red Stairs. That was Evoke. He does go down. So now you actually have a good opportunity to try to break this from the front.
Well, Gaxter got us surrounded. Tries to hit the deck, but 2 go down for Farmingdale State, and Brookdale Jersey are into P2. Much needed time as they're down 30 seconds. Tez and Evoke over the top. A couple of Kobe's. Tez finds a second one. Anyway, it takes no time to get back into though for Farmingdale.
No, none whatsoever. 3 spree now for Tez. Trying to get the Super Soaker for the back 20 seconds here. NVMe will just gun him from top green. Another rotation over towards plane is surely on, and kind of lacking. One of the 2 of the player 4s is already over here as far as Farmingdale is concerned. And you're already losing mid-cut control from Stim. He flies right over the top, able to kill that 1 player inside of top green. And that's immediate control in and around P3, turning Scrap into initial.
Scrap to initial, and that's kind of what it's been like for the past couple of hills. 76 and counting, and you see why Farmingdale State are a number 16 team. Just lighting up the kill feed over and over again, and even Tez with that jump shot. He's going to spot a remix to the mid P1 wrap. He gets some damage in. Plane control, mid control. What do you do here if you're Brookdale?
You hopefully win gunfights, and then you're able to break the hard point. But on Scar to like P3, you just gotta hope that you just absolutely eviscerate that person on the plane head glitch, which does come through eventually. 20 seconds still left to fight over here on P3, and I mean Farmingdale, they really don't have to budge. Tez very aware, player could be around the back. He ends up getting the read, but just overwhelmed with the numbers on the backside of Blues. So they're able to break through old on P3. The Jersey Blues, they need this time on P4, and they got the good spawns to do it.
And it is the first time we see Brookdale set up, and we want to see them hold them, but Farmingdale Stay with the quick break. They're flipping this map on its head, and this is a great time to get a Farmingdale Stay listening.
Yo, one guy time. Child together.
In the deep back. One shot.
I'm staying out.
Oh,
Make sure you guys kill that. I'm just.
Another one back left on me.
Bomb.
Yep, heard that. Shut on.
He got left, I guess.
Thank you.
Yo, one's in the back. I have their front. Front door dead.
Nice. Yo,
Back
P1.
right.
Dead, poor
Another
P1.
one, P1 dead.
Nice shit.
Yo, I'm spawning in the mid. They're all spawning mid.
P2,
Right.
yeah,
Mid and right. I don't see him, P2.
Yo, P1. Yo, two right. Right's right. One mid. Wow, one shot in P1, bro. Yeah, right. I'll pick up the right. Hold on, P1. Yo, back
Brayden, one shot, too.
Dead.
Front door.
I spawned in the back.
Front door guy.
No, both one shot. Back door right now. 2-2. Nice, one more clean up. One shot in the You can rotate.
Yeah, I'm going to top green. Yo, you hold this.
I got it.
It's so calm. I don't even think you can even blame Farmingdale State with the way that they've been playing. The comms are just flowing for them, and Brookdale just haven't been able to get anything going on this map, Andy.
No, not one thing whatsoever. I will say this much as far as the Rams are concerned, though. Really solid listening. I mean, it is 134-52 now as the Jersey Blues are fighting for this P5 time. But even with that 100-point lead, like the comms are still flowing. You can hear them talking about where the spawn outs are occurring. And that's what's going to develop them to potentially be a conference championship team. Let's not forget that the Fisher teams are in this division, so you're going to need every help that you can get. Solid P5 rotation out of Jersey Blues. It just comes down to the important gunfights, the returning gunfights. You got players mixing it up for 2 pieces from the front, and if they were able to clean up a handful of those mishaps, Colin, it'd be a very different set of hard points through this opening. But I mean, Farmingdale is just sheer brawn coming through in the opening set of hardpoints here on Scar Map 1, just overwhelming Brookdale.
Hey, you beg the question, does Brains overwhelm Braun, or which way it goes? I think Farmingdale State are the best of both worlds right now. What we're seeing, very smart gameplay. Practice like you play. Well, you play like you're outstanding right now, and I think I'm right there with you, just enjoying what we're getting out of this Farmingdale team. 21-11 from Stim, 16-11 from Tez, 14-9 from Caxter, and Evoke, 13-9. Everybody is just so positive on this squad. It really reflects in this scoreline for Brookdale. You're kind of falling behind when it comes down to the slang, but even when you do get yourself in positions to rotate, you just can't hold it because of that.
Yep. And you got all these power positions just being held. Stim stuck inside of shops just because overwhelmed with wall banks coming through from one of the players of Brookdale. They're at least getting control over towards their side of train cars, but if one player falls, you need to try to pick things up, and NVMe just might be the player to try to do so, but he just can't be everywhere at once, Colin. He's the only one showing up in the kill feed right now for Brookdale.
Yeah, and even still, 13-20, he is getting shut down in multiple different facets. By Farmingdale, they got the setup over towards P2, and they got market control. That's Caxter going to be sitting inside. He's holding down the lines, keeping them whittled out in numbers. This Portofino all the way up top. Not able to get himself across there. A couple kills come through from Brookdale. Remix over the top. He finds his way in, and let's see if they can get something going here.
Gonna need to try to get some space going forward. Watch at least one player flying out from the backside of shots. It's gonna be Braden. He's got the flank behind everybody, and at least he's able to find one kill before going down, but with pushing so far past inside of shops, you inevitably will flip out the spawns, and well, Brookdale just a little bit too late to recognize that. Still the 100-point club difference going to be on the menu, at least thus far. Rotation over towards P3 wasn't exactly good for Brookdale in the first set. Let's see if they can clean things up this time.
And it's not like they're doing the wrong things. I'm seeing so many things for Brookdale where they're trying to make the right plays. They're just getting outgunned in those moments, losing some crucial 1v1s. You get the rotation of P3, and this is something where Farmingdale eventually broke it without giving up, though, 20 to 30 seconds of this time. This time around, already gonna be cracking the code here. You got two players in that plane wing, same through mid. He's gonna look to wrap this one at just the right time. Shoots Remix on the side, cleans up with a Volk. 3 go down, and Farmingdale State back in. 35 seconds still in this hill.
Stim cutting down mid-map, not ready for at least one more player to cut him over by train cars. Nasty head glitch, but only walks away with decent damage. That opens up the front here for P3. Braden's going to try to hit all the way through concrete wall, but his teammates are dying, trying to get over towards the time. At least you do have Remix. Portofino is here in assistance, so holding on, and they're going to at least break past triple digits, so if they can somehow break this and push forward, get back over by concrete wall, losing your first isn't exactly helpful, then maybe they can try to get back over by P4. It's where they looked best in the first set, Colin. They're going to need it here.
Yeah, they desperately need something to go on. Tez in a corner. Look at all those blue arrows turn. Collapsing, killing, just purely slay power from Farmingdale State. 3 go down. Tez are on the back. He's going to be able to take down that last remaining player. Brookdale do get gifted some spawns in the back, so they have a chance at least to break this one. Evoke has no idea, so Envy Me on the inside. He's not going to be ready for the re-wrap in the back from Tez. Another wave of kills come through from Farmingdale State, and although Brookdale, the Jersey Blues, they are fighting purely for this hill time, it is all Farmingdale State all the time. 10 seconds away from taking this map number 1.
And still close it out here. They got the back spawn to try to do it. Braden, last one up to try to do anything. Portofino just has to throw his body in towards the time just to try to get any semblance of a contest. But it just feels all but futile. 2 more seconds required, and we will call game number 1. Farmingdale State Rams, the number 16 team in our top 25 power rankings. 3rd in Northeast Atlantic, strike first in this best of 5.
And it's a good one, too. Start to finish, Farmingdale State, they just did not let up on the gas. You saw fundamental rotation, sound, the communication when went to listening with sound, slang on point. Tez here putting that on showcase, 35 and 20 to finish off that map number 1. And even just looking at that game flow, Andy, I think this is going to be a whole lot of Rams that we're looking at for Brookdale. I mean, there were moments where they were getting those setups. I mean, he called out their P4s. They had so many opportunities on that hill to kind of make some plays. They just really couldn't put it together when it came down to bunkering, putting those kills on the board, and locking down those positions. When you're looking at this, Andy, what stands out to you?
It is that P3 to P4 rotation. You can see the 20-second gap, and then you go into that P5 to P1 at the end of the first set, and it is very crucial just to point out the obvious is that the setup was there, sure, but then the immediate gunfights required to turn that initial 20 into a solid 40 of 60 points accrued at one of these power hills. This was never really there. It is going to be a slating discrepancy once we end up seeing the full stats, man. Like, it's just that easy to be able to fully read. To Farmingdale, again, we expect this from this team. Very tenured college that we've had here in the CCL for quite a few years. Not to say that Brookdale aren't, but I mean, these are household names that have been doing it and, again, have been at least keeping things rather competitive versus the Fisher teams. I say that they got, 0-3'd, 1-3'd by the Falcons white team. But regardless, you know what I'm trying to say. These guys are shooters, man.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be one thing to be at the top of your division. It's another thing to take down a team like Falcons. Like, no matter what way you spin it up, Fisher are going to be a tough nut to crack. And you go into this series, you do what you need to do, and you perform. You don't really leave anything up to question here. 35-20 from Stim, 31-20 from Tez. Three players positive 20 non-traded kills too. Like, that is insane to see that they're just holding down everything and not losing their fights. It's incredible from them, alongside Caxter doing it well, getting a minute 26 in time. Evoke, really, he's got no damage. He's got the lesser kills, the engagements. He's got the time in the hill. He didn't have to do anything, Andy.
Oh, feed up moment right there for Evoke, dude. I mean, 19, 16, 10 assists, so the damage was at least being found to be converted into kills. And 15 of those 19 eliminations were non-traded. So, I mean, these are all phenomenal stats when you're looking at the end of things. A big shout out for Envy Me and Remix as well. It's pretty good damage on their side of things, given the circumstance that they were just getting absolutely ran over. But you look at that assist column, that's what I mostly look at for when teams are losing. Like, they're trying to set up for easy kills in succession. Trades never really there. It just always ends up being like a lot of those different two pieces where you see like the 26 NTK, 22 NTK, 21 NTK. Like, those are some pretty ferocious numbers to be having in a 250 to 116 Scar hardpoint win. So Farmingdale, again, stampeding the point home. Why they are highly regarded here to be a top 16 team.
You ever see those videos of like a guy standing in front of a ram and the ram just like completely knocks you on your butt? This is kind of what
Who
those
would willingly
videos feel
do that?
like. I look, YouTube, man. I get it in my shorts, and it's just like, I don't know if it's the algorithm, but I get to see some funny things. But we look at the rest of the series, and for Farmingdale State, this is one of those motion series, I think, for them. And I hate to really spin it up for that, but you know, you are the better team going into this best of 5. You're looking towards your postseason. Like, how can we start to fix up our map pool going into the postseason to then look at teams like Fisher Falcons and try to take them to a conference championship, maybe take a conference championship away from them. And you go to something like a Raid Search and Destroy, Andy. This is where you played the Fisher Falcons. You lost to both teams on this map mode combo. So I like to see them continuing to try to get reps on this map.
Yep, I mean, you phrased it up so wonderfully. Raid Search and Destroy is going to have to be their limelight, or any Search and Destroy for that matter. If there's one thing that we always end up calling when it comes down to like your powerhouse teams, like your Fisher, or I don't even know if you could really throw St. Clair in there, because those guys are always godlike. But like, it's one of those things that Search and Destroy is going to be your leg up into the series to throw a team off kilter. And the same could be said on the opposite side for Brookdale. Let's not forget, they did go all the way to, I believe, a round 11 versus one of the Fisher teams. And that's nothing to scoff off, man. Yeah,
No.
5-6 Raid Search and Destroy versus Falcons Navy, of all teams.
Yeah, so for Brookdale, you know, I don't know what a Jersey Blue is, but can they take down Farmingdale State on a map too? Can they swing the momentum and still continue to show some woes on the side of Farmingdale?
Envy going for a little swim. Bump quickly playing here at B. It's a 3v4, now a 3v3. Players dropping like flies, all off of the post-plant scenario.
He sees him. Oh, the fish in the water. Envy gets his, but everybody else loses theirs. Brookdale, I mean, I like the call for the quick plants, Andy, at B. It's just can't hold your own like what we saw in the hard points.
I'm so glad that you asked what a Jersey Blue is, because the Brookdale Athletics was kind enough to at least inform how all this is going. They were formed in Piscataway in 1617-3. The Jersey Blues is the oldest uniformed military militia organization in point of continuous service on the Western continents. Thank you for asking, Colin.
And now I'm just picturing them trying to, like, walk up to a ram, give it a little pet on the head, and just bonks you.
I don't think in 1673 they were even well equipped to walk in the face of a ram. like what do they have? Like a little, not even like machete, like what's like the long sword that you do fencing with? One of those things.
I don't really, I'm not well versed in history. I don't know what things would have looked like at that time period. But I know what things look like now. For Stim, he is running it down mid. NVMe gonna get that trade off. A-site is controlled. Looks like they're going for a plan. And Brookdale through mid might have a chance to stop this one. Good kill in the carrier. Now you look to stay alive. Braden even doubles down, putting Caxter in a 1 versus 3. He makes himself known. Will pull it into a 1 versus 2. 1 minute left.
Yeah, don't give individual 1v chows. And Caxter was able to get that elimination so swiftly that it was during regen. Or isolated, though. Braden's going to be the first one up. He's expecting it to come through from Zig. Got one more player that thought that he could go on the chase, but it is top ring control here for Remix. 37 seconds. Caxter's got to work this map quickly.
I like that Remix. He's not tweaking. He's holding it down on that site for Ring. As long as Braden can play his life and just continue to toy around with Caxter, you funnel the efforts towards Remix, and you look to answer back with a round of your own. Remix just hiding away. Braden holding on to Art. Caxter's got to figure out a way in 17 seconds to win this round, and nobody is letting themselves go. Oh, that is so fundies. That is so good fundies.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, so isolated beyond belief, but they knew that they had the elimination on bomb. So it was just dropped right on the A bomb site. And that's just search and destroy in a nutshell. Regardless of the numbers, if you can't isolate these targets and get into these 1v1 swiftly enough, because they're all tucked, one back white fan, one over by red, which is where the bomb was inevitably going to be planted for, it's just very easy days to be able to, okay, you watch your flank, don't tweak, don't overextend, don't chase, or give individual 1v1s, because that would have been Caxter's way to work their way back into it. So Brookdale get on the board and see what alterations they have here for their offense.
Could have been different, too, if he found that kill in the Braden. Out the middle. Nice.
That's a choice.
Aggression from Brookdale. The Jersey Blues open up with 2 opening kills. Onto Stim and Evoke. They have control of B. Bomb getting planted. And it's a 4v2 post plan.
It's just a choice. We'll talk more about that later. So you got the last 2 players, Caxter, Tez. This is all coming from basketball court. And they're just going to straight sprint at them.
They're going to be lined up. Good damage coming out from Farmingdale. And Brady's going to fall. 2v3. So you're trying not to give up numbers advantage. CV your player lives. Remix. Portofino on those water steps. They're going to work in tandem. See if they can lock down some of these kills. 18 seconds. Caxter over the top. A flank coming through from Tez. 1 versus 1. 14 seconds. And Envy holding his own. Hiding away.
Oh!
Tez! Is there time?
No, he doesn't get there in time. He picks up a weapon. There's a setting for that.
Oh.
There's a setting for that.
It's a moment like that, though, for Farmingdale State that you just look at how confident they are in those challenges. You back them up. The perfect timed flank from Tez. And if there was like 0.2 seconds left and the right settings were turned on, that's a round for Farmingdale.
Yeah. No, obviously, I'm just joking. But like that was well played there in the 2v3 regardless. Like you recognize your 2 players inside of Tiki here. They're about to get overwhelmed. So back up, open stairs. It's planted for the kid top bedroom as well. So like you're able just to hold that angle relatively freely. 2 rounds off the bounce of the initial here for Brookdale. The offense for Farmingdale now needs the alteration of not just deadbeat sprinting through the middle of the map. And they just don't care.
Oh.
They do not care.
And it's a dime again. That Stim Caxter this time going to overheat a little bit. Losing those battles through P5. Portofino's going to put you in numbers advantage. And you send it home for another Jersey Blue round, too. Well, that's 3 in a row now, Andy.
I don't even know if there were nades that were thrown to try to shroud this push to land inside a kitchen. I mean, like, these are day 1 BO2 nades, Cold War nades, like, whatever raid is in a game. It's Call of Duty mobile nade, for crying out loud. Like, you just got to be able to get those nades to land in front of kitchen to either shroud the push in toward P5, because this ain't Scar Hardpoint anymore, boys. You're not winning these gunfights that easy. Brookdale are challenging everything just about together. Envy's up to double positive, 6 and 3 now, as it's 3 on the bounce. Now, you feel like that they have the lay of the land. They're going to go for a 2-2 split this time, Colin, and they're going to keep Farmingdale guessing. Nades over the top of Ring, just to pump fake to go over towards B, I'm sure.
And I like this, too, from Brookdale, because you got rounds to gamble with. I mean, there's no need to just continue to do the same thing over and over again. Try something new. You got Remix up to Laundry, and everybody else waiting to see what he can get done. Remix draws that first blood, and although Portofino will get traded. And it is going to spread this defense thin.
Remix wants to get inside of Laundry.
Oh,
The timing from Caxer is just awful. 2v3, bomb collected by Brayden, and they're taking this straight over towards Ring. They have no idea that Stim's here.
Oh, he's got all the info.
Sniper?
Too bad it's a sniper. He probably could have got something out of this one. 2 versus 2 turned into a 2v1, and now it's just Stim. He knows the bomb's over at A. Brayden's going to spot him through pillars. He recovers an M15 off the ground. Stuns come out. Nade won't hit, but he does get the info in the cross. Snipe doesn't hit its mark. Could have been nice. Now you got to take a different look at this one with 33 seconds. Lots of time for Stim to unravel this, Andy.
I mean, you do, but now Brayden, he just got the information. He saw Stim top red. He knows he's got a sniper, probably unaware of the M15 just until now. So he rips the first. No idea where the second's at. Remix is playing for the challenge. He's all the way the backside of concrete, and Stim, he has no idea. Bomb's playing it for Laundry. Remix just needs to check at 9 seconds. And now Stim just has no more time. There's the bomb check. There's the gunfight and the win. Brookdale can do no wrong for 4 rounds straight. And it almost feels like a little bit of a miscomm, right? Like there's these situations where you're in these 2v3s from a Farmingdale perspective, and you get the player towards back Laundry. He gets that pick plus a second to set up for what should be an easy pinch. The nade was being cooked, but I don't know, obviously because we were not in that listen in that moment, like what the communication is even looking like to try to coordinate that pinch. It just feels like that Farmingdale are kind of playing with their food in the most disrespectful way, and Brookdale are absolutely letting them have it.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of those comms in map 1 that we heard them practice like they play. You know, you kind of, you're working through the motions. You're not trying to make mistakes. This time, you're right to say it does feel a little disrespectful, and they are getting punished for it, and Brookdale are happy to punish for that. That's twice in a row. Over at A in the post plant, that Remix has shown balls of steel to ice up in the clutch. Things you like to see for Brookdale. Farmingdale State going for the quick plant over to B.
Oh, sniper. Whoa, he just kneeled underneath that ball. That was sick. Stim, though. He knows that 2 players are over here. Smoke goes deep inside basketball. I think that actually made it all the way through the hoop, but watch out for Remix. He's getting active over by Red. Doesn't complete the full-on flank. This is mostly coming all from the front, and you can just play the trade game if you're FSC.
Remix going to be the first one on contact. Slides around the pillar, and Tez is going to put numbers to the Rams. In the post plant, 15 seconds. Nobody's going to give up their lives. And in fact, they're going to chow right out and take the kills themselves. Farmingdale finally put a stem to the bleeding and put them second round on the board.
It's crazy what a little bit of fundamentals will do once you stop playing around. You can play Call of Duty all day, but have a little respect for your opponents here, boys. They took Fisher Navy to a round 11 on this map. Something you can't say you did. I'm just saying. That quick plant works out wonderfully. I mean, I think the only thing that could have bottled it would have been that flank from Remix. If he hits it all the way through Zig, you're just mostly banking on the timing for the player, which is normally your sniper top bed, watching that flank, but they were all pushed up that it could have upset things. But as you say, FSC finally stopped the bleeding here.
Yep.
Now they got to stop this fast plant that's been going awry over by A.
Smokes out. Nice shot. That's a snipe from Envy Me through the wall. Stim's going to trade things out. Bomb's still going down, but the smoke shrouded allowed Portofino to get back into ring. Very deep post plant. You can look at that map and you can see Envy Me missing the timing on Stim around here. Will Portofino be ready for it? He is not. 2 kills for Farmingdale to take over control of the bomb site. And Envy Me, he has the sniper. But Evoke's going to find the angle behind him. Stim hops the defuse, and Farmingdale State Rams going to bring this back to a 1-round deficit.
Okay. You get the fast retake that comes through middle of the map. Lose the player inside of Laundry, but you get the player over by elbow, and then you just start enveloping all these numbers. It's this flank that comes all the way through from Evoke. You're mostly just kind of banking on for more than a handful of players to be back behind enemy lines, but those returning gunfights, very reminiscent of a handful of those breaks that we had on Scar Hardpoint. So FSC starting to lock in just a little bit here. 8-5 from Tez, 7-5 now from Stim. Got a trophy system for this push if he's supposed to have that equipped. I can only imagine that's probably going to end up going towards the top side of these stairs. No, he's actually wrapping back over towards bed. Does he still have the sniper out? He does. Gonna get a handful of information on this side of that, that's for sure. He doesn't swing the corner, so he doesn't see more than one. The bomb's quickly moving past ring, and they don't know that they don't have min-map control.
No. They don't know Tez is going to be this close. The timing from Stim should be able to collect that first kill for Farmingdale. First blood goes their way, and a second one. Get the kill into Laundry, and it looks like Tez wants to go even deeper. As you do know, there's one more member. Caxter waiting for the nades to come through. Everybody's going to fly out. Laundry, you check the corners. NVMe not ready for it. Sidelined immediately. It's a 4v1. Portofino in the flank, but the timing is god-awful. Farmingdale. Seems like they've locked in a little bit, Andy. This is picturesque.
Yeah, I'd say. And for sure, I mean, you're rarely ever going to hear me say this, but you should always go deeper in that situation, Callan, 100%. Like you got wait. Like, if you recognize you don't have any min-map control, you barely see anything on the backside of Laundry, you need to flip the map in that instance. I'm going to continuously show my age here, but that is day one. Raid, search, and destroy, everybody. And look at the streaks, too, for the side of Farmingdale. I would say they're certainly locked in now, Colin. You got double pause now from Tez. Unanswered kills for Brookdale from a handful of rounds. We are even Stevens.
3 in a row for Farmingdale. Remix can open up this round. It is a full kill feed and Soul down to 1 for Brookdale in a moment.
Oh my.
Blink of an eye round. That is the raid experience in Black Ops 7.
Sure is.
When
Remember those nades we were talking about?
Yeah, that's them right there.
Bang. I mean, that's also like one of those moments too, where it's like, guys, we just lost 3 rounds in a row. We should just like team hit something together. And on offense for Brookdale, like their fast hits over by B have found success. They found success in the fast hits over towards A. This time they took a page to try to hit fast all the way through mid, but the nades land beautifully. Combined 8 spree between Evoke and Caxter there were the last remaining for Farmingdale on that previous round. Now on map point, just might close it out here.
Can Brookdale go to another round 11 on Raid Search and Destroy. Fight through the middle of the map, and it's Stim to draw first blood. Looking for number 2. He's already got Portofino in his sight. Slides out. What a chow. Goes for 3. Remix finally puts him down in that reign of terror. It is 2 isolated Brookdale members in the 2v3.
Trying to check for Tiki. Nobody laying around the corner. Tez is going to start working over by Ring. He's not here alone. Evoke is also here with an M15. So he's tasked to watch the backside of Laundry over by Concrete. Caxter, he's watching the slide past money window. He gets info at least on a 1. He knows that Envy's probably still lurking over by B. And Evoke's made the play. The backside of box, but he gets ripped. 2v2 bomb down.
For the retake, too. Tez doesn't even get that bomb down.
Uh-oh.
More time for the Jersey Blues to really set up over back Laundry. Caster's going to get spotted. Good damage down onto NVMe. 36 seconds. Stun checks. Not going to land. Tez on Ring and Caxter fully backs up as they have no idea where Remix is. And Remix is taking a full world tour in this retake. I'm worried about the time on the retake. So there's only 18 seconds left. MVB is going to be spotted into Laundry. That's a tough fight to take versus Tez. You need Remix to make a play within 12 seconds. And Caxter, 1v2. The defuse is going to be started. Is he going to check it? He gets off.
Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, that's how you got to play it, though. You got the clock on your side. You were right to feel the hairs in your neck sticking up, Colin, because that flank should have probably happened yesterday. Just way too long to try to retake the open stairs. And that also goes back to what I was talking about for that retake over by B once Farmingdale finally started to lock in as well. I think it was, that round number 6 right there, where they get that fast B plant. And you have the option for Remix to hit all the way through Zig. And I can see the error on the minimap. We're all watching the minimap word array, and you just had to hit it, man. You just got to hit it quickly. It's raid search and destroy. You can get from one side of the map to the other in about 12 to 15 seconds. You just got to try to work that pinch just a little bit faster just to upset any sort of numbers that you had. You got to see it once that flank ended up coming through. If it was maybe 3 seconds faster, even the 5 seconds required, that pinch would have been lovely. We would have been talking about a round 11, but a little bit of hesitation comes back to bite you in the rear end.
I think if he stuck out that defuse, I was in disbelief that he got off. It's
oh,
such
no,
a
he's going to check
call.
that for sure. It's his only play, man. Like, he's got to hop it. The pistol is going to be out, and even if he hops off it, there's not enough time. It's just, dude, timing is a real female dog sometimes, I'm telling you.
It really, truly is. 5 rounds in a row for Farmingdale State, and that's going to put them up 2-0 in this series. Let's look back at those stats. I mean, what can we say other than Tez and Stim are having quite the series right now for Farmingdale. 3 first bloods from Stim, and you know, early on too, because I'd like to talk about Stim for a second. He was making those misplays through mid, trying to go for those checkouts into P5, and without those nades, Farmingdale State really lacked some kind of emphasis into those positions, and they were getting caught. As soon as they fix that, they start going for those set nades, they start taking their time to develop those plays. That's when you started to see Stim really activate and took that space away from Brookdale, where they dominated in those first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, life is like a box of chocolates on Raid Search and Destroy when you don't just ego slide chow mid every single round, I suppose. And yeah, I mean, it's awesome to be able to see that Farmingdale at least are able to pull themselves back and start to recognize, okay, we're being a little egregious here, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and just figure this one out. And, yeah, I mean, it's just lovely to see. Shout out Brookdale, though. I mean, like, it takes good players to recognize those mistakes, to be able to capitalize on them. It's what we always like to highlight, especially all the way up to the CDL sometimes, man. Like, I think that you're able to see those bright spots, but when push comes to shove, to be able to win, like, those clutch gunfights, it's been Farmingdale since the get-go on that Scar hardpoint.
You know, although Braden has a really good 2v1 alongside Remix over towards that A plant, not too much coming away from him. He was one of the standout players back in map 1 on that Scar hardpoint that I think I was looking at to continue to be one of the pillars of Brookdale, but Remix kind of took that mantle in game number 2. Braden fell behind, and that disconnect continues to be shown in terms of the slaying that the Jersey Blues are bringing to this series. And although you brought both Fisher teams to a round 11 on Raid Search and Destroy, you don't get to take Farmingdale there. They're going to put you away, go up 2-0 in this series, Andy, and setting up for this overload. Any thoughts that you have?
My only thoughts right now is that it was never going to be a Neslo. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep for Brookdale. It's obviously what we have written in the stars as far as the Jersey Blues are concerned, but I mean, I just don't really see it happening because we're going to Den. You need slays on Den, and you also just need good fundamentals on Den as well. Those clutch gunfights need to be thought about and talked about as we take a very short break, but on the other side, potentially the conclusion of our first series on the CCL.
That scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3. And, well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's going to have to play his life.
I was going to say, Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2, looks for the 3rd. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he chowls with the pistol onto quick. Good shots from the pistol.
4 as well in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A site. And he's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. But first, Arbo's found 2 of his own first of all. He opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6 spray, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, down to player number 3 at Bo finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get 1, make it 2. Can they find more? They get 3. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. B through mid hop. Can you find anything? 2 come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
That intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, Crack for the ace. Rather. Backside rotation, Crack clearing everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but I'm sure they're gonna wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly, what really did it for me was like all of the...
Well, the Farbondale State Rams coming out swinging in our first two matches, or first two maps of our first match of the night. The number 16 team in our top 25 for CollegeCoD looking as sharp as ever. And it was a little bit worrisome looking at that raid search and destroy for a while there. Brookdale had their heads on their shoulders, but you know, we were calling Farbondale State's playstyle little disrespectful. They locked in 5 rounds in a row, 2-0 up in the series. We're looking at a reverse sweep possibly as we look towards our maps and our modes. Andy, it's Brookdale. We got to really spin this on their side because you're going into this den overload and you need to show us a complete makeover.
Yeah, you're going into this den overload, and you're 2-2 on the entire season, 3-1 on the opposite side for FSC. And some of those den overloads that they have lost have not been pretty. One of those, actually, the one loss of den overload for FSC was against Fisher Navy, and it ended in scoreline. And that is just devastating to have on anybody's record. 1-8 was the overload finishing score there, and unless it's Toronto Ultra, it is never respect. I will say that much. Or Toronto Koi, sorry. I did it. It's going to happen. But yeah, I think Den Overload is going to be a really fun look, especially for Brookdale Jersey, because if there's any a point in time where you can get good setups to be able to really dictate the pace of the map, it is Den. Mid-cut, to be able to get that P1 push, to be able to get that first device, and then you can swing it towards that dojo or that locker side is very influential. Obviously, there's no real telling which side of the device will spawn up first, but hey man, that's certainly the one fundamental aspect of this map. Otherwise, it goes over to rooftops. The map needs to certainly get away from you. Where do my ring play teammates?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I had that exact same run-in. Literally, well, I want to say like 4 hours ago. I had to deal with people gotta learn that if you're, you know, winning the dojo side, eventually you need to retake the rooftop side. It's just like, it is fundamental overload at this point, and it's March. I think we can all say that we're starting to learn overload a little bit better.
So I hope
figure
so.
this one out. It doesn't take too long, but it will take a little bit longer, it seems, to get into this series, Andy. No, and you're totally right, because you're going into this den overload, and for Brookdale, Jersey, I think that you can look at it from an aspect of, if you're starting on the better side, you can definitely get some dojo control. You bring one off, you immediately get a second one in that rally, and as long as you're looking at somebody like Brayden, who can step up from that S&D poor performance, I think that Brookdale still have some words to say here.
Yeah, absolutely. You just need your Slayers to come back in and just to be able to hit like those shots, right? Remix, I think, is another good shout as well with his M15. He was hitting some really good shots, setting up a lot of good clutch moments. Good damage being followed up on the Scar hardpoint. You just need to be able to get these eliminations. And ultimately, I would say what plagued them in the previous respawn for Brookdale is just not shutting down those two pieces that were coming through from like Evoke, Stim, you name it. Like, these guys were constantly finding two pieces. It just cannot happen, especially on Den, because to all of our points here, you're just going to lose map positioning very, very quickly. And it's very rare that you're ever going to be able to recognize in the moment, unless, like you were talking about, your name is McCornmeal, and you're able just to read overload like it was the game mode that came out on BO4 instead. And you just know where everybody is on the map at all times. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you do have that realization, but the game mode gets away from you so fast, especially if you're on the P2 side of things and you're spawning over by tower. You should immediately know, okay, there's going to be at least one guy, if not two, inside of couches, if not deep into my spawn. So it's just being able to recognize those things. And I know these are collegiate athletes at the end of the day, and it's really hard to be able to grind the game at such a fast and heavy pace like that. But it's just being able to recognize that and being able to flip the pressure. I guess what I'm mostly saying, you got to be able to exemplify that if you're going to be a conference championship. So as much as I'm saying this for Brookdale, I'm also saying it for Farmingdale.
And for Farmingdale, I think most importantly, I mean, you look at those exposure overload that you lost and the den overload that you lost to both Falcons teams, and it wasn't close. So it's definitely something of focus for you to improve as you're going into the postseason very, very soon. So, you know, even though Brookdale, you're up 2-0 over them, I don't want to see this team get ahead of themselves, because we saw how that went on the Raid Search and Destroy, and it was a real poor start to this game. You want to see a team really come in with respect and composure when you're looking to bat up into those conference finals against teams like the Fisher Falcons, no matter which one you're looking at. So as much as we look at Brookdale here, I'm still looking at Farmingdale State to show up and show out.
All right, well, let's see how things all start to pan out, as it will be FSC on the supposed good side. I'm still up on the fence about that one, but that's, I mean, Stim, he just gets through couches. Yeah, he just sprinted through there, by the way.
Yeah. Like, no time at all. And it's already going over towards A. They say, screw the dojo rally. Let's just go on the opposite side and catch them off guard. First goal on for Farmingdale State. Vogue says, hey, why don't I just kind of stay around here for a little bit longer? But because of this, it will be numbers for a second at Brookdale to see if they can get a counter cap on the opposite side for Dojo. Caxter's going to be the only one here. Pistol from Portofino and a counter cap from Brookdale. They tie it up.
Yep. And now they have all this control. They're trying to flip the map. I mean, if Portofino could somehow convert that gunfight, he could probably convert that into immediate red control and then flipping it over towards the rooftop side. But subsequently losing all those gunfights, Evoke should be able to run this all the way home. NVMe is the only player that's over there and can't get the kill in time to stop the capture. So just one of the more frustrating aspects when it comes down to overload. You got to get those two pieces because you do have 100 HP you got to cut through on that device carrier.
Got to make sure that you're reading these rotations. Flank from Stim. Gonna halt that drone carrier. Test gonna clean up top window too. So Farmingdale State easily gonna work out at their spawn. Sim already looking to get some forward pressure over towards B. Down into the back of computers. 3 dead for Brookdale. And Stim's going havoc over here on the B zone. Looks like this should be an easy slide across. And a third capture for the Rams to go up by 2. Still 3 minutes left. They're looking to end this round early.
They do lose their lead blocker all the way into the backside of the tower stairs of Stim, so they got to try to turn things around, maybe try to pick things back up over by mid-cut, of which Tez is able to find both those kills. Caxter soft stun, can't walk away with the gunfight win. And well, NVMe is going to be able to at least double down. He's up to 3 in a row. Fighting for mid-map now is Evoke. That's 2 more in the feed in favor of the Rams. The device is still being held by Envy. Problem is he knows that Sim's all the way in towards his map, so he has to double back there with the device just to alleviate that pressure, and it's a fantastic rotate to try to get over towards rooftops. He's got players spawning on him.
All you got to do is get rid of Stim. You have a real good look at this one to even read this forward pressure from Stim. You do not. Envy me, not going to get through that window. Stim finds 2. He's going to grab that overload device and immediately draw it back to the dojo side where Tez is already pushing up tower. Tez not going to get past Envy me. But it's still the pistol kill to come through, and Caxter's going to be in a position where he can actually contest this one. Stim can't slide across. 2 kills. Brookdale put a stop to that attack. Now trying to work through mid.
Trying to at least get these gunfight wins over by lights. Envy just keeping his head on a swivel. Tough gunfight versus Evoke over towards that P3 cross, but now you get that rally back over by P1, letting the device reset more often than not is the better of the 2 plays, but Evoke just slides just a little bit too far forward. There comes the nade. It's a little bit late, and Tez, he recognizes the opportunity. You're not challenging me. I got the device. I will reach the score limit for 1/2.
And it's a quick one, too. I mean, they had so much time to work with. Low engagements because of how dominant this one was from Farmingdale State. Rams, I mean, it came out swinging with that first cap, and you got to give it to Brookdale for kind of recognizing a couple of these rotations were properly met. It just doesn't seem like they truly have a read on some of these spawns. That spawn from Stim, not an easy one to kind of be prepared for, and could have been 2 for Brookdale. Sadly, only 1 as they swap into the throne side. This is where things can get ugly because we've seen teams really get put into spawn traps to the back of these throne spawns, and I think for Farmingdale State, they truly have a good grasp on this game, and they can potentially look to do that.
Yep. Sure can. Stim again, just finding routes and flank opportunities. Here he goes. Here's the first. Never mind. Didn't come through fast enough, but he's got damage in towards the second, and the player that was up top, Remix, has to drop down just to try to deal with it. Even the pistol shots won't get the full-on elimination, but his teammates of FSC found all the eliminations over by that mid-cross, and now they're set up for the dojo push.
They're just going to try to bully their way through. Shots to the wall. Envy me. 2 kills. Shuts that down. Stim in the corner will be red. Goes 1 for 1, and that should delay this push from Brookdale. Players from Farmingdale State getting into a position to contest for this attack, and you lose Caxter, so numbers for a second for the Jersey Blues trying to get through this setup, but Tez takes down 1. A second kill from Farmingdale State. Brayden trying to dance around with MVB behind him. Can't get his pistol up. Can't connect with those shots. A double kill from Caxter, and they got the device.
Gonna try to rewrap this, potentially, over towards the middle of the map. Portofino, he's gonna find 2 impressive gunfight wins over by the mid-cut. And that should set up his team for an easy setup over by red. Yeah, the device carrier is just trying to get the heck out of dodge. Stim, nowhere to run. Now they're going to try to convert this into an immediate push over by the P3 cross. That's where Remix is located at. But the problem is they don't have any more pressure to keep Tez away from lights.
Oh. He's not missing. 3 kills, Tez. Immediately going to tee up a possible rotation into Dojo. Huge kills from Envy Me. 3 down for Farmingdale. Evoke dancing around this wall. Very bangable. Brayden takes him down. And a moment again for Brookdale. The Jersey Blues gonna have to deal with all 4 members spawning up right on this B portal. Can't see Remix trying to win his fight through mid. A couple players go down. It's only gonna be Stim here to try to stop this one. Oh.
4-0-4, man. I don't even think he got the wall bounce or off the mantle. He just kind of yeeted himself with the ledge right there. But that's one of those opportunities, man. And you just got to try to convert that icy moment into a clutch scenario. They're still getting a really solid defense here. Caxter is the lead blocker inside of red. Evoke off the pistol, slides and rips Remix's head clean off. There's the second and the score for number 5. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the board here for the 16th ranked Rams. And this just might be a 2-minute route around Den just to find as many kills as possible. The device attempted to get picked up and just ran back towards their spawn. That's never a good play indeed.
And Evoke trying to pull a fast one there. Won't be able to grab that device in time. Envy me. Shots all over the place. Alongside Stim, the rest of his team just hold their ground at B. Full rush down Dojo to see if they can get the 6th capture in. They will. And a couple extra kills maybe to boot with Evoke in the flank. He takes down Brayden. He's going to set himself up in the throne room and pull a couple of those Brookdale members back.
Device spawns up over by the rooftops, and every single score just feels like another dunk of destiny. It's about to be Brookdale's 0-3 scoreline here in their last regular season match here on broadcast. Evoke doesn't finish his food, finally finds a little bit more kills, but here comes just the happy ending and all of the victory lap on the backside of the Dragon. There's so much pressure inside of Dragon. Everybody spawns up by P3 for Brookdale. I don't think that the Rams would ever expect that, because I guarantee you that Caxter was no calming, just dunking in their spawn. The device picked up here for Portofino. Gonna try to work the score.
See if they can get number 2 on. And it left here, full setup from Farmingdale, and no way you're gonna get through that wall. Couple kills here from Remix. Takes his sights over to P2. Jump shot from Tez. Evoke there for the trade. 50 seconds left on this game with down by 6. You don't imagine that Brookdale are going to bring this one back. Farmingdale State, though, you got to throw some love to their side in the way that they're playing this overload, because it is so... I'd say it's just so definite on every single play that they're doing. The confidence is blooming from this Rams.
I mean, it's the flow state incarnate, right? This is overload. You guys, if you've ever played rank play whatsoever, you've been in this situation. If you watch the CDL and you watch CollegeCoD get their second 8-0 this past weekend, you'll also recognize this as well. Like, it's just one of those things that, like, you're getting all of the kills. You have all of the map pressure. By the time the enemy team spawns up in Bufu, you're already on the opposite side of the map with the device, and there's just seemingly no answer whatsoever. I will tip the flowers of Farmingdale. They looked fantastic in this map number 3. Brookdale may have tried their best, but their best has only gotten them so far, as the Rams will cement a 3-0 win here towards the end of the regular season.
And a good win, too, when you look at it. Couple commiserations to Envy Me, especially plays like this, as he's making all game long on this Den overload. When we look at the stat line, 4 captures in round 1 from Farmingdale State, 3 captures in round 2. Brookdale play through all of the regulation of this game number 3. They only managed to get 2 captures of the overload device. And you look at the Jersey Blues, Andy, we knew this one was going to be a tough game for Brookdale going into this best of 5. There were moments where they showed us truly what they were capable of, but realistically, even though the fundamentals were there, mechanically this team has a long way to go.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, it mostly just comes down to the gunny discrepancy, right? We always end up talking about this in the CollegeCoD level. Shoot, we even talk about it in the Challengers level. You can talk about it on the Pro level if you want to, with C9 COD being the way that they are right now, man. Like, sometimes you just hit a certain wall where the enemy team is just gunning you, and then the strategy becomes, what if we just run at them? And Farmingdale were able to recognize that. At least it took them 3 rounds of getting slapped in the face, that it wasn't going to work there. But in the respawns, that's 100% it. Because, like, Brookdale Jersey Blues, they had opportunities. They had setups in that Scar Hardpoint. They had opportunities here in the Den Overload. Just as much as they did in the Raid Search and Destroy to be able to set themselves up for wins. And it ultimately just comes down to those clutch gunfights. There's no other way to spin it, man. But look, I'm just happy to be able to see as much representation as we do here in the CollegeCoD level. Let's go ahead and take a look at these stats for the Farmingdale State Rams and their victory lap that they just had stat padding towards the end. 28 and 22 out of Stim. Got 3,400 damage. I'll bump that up as well. 17 NTK. It's the assist column that also does it for me too, Colin, because to your credit, when you were talking about how good they looked on that map, that is teamwork in a nutshell on Overload. You do not win as emphatically as they did right there without that.
No, and it might not be the craziest damage numbers that you're seeing from Farmingdale State, you know, not some crazy engagement numbers either, but you got to remember that first round ended early. They got all 4 captures done. They didn't even play a full round of that Den Overload, so coming out with the way that they did, no, this is a very dominant series. A couple players from Brookdale that I will highlight there. I mean, Envy Me, of course, he goes positive in this map. He looks great. A couple of goal line stops, 23 non-traded, 3,100 damage, as well as Remix in the Search and Destroy and into the Overload. Just a couple moments there that you kind of see them really trying to make plays. Portofino, he goes even in this map. Braden, Scar Hardpoint was great. Maps 2, Maps 3, not so much. I'm not sure if the series really got to him or what happened, but a couple players there for Brookdale that I really want to point out, and that's going to be MVMe and Remix across this series. And you're looking back at this series for the best of 5, and Farmingdale State are feeling good at the end of the regular season as they look towards the postseason, trying to fix up a couple of these mistakes. You go through that raid, search and destroy, you get another win on this map mode combo, Andy, and overall, looking at it, I'd say I'm really impressed with the way that Farmingdale State are going into the playoffs, and I think that this is a real conference champion contender.
Yeah, they have a handful of weeks to constantly get better once we inevitably get towards the conference championships. I don't know if they have any makeup matches going on next week. It may not matter, but with conference championships coming around on March 23rd and the 24th, you bet your rammed butt that you better be getting in as many scrims as possible to get yourself ready for those conference championships. Because again, when it comes down to this side of the United States, you're in the Northeast Atlantic. That includes both Fisher squads.
And what a ride it's going to be when we do get to see that in a couple of weeks. If we get to see that, always playoff time is always a question mark. I mean, things happen, surprises happen, and upsets do tend to be the topic in CollegeCoD every single year. But Andy, this has been a fun time for this best of 5. We're getting set up for our next series coming up very, very soon. After the break is going to be Nichols College Bison versus the RIT Tigers. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing COD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing COD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCO was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in COD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years, I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in COD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level, and if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs, then you can do it as well. You have enough time to do your degree and then also compete to the level that you want. I never went pro, and that's fine with me. I'm not really bothered about it. I think that I had a great time and I achieved a lot of good things that I'm proud of. And now I'm done competing and I almost have my nursing degree. I'm already 3.5 years ahead of where I would be if I waited until I was done competing to start. We had not played really with Gus the whole year, and Gus had also not competed at all on Black Ops 6. So he hadn't played any sort of competitive. So we were basically kind of starting from square one with him, which, when all of you are all juggling your own challengers teams as well, makes it quite difficult to kind of get there. But I think going into that event, I'm not gonna lie, we drove like a van down there or something. It was like a 9-hour drive. I did not think that we had really any chance of winning that event on the way down there. I was going to go there and give it my all. Going into that event, there was St. Clair, which was like a full Challengers Elite team, Fisher, who was also pretty stacked, and then Northwood, who were all top Challengers players, but like Flames and Mark also didn't play that much, so they were kind of in the same boat as Gus. But I feel like on paper, we were probably like the weakest team. Yeah, I don't know. We got there and it just all started clicking, playing on LAN with the same guys that I'd been playing with for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, that stage that we played on at the CCL finals, I think that is probably the best experience I've had like competing in Call of Duty across like any game. Like walking out on the stage with those lights and like the setup that they had there, that was insane. I think that was so cool. And then like you said, like to be able to win on that stage, I don't even know if it was about winning. I think it was about how close the series was and then winning. Like being with the guys that I had been with for like 3 years, and these guys are like probably gonna be my like best friends or really good friends like for life. It just meant a whole lot seeing how much it like meant to those guys as well.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had You know, a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challengers for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing College COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of align for it to happen. You know, I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. You know, I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone's has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of, you know, some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. You know, I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out. Kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to College COD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Posse for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. You know, even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to just because, you know, life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So, you know, it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. You know, we have a very flexible team that we can work around. You know, we practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship. Starting, you know, back from last year, he's taught me a lot. He's kind of, you know, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. You know, he supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that, you know, kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, you know, in the locker room, honestly, like, you know, before games, you know, before LANs. He's a great presence to be around, and honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure. We're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. You know, myself, I don't stream as much, but my teammates Cole, Sweep, and Mince, they all stream. So yeah, we're streaming all the time. Like I said, we're always looking to get better. We're looking to showcase this year in CCL, you know, build up on our T25 performance last semester and show why, you know, Conestoga is a force to be reckoned with.
Let's do this again. Let's have some fun. Nichols College up against RIT Orange coming out of the Northeast. These two teams looking to fight for some supremacy, not only, of course, within their division, but going forward for the rest of the season. Conference championships may not necessarily be on the line for either of these two teams as it stands. Doesn't mean that Nichols College isn't a little bit closer. I believe RIT are mathematically knocked out of that. But before that, hi, I'm Corn. With me is Seymour as always. And we got ourselves a banger of a best of 5. We got one more match later on this evening as well. But Colin, let's go ahead and get down to business. Let's look at our head-to-head.
Yeah, let's take a look into this one. Both these two teams, you kind of set it up perfectly coming out of the top cut of the Northeast Atlantic. Both have a loss to that Farmingdale State team that we just saw on stream prior to this. Both have a win versus Brookdale Jersey Blues, which you just saw on stream prior to this one. So that might give you a little bit of an idea if you're watching our first series on where they kind of sit inside of the Northeast Atlantic. Because it is a difficult one when you're trying to look towards that conference championships, when you're trying to beat teams like Farmingdale State Rams or the Fisher Falcons, whether it's the white or the navy team. And even in their head-to-heads, it's a little bit of an edge, I would say, to RIT. But at the same time, they are sitting 5-4. This Bison's team 7-2 still should feel very, very confident. It's just RIT have a little bit more reps, I would say.
Yeah, and one thing I can say, just from personal experience, RIT has, well, they have been scrimming. They're not always able to get a full 4 for their actual main roster just due to schedule conflictions. So they do have times where they practice without their main 4 starting. So that does not help going forward, especially into some of these important matchups like against the Nichols College Bison tonight. Overall, though, I will say for RIT, they got some shooters on their team. I look to Bob and I look to Faded Crown as 2 players who I personally have had hard time shooting back against. I know that really doesn't mean much coming from me, but regardless, they still are great shooters. And more importantly, they are going to be, I believe, what's going to kind of put them over the edge going forward. The fourth that is also not able to practice with them all the time, also an extremely talented player, and that might even be an X factor for them tonight. So as we take a look at our map and modes here across this series, we'll go ahead and start ourselves out on a nice little hardpoint visit on Colossus. Raid, search, and destroy for map 2. Seems like we've been seeing a whole lot of that on the broadcast here for the CCL. And of course, Den Overload to round us out for our best of 3, start off our best of 5.
And I'm trying to kind of get an idea of like the postseason on what these teams are doing into their map vetoes. Obviously for Farmingdale State, they were playing a lot of those maps that they were losing to Fisher, and I like that they're trying to work on those and develop it into a match setting for both Nichols College and RIT Esports. Both of them have losses to these big teams on that raid, search and destroy, Colossus, Hardpoint. We see them go here quite a bit. You saw that, you know, even RIT have played this Colossus Hardpoint against the Farmingdale State Rams. They lost that 250 to 156. So still respectable against a team like that. I think that you're going into this one for RIT. You want to go to a map like this, like you said, knowing you have players like Bob who could just absolutely pop off in a map mode combo like that. But both of their reps, both of their wins on this one, it's going to be a fun way to break the ice between these two schools, Alex.
Yes, it absolutely will. We've got ourselves a fun one here on Colossus to start the drama. RIT looking to find their shells a little bit higher, and we will bring the calming sounds of this back down just a notch. Lobby broke, as is tradition here for the first map inside of a best of 5 series. So we'll go ahead and throw things over to the overall stats for these teams on maps and modes throughout the entire year. The first time we've been able to see this wonderful graphic because these two are apparently the only 2 teams that have played every map and mode.
No, and you know, I was saying that like we look at this RIT Orange team, and of course, you know, they have the worst technical record in this head-to-head, but just look at the series that they've kind of wound up here against Nichols College Bisons. They have more reps on the Colossus Hardpoint. They have more reps on the Raid, Search, and Destroy. You go to the Den Overload. Of course, they are 2-2 on that one as well. But again, it's just the reps on this one. I mean, they have the map set where they've been to the most in a lot of this. And although you have losses on these map mode combos, Alex, you're going into the postseason. I mean, you're just trying to kind of round up some of these maps that you're not as good at and see if you can steal it away and show that, you know, it was just a strength of schedule thing. You're still a force to be reckoned with here in the Northeast Atlantic, and I think for the Tigers, we know that they have what it takes.
They do. And the one thing that kind of sucks about, you know, just being located where you live regionally inside of the CCL is if you just get put in a division that is just stacked with great teams, you're looking down a barrel of a loaded gun. You're going into the regional playoffs going, all right, well, we're the 6th seed, but if we get to, you know, the round 3, we're playing the 2 seed. And it's just like, okay, that's fantastic. And then you look to the CCL playoffs and you're like, well, hang on a minute. We got to beat like 12 other teams here if we want to make the playoffs. And there's 8 teams in here that have kind of put it to our backside and gave us good spanking. It's like, it's hard to play in a loaded division. The Southeast, Deep South is one of them that comes to mind immediately, is another one of those tough divisions. And that's not just because I'm playing in it. It's because that's a really loaded division.
And it's kind of because you're playing in it too.
And it's because I'm playing in it. And Mars Hill took me out back and shot me.
Oh, jeez. Shout out Lucho. Shout out Marcel. You know what? Shout out Full Sail Armada too, because you know.
No, I'm kidding. Oh man. Well, guess what, Colin? I've just gotten word from Mr. John that we are still having lobby issues. So we're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about Colossus Map 1. We'll get into the action. We'll see if RIT can take down the Bison that's in front of them.
My name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting Dark Matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. You all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 19, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what CollegeCoD was, basically.
Let's have at it. Colossus map 1, RIT, breaking from the P4 side over by P2. You got Nickel State looking to push their way forward. Faded Crown going to be the first one up over towards Stone, but will find himself on a demise. The little crafty 3-piece to start off inside of this nice P1. 40 seconds left, plenty of time here, and the map spread, right, at least for the side of Nickel's College, is fantastic.
Just as a little bit of a reminder for those at home who might get a little bit confused following the minimap, following the kill feed, green is RIT, white is going to be Nicole's College Bison. We get the sides wrong going into this one. So you look at who's in control of the hill right now, and it's going to be RIT soaking up this hill time reflected on the scoreboard at the top of your screen. So Bison's giving one more try. It's going to be 3 dead for RIT, pushing forward for this P2.
Bob to the back end. Oh, that's an unfortunate spawn directly in front of him. Wins the gunfight against Sundown, though. Opportunity right-hand side. Wisely wraps back down the staircase into P2 to wait for the reinforcements, rotating through the Stone side. It's an over-aggression from middle map, and P1, Faded Crown finds Pyros. Now in the back line, it's all for the spawns. The attack is good. The break is in. Great stuff there from RIT as they go ahead and flip the map out.
And it's a good start for the Tigers. Even with Tub going 0-3, he's still got himself in that hill. Bob off to a 6 spree. A little bit of statue control for the Tigers. Up and over. Faded Crown the damage. And he does tee up his teammates for a little bit of success there. But, well, meanwhile, it's a shot here for Bisons to try and break.
On the back end, though, you have to look for drafties. He's found a 2-piece. Still 25 seconds here, so this is plenty of time to grab him. This is actually great time, being down about 40 early on here on Colossus. You, of course, know how quickly this map can flip around, though, and you can really string a few of these hard points together. But you have to look out on rotation. Top side of their map, player number 3 out and ready. It's going to be Tub on the rotation. One of the main ARs of this roster looking to get Mixie.
Yeah, so Bisons might be down a little bit here, but you go to a big hill where you can really steal away a lot of time. Just keep it contested if you're locking down one side of this P3. And Tub's going to get active here. Nice shots coming through. Can't find a second one, so it is going to leave this hill open, which for Nicole's not really a bad thing right now. You're just trying to keep the Tigers out of it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the entire push directly at the front of the hill from Nichols College just stalled out. They had 2 players there. It was players from RIT coming off of spawn, and nobody wanted to challenge anything. Maybe it was because they were weak or they were waiting for reinforcements, but that allowed a flank to come back around from RIT. That allows them to get set up not only back by yellow, but inside of P3, grab a significant chunk of time, and they're going to go ahead and hold back 30 here. Gets the spawns flip out for the moment, but with the way they've been breaking, it won't matter for long because it's a double back on the point.
Yeah, and you still haven't even been able to break those back spawns with 20 seconds left of this hill. You're trying to fight through old and get to the new hill, which Drafty attempts to do. He's going to be shut out by Bob. RIT, not only with a commanding lead, but they're doing a really good job at keeping the fundamentals sound on this map mode combo, and really need to see something big from Nichols if they want to break these back spawns.
Yeah, and if you want to run through the back, just sprinting directly forward and not looking for the yellow exit cutoff is not exactly how you want to do that. Tub will hold the AR. Doesn't realize one more is in the back line, but they will surely turn around. They absolutely will. Pyros will fall. Now it's back to the action on the front side. Sundown, pistol out, right side challenge, and the short's not going to find anything. It's ready. We'll go ahead and clean everything up, and that's going to be another respawn here for RIT as it's another clean 4 down.
Yeah, lots of time here. And where we've seen the Tigers send people to P1, this time around it's just all bunkered down onto this hill, see if they can work these kills, and then move to the map control. And Ready just bouncing side to side. He's doing a great dance here, just keeping this one contested, staying himself alive in the hill. He's got Tub and Bob to watch over him, and when he's needed, he's got his 5th in a row, and you can already see RIT pushing for mid-map control.
And that's exactly what happens. You peek around the right side, don't see anybody there. You can just fully collapse back on the point, and this is just the best timing in the world for Ready. They're not going to be able to spot him. Jumps up, is able to find one. Second gunfight, can't win it. Was shot in the back as well. So finally, Nichols College have just enough breathing room. We'll see what RIT do on the push here out towards Statue.
Well, this is a good time as ever with RIT looking to break this hill. Let's go in and listen in with the Tigers.
P2 in statue. P2 in statue.
I'm hitting blue crate.
Statue
Two
down,
down,
statue
two down.
down.
No trophy time.
I'm behind you, Jordan.
Needing hill. I heard you. I'm needing hill. Need on hill. Need sun hill.
I'm going up that side.
Dating hill.
Dead. One more in the back blue.
Kill weak. Free kill hill. Free kill hill. Pyros.
Kill that. One more statue. Statue on time. He's on Belk.
Heard you need this shit. Need this shit.
I'll
No
get
trophy
off
still.
that.
Hop in this shit. Need stun. Their side.
One shot.
And weak their side. Take routes. Go now.
I'm going to P3.
Back blue right now.
I'll play through ult.
We're all left.
Yeah, you guys all go left. I'll play ult.
Holding
Trophy
back
on
blue.
hold.
Back blue here.
Back B.
Or just wait.
Two
wait,
ult.
wait,
Blue dead. One statue.
Blue dead.
One's gonna be statue, okay?
I'm blue.
Jump up on me. Jump to P1, guys.
He's in blue.
Blue stairs, okay? Sun down blue stairs. Nice
Blue
win.
dead.
I'm missing blue.
In the back.
Sundown dead.
What's your last two gonna be front or right?
Front dead.
Missing one.
All right. Well, I mean, hey, all things considered, great hold on P1 there. It doesn't really kind of consummate over to P2, but I mean, good is good if you're Nichols College right now after what happened in that first set of rotations, but we have to give all the credit is due to It's Ready, who held down the backline spawns, didn't over-aggress, won 2 big gunfights, and got everybody from RIT to spawn them back.
And you mentioned it was a good hold in P1. I think for the Bisons, they're even doing a good job of fighting this one from the front. Pyros picks up the flank. You still have your contest in, trying to keep at least some time away from RIT. Maybe steal away the scraps. You're just slowly chipping away at this lead. My biggest issue will be to see if Nichols College, going into this second set of rotations, can do a better job at holding down these yellow side spawns for the P4.
It was Tub out on P3 last time. This time It's Ready. Will be the first one here. Pushed all the way back over by Yellow. Spawn red out from RIT. And now he's going to read the double wrap here. Bakani's going to back off. Look around. Got shaky for a moment, but the gunfight is won by Ready. Now we hop back on board with Faded Crown as he rips the first one off the heady. It's been a rough go of things. The team's looking good so far. About a 60-point difference.
Yeah, 150 to 98. Nichols just haven't been able to get a look at this P3, and it really goes down to a lot of the confidence coming down on these power positions. Drafty's going to get shut down on the flank. Players do flood the front of this hill, so this is good 30 seconds, Alex. If they can steal away this time, that's going to put this in about a 20-point game, so you really need to see if RIT are going to send some players to it, and you do. You get a quick flank from Bob. Nobody's going to be watching it, and RIT just continuing to dominate this map control.
And now you have utility in the back pocket if you're Bob. You got the Hellstorm on 6 straight. It's Ready, still just able to play his life here so well. Throws a nader on the left side. Knows that he's going to have a challenge coming from the right. Great shots on a wallbang from Tub. And now you can fully hold this from the back end. But I just look to Bob here as he rotates back around towards the rest of the team. You're looking through the statue push at the moment. Can you hold the front line just a little bit longer? Condi will find it. So now it's a break to the front and an opportunity finally for the Nichols College.
Nice entry. Condi with some help too. Nade into the back from Drafty's going to connect onto Tub. So Bisons are in, still with those back spawns. RIT are going to look to fight their way back through this one. 3 kills for the Tigers. It's all 4 down. Drafty on that statue spawn, but RIT just still in full control. Nichols not being able to break these spawns, Alex. It is the worst thing that they're dealing with.
It really is, and that might have felt really like the dagger there on the back end of P4. I know it's still only about a 70-point game as we look forward to top P1, but I mean, with the back 15 still going RIT's way, they're going to break that 200-point mark, and Nichols College just haven't been able to find a rhythm. They can't string 2 hills together. Unless they're able to do it on P1 and P2 here, it might be GG.
Last time around, P1, he got about 30 seconds off this hill. Down by full 90 points. It is going to be hard to bring yourself back into this game, but you're still in there. Faded Crown on the flank through Green. He gets himself a double kill. Up and over. Can he find all 3? No. Pyros trying to stay alive. Ready's there for the trade, and RIT looking to close it on this hill.
Just a break within 15 seconds of the hard point. Nothing you could do there. No pressure on the outside by Statue. And that just allows Faded Crown to continuously piece through. How about one more? Hipfire shots are going to back the player down the staircase. Pyro is backed off with a stun too. And why not give Grey Faded Crown the 3rd straight kill as they go ahead. Toss another Semtex to the door. 20 points here for the win for RIT.
20 points still on the clock too, so Bisons got to throw themselves at the hill, and with that contest, you can start to see the arrows of RIT working their way through P2. A stick into Drafty that takes you out of that spawn or on that hill for scrap. So extra time for RIT to try to close this game. And you get the spawns at noon, so it is literally the last stand for the Bisons in map 1.
down 100 points. They're going to need 120 to close this game out. Let's see if they have any sort of life left in them. Tub gets a read on Sundown. Somehow a player spawns directly in square next to him. So Pyros will clear that out. They're going to get the spawns in the back, but the Hellstorm used over the top from Bob. He'll find Sundown inside of the hard point. RIT will spawn directly inside of Blue while there's still one in the back. They'll hop time for a moment. Just 10 seconds for the win.
Still fighting. Tooth and nail. Spawns in the back for the Tigers, and on top of everything is going to be Condi in the hill winning his battles. 9 seconds left. Sundown in for the contest.
Faded Crown around the right side, though. Needs to hold this on while the reinforcements are pushing forward. Drafty finds one. Still trades immediate, but with 4 seconds left, there's nobody even close. Over by Statue. Pyros will say goodnight to map 1. 250, 154. RIT. Coming out hot.
Hot indeed. A team that, albeit you look at their record in the Northeast Atlantic, you don't expect them to put a fight against a squad that is 7-2 on this season, but you get your Colossus, your subs get hot, and the fundies are on point for a map that only has, what, like 4 or 5 spawns to really read. So looking at the game flow from that, RIT, they came out strong in the Colossus all the way up to 121 to 35. You saw a little bit of a pullback from the Bisons with that P2 or that P1 in our second set of rotations. They get a good chunk of time there. You think that maybe Nichols College have kind of figured it out on this map mode combo, but it really comes down to those big hills, those P3, P4s for RIT, just locking down those better spawns towards yellow. Nichols could just never get themselves around these setups, and the Tigers just always find themselves in the better positions for these big hills, getting the big time, and running away at the end.
I mean, hell, even down to the listening. I mean, you just heard off the rotation from P1 over to P2, they were fine giving the 20 seconds away. They just said take routes. Everybody started playing towards the spawn side. You had Reddy playing in the back line, just waiting for the rest of the team to come across the map. He didn't make himself or his presence known until the team was ready and in position, and that's when the bang comes through the front. You get a couple of kills at the very front of P2 in the back. If you're still alive and you haven't given away your position, the other team might know you're there just by where they're spawning. But the thing is you still are the one that can aggress that gunfight afterwards. And once everybody else is turned around to the diversion at the front of the hill, you're in the back ready for the pinch. So it's just stuff that RIT are really, really good at on Colossus. This was one of the maps that we struggled really against this RIT roster when we scrimmed them a while ago. They have consistently been good on Colossus. And I'm glad it's showing through inside of match play because this is a really strong team. I don't think the 5-4 record does this team that much justice.
No, it really doesn't. 31-24, 23 non-traded from Bob, all with a minute 33 in the hill. Nearly 4K damage. Bob was unreal to open up this series. And albeit, I mean, you look at this squad of RT and you see, you know, Tub, he is the filler guy. I mean, even Tub at moments was rotating. He was holding down those spawns. He was doing exactly what he needed to do to allow somebody like Bob, like Faded Crowd, to make those plays, always find those double kills. Really fundamental out of the Tigers for that. For the Bisons, you know, I want to give some love to them too, because Condi, 33-27, 19 non-traded, nearly 4K damage. He was right there as well. It's just who's going to be that player if we do get to the map 4 to start looking to the rotations, winning those spawns, and putting a lot of focus on making sure that RIT cannot dominate the initial time on these hills where they're walking away with a lot of hill time that Nichols just never find themselves in.
I will say one thing. Pyros was always there for the gunfight. It felt like every time I was looking to an important rotation kill for Tub or for Bob or for Reddy or for Faded on RIT, it was always Pyros on the other end of the gunfight. And sometimes that's just how it goes. It's an unfortunate game. You just don't feel like you can shoot back. And I mean, at 19-29, yeah, of course, that's what we see from that. But realistically speaking, sometimes it's not how you're playing the map. It just comes down to the gunfights that you're losing. Yeah. And maybe it's Pyros just getting a little antsy in the spawn. Maybe just sit back a little bit longer, wait for them to come to you instead of just having to watch all the different directions. I think that also comes down to Nichols as a team not really playing all that well together on those rotations over, because I think that Pyros on the rotation out in the backside of spawn just didn't know where that next hit was coming from. So when the comms aren't there for the team and you're not really able to give that good information on what side is weakened and where that RIT push is going to come from, you're going to struggle if you're the one taking routes off the spawn. So I think Pyros is going to have a good S&D. I think this is a very easy turnaround. It just comes down to winning the gunfights. And I think Nichols College have a little bit of warm up after Colossus. Yeah. They showed a little bit of schmunk at the end there, so I'm excited to see what they bring to Raid.
Yeah, I mean, Colossus Hardpoint, if you're Nicole's College, you never expected that one to be a map that you were going to walk away with against this Tigers squad. You lost that map mode combo against Brookdale Jersey Blues. Fortunately enough, though, you look forward to this Raid Search and Destroy, and this is a map that you beat against that Brookdale team that looked really, really strong just last series on this map mode combo, especially considering that the Jersey Blues took both of the Fisher squads to around 11 on Raid Search and Destroy. You go into this one, it was a 6-3 win on this map. You even took Farmingdale State to around 11 on this map as well. You're going to be feeling good on the bounce back here if you're the Bisons. And I think again, like we saw in that first series, Alex, it's just, I look at Nichols to be a little bit fundamental off these breakoffs, especially with Raid being a lot faster in Black Ops 7. We need those set nades to land. If you're going to be contesting towards P5, you have to make sure that you have those lineups towards Kitchen, towards Zig, just anything to allow your subs to get into somewhat of a contention there against RIT, because you know that Bob's going to be looking for those routes. He's not going to let go of that sprint. He is a player that is super fast. He just displayed it in Colossus. You need to make sure you're shutting him down here on Raid.
I feel like the big difference for RIT on a map like Colossus and Raid Search and Destroy really just comes down to where you are going to be able to excel and take the gunfights in the most advantageous way. I think what we saw from the Colossus in map 1 there is, I think, you know, the subs were able to get aggressed very early on. They were winning very crucial gunfights, and I mean, again, Pyros was at the opposite end of a lot of those gunfights that were being taken by the SMGs. And I think once you kind of allow them to get a flow, you kind of mentioned it beforehand, once you get into that state where you're just in step with your other player, your SMG duo, that you're just kind of flying around the map with each other, you're not really in a spot where you're going to get disrupted by that unless one of you just goes like a 6 or 7 death streak, and then it's all out the window and it's GG, right? So we'll hop into the Search and Destroy here conversation that we'll get on for another time. Drafty will look up to the top side of Mansion. Would have liked a few more wallbang shots there to try and see if Tub would get weak, but not sure if that's a sniper out or not. Looks like the shoulders are just being thrown.
Wallbangs. Woo. Thought for a second Tub would be dead to rights. This is a lot of focus in on B. Smokes down. Tub still going to get connected with through those wallbangs. Drafty finally pulls that first blood. You look at mid-map, Bob trying to make his play through P5, but he's going to be red. Oh, this is impeccable from the Bisons.
2v3. You have the bomb. Wrap around right side spawn. 2 are going to be sitting inside a top mansion. If you're Faded Crown, you're not going to read this out any day of the week. You've got Drafty back for help, but it's immediate trade from the lower side of mansion, and that is why you double up in the spawn. They had them wrapped out completely. Only place they might have been able to scrap through would have been through middle, but even then it would have been spotted surely about player out ringside.
It's a bold call, I think, you know, from RIT to try to make that B play, especially if you're not going for that quick plan. No trophies in round 1. You get that smoke down. You try to go for that quick plant, but you're just completely read by Nichols. And with that early damage from Drafty onto Tub, you have nobody top window to kind of watch over you to make that play towards the water steps. And, you know, as soon as Drafty gets that kill, it takes the pressure away and you catch the flanker too with Bob going down. Nicole's just completely come out so strong, and Condi confident as ever.
Fly straight up into kitchen, but it's a trade out by Ready. Double up on the stairs from Pool. Condi will hop out to the B side. Actually, I love this play. It's a good wrap back all the way through. They knew he was out kitchen. Doesn't see anything on the B side. So this gives free information to the defensive team. But now it's unfortunately the opposite side where it's going to be a push through. Faded Crown on the backside just gets read out and caught. 1v3 here. Smoke is good. Shots in through. It's College. Double up and round them.
You can see how this team, you know, stole away that Raid Search and Destroy against Brookdale. It's not easy to play against a team in Raid that plays with pace like this. Confidence and just sure, say, knowledge that you can make these plays without getting contested, especially on the attacking side. When you get that play through mid, if you're Condi, you know you get the timing to P5, you win that fight towards Kitchen, and that draws so many players from RIT away. You can see that this is a team that's done their homework on Raid Search and Destroy, and the Tigers need to start slowing this down to make sure that they don't give up too much too early.
This is what I wanted to see right here. Aggressive plays through middle. Offense gets to mid first and is able to get inside of P5, but you have to be wary of the players out from Kitchen. What a cook nade in. Unfortunately, traded out by the stun, so Tactical's doing the work of the round here for Nichols College so far. However, Faded Crown will back all the way off inside a library. Tub trade one on the opposite side. 3 versus 2, 30 seconds gone on the round.
It's the first time we see the Bisons at a deficit. How do these players work through it? You're into Art, the defensive side. You flip the map. Bomb going over towards B, and this is a great position for the Tigers to be in if they can get this bomb planted and a faded crowd getting it away. But Pyros makes it a 2 versus 2 for the retake. But a retake nonetheless.
Surprised he was able to get that down. It must have been just a hairline fracture of what he was looking for. Tub turns around and just gets the worst timing out of Kitchen. And you leave Bob all by his lonesome. Hero inside of map 1. Can he do it again? Good shots to the money window. How about you rip the dome piece off the second? That's a round that you just should not win. I don't know what we're doing, double challenge and stacking up on the window there. But, hey, if you're RIT, you'll take that any day of the week.
Any day, every day. All right, Bob, that's a moment that you just kind of expect from him. Especially if you're going to line up like that. M15 in your hand, he is going to rip you. I like the play from the Bisons. You catch the bomb carrier. Good timing there. You immediately double play into money. You just have no information where that last guy is. You have an idea he's on the kind of the defensive side because of where it's planted. It's just where is Bob? You line up for him, and it's really unfortunate. Nichols nearly stealing away a third round, but with the Tigers, that is important to at least stop this momentum.
Drafty doesn't spot anything out through middle. Finally, Pyros is on the good side of a gunfight. Finds ready. Faded crown there for a trade, and that's just something you can't let happen if you're Nichols College. You cannot have the sub aggressing and not be there to get a secondary trade on it or at least get damage on the player that traded it out. It's 2 versus 2, though, as the gunfight happens over by ring. Both teams now basically just flipping the map offense and defense at the moment. Bomb is pushed all the way up into Laundry. Faden's going to throw some nice shoulders. It's going to be a wrap all the way back through Jungle from Drafty and Sundown. Question is RIT are going to get the read on this or not?
You got to think that you play for the 50-50, even if it is going to be a B plant. But in due time, you're going to recognize that it is not a play over towards A, and we're going to have to see RIT on their retake to see if they can find their way through this poolside setup. It is going to be planted for basketball. Drafty sticking himself in Tiki.
It's just going to waste so much time. You doubled up inside a library, and now you have to take this fight from the front side of Mansion. This is the gunfight that they lost in round 1, so it's not something that you're going to be exuberating confidence in going back into it. Deep challenge out by Rock inside of Tiki. Drafty will show himself, and now it's just an SMG pushing by his lonesome. Hops over to the staircase. Should have the read on it inside of Tiki. Can you get up and aggress on one? First shot. We're good. Second one deep. Oh, another bullet. And you think you might have a chance at the second player hiding inside of the Tiki HUD. Nonetheless, though, Nichols College. 3 rounds to themselves, put another 2-round buffer in between them and RIT.
Now you gave that one a good look. You gotta imagine, I thought his screen would be a little bit more red from that play, but big shot down there from the Bisons. You get that good read over towards A, you get that Tiki set up, and it is very difficult to retake that when Bob isn't piecing up double kills like he did the round before, so all right, so you got to show something on the defensive side eventually. We're back onto the attack, though, for the Tigers, and looks like it's going to be a triple hit to A.
I love this. If the B stack doesn't work, why not gamble stack it over at A? Sundown has no idea they're in through Tiki, and we'll finally find them all. He said, yo, I got a dip, boys, they're on me. But he finds one for it regardless, so the repositioning works out well. It's another 2 that go down, 1 for each team inside of middle map, so we once again find ourselves in a 2v2 within the first seconds of a round of search and destroy, and that's just bad timing. Pyros once again getting the fortune.
It's just Tubb is just so disconnected from this 2 versus 2. You leave Bob on his own, and Pyros is going to punish that. A player that wasn't really a worry back in map number 1, even with that win, and the Bisons, they are going to punish the weak link in that 1 versus 2. They show no respect to Tubb. And they run him down there 4-1 for Nichols College. They're playing this so well. As soon as it's like they smell the blood in the water there onto Bob, I love the confidence there from Pyros, because you were even saying he's the guy in map 1 that was trying to make the plays, trying to pull those spawns. He was just losing those fights. This time he's showing the same confidence, but he's doing it with a little bit more backup in the S&D, and he is so impactful in these big moments there, or even the little moments for Pyros. 3-2. He's got his 2 in a row. Bison's feeling good.
I mean, you're up 3-1, but I mean, think about how good that gunfight's going to feel when you take that inside a ring and you win that, knowing that you are going to be able to fry these guys on the opposite side. I mean, that's just a confidence boost that you don't get necessarily at the back end of a P1, where you're really not doing all that great, but a great nade comes over the top. It's not the first one to fall here in the round off the back end of Drafty. And now you look for the entire full wrap from the opposite side. What is with RIT and always having to take the deep route? I feel like this is the bane of their existence in S&D because they just flip the map constantly on themselves and don't chow from anywhere else. Hey, at least they'll respect it. It's all together.
Whether it's attack or defense, always fighting for the other side. Drafty on the top ring. Good for first kill. 2v4 retake. Crowd going to be read through pillars. It is systematic. And the setup from the Bisons. You know, Bob's going to be in the window. You're giving him nothing. Shots to the wall. Everything that you could ask for there for Bob. To not get a kill, 16 seconds. He's got to find 3 kills. He hasn't even been able to get a solid gunfight.
I know Nichols wanted to win that round, right? And you're just throwing shoulders. You're not giving any free 1Vs, but I mean, credit where credit is due. Bob for staying alive that long. Out through middle map. Get the player pushing. And on the ring, Drafty will finally make it pay. But this is... brutally honest, I did not necessarily expect it to be a 5-1. I expected Nichols College to kind of be in a spot where they were looking really good going into an S&D, just based on how they've played throughout the entire season and some of the teams that they've taken the distance. I just think RIT are just overthinking every step of the way as we go forward.
Yeah. No, I mean, even still, you're kind of watching the plays that they're making in the last round, and we criticized that full flank. You're just giving up too much of this map. And even on this play to B, you got trophies down, but... no play through mid, full steam ahead. Bob's just going to run it down, and Tubbs got the shot. So you get that first blood. Now see if you can get this plant down and work numbers. Start somewhat of a comeback.
That's the call you wanted beforehand. Yeah. Actually commit to the bomb site. Don't just show face and then just lose gunfights as they come forward.
Well, this time they have trophies.
I guess that's something. Drafty in the money window, though. Doesn't know that anybody's out by Tiki. He knows that one slid across the left side, so whoever's back basketball and Pyros... you should have the communication given out, but I mean, with 25 seconds left, you just got to start taking a gunfight here. You have no info on the other team. Drafty's in a bad spot. Somehow down the staircase, though, Pyro is able to find one. Bob there, trade ready as well. Final life now goes to Condi, and he'll just have to fly out towards the pool. There's nothing you can really do in that situation. It's a great post plant after the first blood. RIT finally win another round, still down 4, though.
You know, I'll give Raid its flaws. You know, I've been watching this thing since Black Ops 2, and there's not many things that you can show me that will surprise me now on this map.
Yeah.
But the one thing that Raid does have is 2 bomb sites that are very easy to post plant. And in a situation like that, you get the bomb down quick. If you're RIT, you're just showing the fundamentals of Raid. I want to see more of that. You go into the defense, though, and this is the one side that you haven't won a round on yet. So let's see if they can stop giving up these bomb plants so early and start fighting for some map control.
Drafty said, you know what? I'm tired of it. I don't want to get gunned by an AR anymore. I want to go straight in through kitchen. Bob's going to see and spot him out, though. And if you want to push this through kitchen, hey, all the power to you. But you still got to worry about another flank coming around from Faded Crown. And now you're just stuck inside a P1, rather P5. Just sitting ducks, waiting for everybody to chow back. And once again, what is RIT doing? Wrapping all the way through their spawn. At least they're playing together.
Yeah, and you know, at least it's just one player making that wrap, not all 3 players making that wrap this time. Reddy goes 1 for 1, still a 2v2, 50 seconds. You've given up A. You're hand in hand, just retaking through P5. See if you can stop these bombs from going down. See if you can just hold somewhat of a map control to start your retake quicker than you have been before. And you see that the Bisons are doing everything that they need to do to use this clock and cross their T's, dot their I's, make sure that no stone is unturned.
Are they going to try and bait him out, or are they just going to run here? It looks like they're just going to run over to B. There's one on it, though. You have to look for Tub. Bob out through middle. He's going to get bad timing. Oh, inside of money. Does he get spotted out? Gunfight goes to 1. Now it's Bob last alive. Excuse me, Tub on the opposite side of the map. He's able to find 1. 13 seconds left. Going to wisely back up. Shots are good. They stay alive in the S&D.
Oh, man. You know, I sat there for so long, Alex, throughout this game, and I just thought, man, I feel bad for Tub. Because he had a really tough go at that map number 1, even with the win. You go into map 2, and he was like 1-4 at one point, and I'm like, he really just continues to get punished by the Bisons. Oh, Tub, fire me up right there. Good double kill to close out that game. You stop the bomb carrier. Bisons use too much of that time. They overthink it, and they, you know, they're doing backflips when they really just need to walk forward onto A and plant that bomb. Tub's going to punish you there. He's got 4 in a row. Tub's turning up for RIT, so let's see if everybody else can turn up too.
Long range shots. How about it? Up through laundry. Oh, if that wall bang would have hit, that would have been disgusting stuff. Reads on a track, won't be able to find anything early on here in the round, but you got a nade inside a laundry. That's going to force them out. Now this should allow the bomb to potentially go down. You see, I said that while I was looking at the screen. I didn't realize Reddy was the one with the bomb, and somehow is able to find Drafty. Now Faded Crown gets another. Okay, we're in business. We're talking again.
Well, this is the one time that Andy Proper Neckrich will say, we got to go deeper. And into the deep ends of Laundry, 3 dead for the Bisons. Last alive is going to be Drafty, and he's hitting the full flank through B. And he's going to be spotted into the kitchen. Now they know exactly where he is.
Can we plant the bomb? This feels like Octane trying to talk on the backside of Karachi Control. Go B. This time it's go A. You finally get it down, and you line up. This is why you plant the bomb. You know what, Drafty? I agree with you. Shoot the bodies. What are we doing? What are we doing? Plant the bomb. It's S&D. We're not playing TDM. Oh my God.
We're doing backflips. We're doing backflips. It's a little too much in the search and destroy. Mistakes being made, and Bisons answer back. Let's look at this raid recap. As Nichols College Bisons, they came out strong with those first 2 rounds, really dominant in those first bloods for at least the first 6 that we saw. RIT, couple struggles across the search and destroy. Really, it came down to the kind of confidence in a lot of the space that they were taking. So many flank routes, looking for timings, looking for any kind of checkout plays that the Bisons just were not giving to you across the search and destroy. We could see why S&D is definitely a focus point here for the Bisons in their entire season for CCL for a couple of these wins that they do have. It's because you got raid in your pocket. This is something I think Nichols College can always keep as a tool for the CCL.
Look at the stats, John, if you could. If you'd be so kind, let's throw the stats up real quick and just take a look.
Get the stats.
At what we saw in this search and destroy here. 15-5 from Drafty. That was what I was looking at the end of the game. I know that I lost it a little bit. I'm sorry. I apologize. But 15-5 from Drafty is a banging of a map. 2,300 damage in total throughout that S&D. Plenty of wall bangs to go along with it. Plenty of weak players that were there. But 12 of those being non-traded is just something that cannot happen in the search and destroy. You look to RIT. Plenty of flaws. Very glaring throughout the entirety of that. Too many backtracks on the wraps through spawn, giving up a lot of map pressure. Not getting information on the wrap back either, and just allowing the map kind of to flow through for Nichols College. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like RIT needs to clean up. After a great opening hard point, it just feels weird to see them fall apart like that in map 2.
You just kind of think about like the simple word efficiency when you're playing Call of Duty, and you know, in hardpoint, the efficiency always comes down to like how are you holding these spawns quickly and getting towards that hill time. You're centering your kills around the objective, and for search and destroy, that efficiency comes down to these wraps that RIT were trying to make, and a lot of it was just wasted time. And for the Bisons, yeah, they were kind of matching you in that sometimes, but they were streamlined at the start of this game. It's just so many plays that Nichols College were making that it's just the quick, efficient routes on raid that you like to see. And RIT, I've said it so many times already, Alex, in this post-claim, they're just doing too much. Bob's getting red. I said that he's a guy who you need to look at to shut down in this map. He was constantly caught in these flanks, not really able to, you know, fight for these one-on-ones, fight for these opening first bloods. He doesn't get a single one where you expect him to turn up for RIT Orange. And Ready, Faded Crown, I mean, although they're trying to make these plays, it was mostly just one-for-one checkout plays that Nichols were just brushing off their shoulders.
There's not a lot of opportunities to get the subs moving on that raid. Albeit the ARs, they didn't play bad for IT. It's just they weren't creating lanes. Drafty was frying across the board. Bob, Tub, Ready, or Faded tried to chow out on an angle. Drafty was pretty much cutting them down at will. Didn't matter if it was the A side, the B side, or middle map. Especially if you're trying to just sprint through, get P5 control, and then play out to the A or B side from middle map. I mean, it just feels impossible. But take a look at our best of 5 series real quick. We will find ourselves going next to this overload on Den. Will we see RIT committing to team pushes like we saw in map 1, or will we see a lot of overextending back through the spawns and giving free positioning away to the other team? Well, that's the question on my mind, Colin Moore.
Well, we get a map 4. I'm excited to see that Scar hardpoint when we do get there, Alex. I think that for that Colossus map number 1. I don't think for Nichols College they were really ready for the pace that the RIT were setting. So the fact that we get to see them on a different hard point is something that I'm kind of really interested in what they bring there. For this Den Overload, I mean, we saw this in our last series, and realistically, the big takeaway from it was how many chances were kind of blundered because of the spawn manipulation that you don't always see from teams on this map. I mean, we were giving you your praise, because if there's anybody that can read an overload here from the casting desk, it's Alex McCormill, because this guy just knows how this game mode plays. Somehow, I don't know, Alex, how you can read this. It's so good. But you get to a Den, and I'm looking at this for both teams, and who's going to be that team to really manipulate those spawns to understand where the overload also spawns once the cap comes through, because that's where a lot of mistakes come from when you're playing Den Overload, is you got to make sure that if you are going to be holding that dojo side, by the time the 2 caps are made, you got to make sure somebody's going to be on that rooftop to deny the counter cap, because so many teams have mistakes like that through this game mode.
Clear the way. 2 players from RIT out by P3 side. They're going to win the opening duel. Now, this is going to give them a lot of presence, especially if they want to push out to tower side. A flank is absolutely in the cards early on, but the same could be said for Nichols on the opposite end. Condi's able to push up into computers. So now the map is really flipped out.
Yeah.
If you're Faded Crown, you should have a read that somebody's in the spawn here. You're going to run in with the knife. Tub is going to be the second victim in this fight. And now you have a lead blocker all the way out over by B. You can run this through computers. You might be able to get this here. It's going to be close and steady. Backs off, throws a nade, and is waiting for reinforcements to get there. Not sure if this is going to be something that works out for Nichols College, but interested to see what the hold looks like from RIT.
Might be if Drafty just gave it a few more seconds, but he tweaks at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Still some work to be done here from the Bisons. Pyro's inside computers, only good for the 1. Looks like the Tiger is going to hold strong through that defensive stance. They're going to grab that overload device, wrap it over to Dojo. Ready? Can he get some kills through couches? He finds 1. Nobody else in a lead blocking position, so the Bisons will have a solid setup on this B side.
And you have to look for Drafty because he's lost inside of your spawn. You don't account for the last player alive.
Oh, he notes it.
And now nobody's looking back. He's got Faded directly in front of him, turns back around to 10. Ready still on the heady, finding not 1, but actually 2 kills here on the P3 site. But hey, what I'll say, Colin, is I know I gave RIT a lot of crap for rotating through their spawn inside the search and destroy. Getting this out back over to the P3 side and not trying to take that up through P2 is something that I will rave about every day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, just the better side just in general from where you're playing at in these dojo spawns. But now RIT have a chance to get that first capture in, and they have the dojo side. So full setup now for RIT to get 2 quick caps on. You're fighting out of your spawn now for the Bisons to see if you can defend this. You do have a player inside tower. You just have to worry about Tub popping up at the worst times, and it won't even come down to that.
Good shots from Sundown. It's exactly as you say, Colin. Tub gets there. Drafty's still pushed out, but you got to take care of Tub. And I know that you're trusting your teammates in your spawn, and they'll finally go ahead and commit on the kill. But now it's all about pushing in through Dojo. You get the stun check over the top. You think you're not ready for the gunfight. You gun 1 to the ground, and now you're looking a little deeper back. You've still got a player out on side of P3, and it looks like we'll be saying hi.
Hey.
I told you, Colin, I'm a curse. You guys had no problems through the entirety of map, or the entirety of the first series. We get into map 1 of the Colossus. The lobby restarts 3 times. Here in the overload, I was waiting for something to happen. I looked away, looked back, game was frozen.
I was like hoping for a second that it would like start back up right away. But no, I'm sure we'll get back into it in no time, whether if it's an observer crash or like a full player crash. No idea right now. Sounds like it's going to be an observer crash, so hopefully our observers can get back into that one as quick as possible. You got to tip it to Drafty for the plays that he's making, because he's quite literally playing chess right now in a game of checkers. A lot of teams in the CCL for Overload really cannot comprehend how this game mode plays. But the play that he makes through mid on that dojo push, where RIT could have easily had back-to-back captures, he uses his voice as a weapon. He makes sure that he notes Tub on the flank. He allows his teammates to go for that play, kills the carrier. Although RIT still get the capture through that, he makes the full overextension back in towards that half wall. He gets into dojo, and he just continues to keep that overload device at bay, allowing his teammates to start to clear out their spawn. I mean, Drafty right now is playing some great Call of Duty for Nichols College. It's the reason why they're still in this series.
Oh, it absolutely is. And to your point of being able to be that lead blocker, get out and kind of aggress the issue, It was something that I was pointing to when he was over on P3 side. Instead of wrapping all the way back to help Tub out in the spawn, he said, hey, I know I'm going to trust my teammates here to find Tub real quick. I'm going to keep pushed up on P3. We don't necessarily need the mid-map control right now. If I can get pushed up Dojo, maybe win a gunfight or two while the other team of RIT is still trying to hit through P3 because they have Tub in the back spawn and they're just trying to disrupt our setup, I could probably just shoot one in the back because they're lost right now. They don't know if he's pushed up in the spawn side. They don't know if he's P3. It's all about, it's like a Black Ops 6 when you're playing Skyline. Get one, get out. Get one, get out. Keep picking them off. Allow your team to come off spawn. And if Tub dies, hey, guess what? Nichols College have a 3-stack ready to fly over towards the EMP and then deliver the drone to the site. That's it.
I don't know why you had to make me think about Skyline for a second there. Alex, it's a map I don't want to think about. And they were even saying that it might come back for BO7 too.
Huh?
Yeah, I was seeing something saying Skyline might come back at some point. We
already have Colossus and Blackheart.
Look,
we don't need another small
shoot
map.
the messenger.
I'm not going to. I love you. All right, bro. We're going to do a quick break. When we get back, we got map, I believe map 4 are going to be underway because we did have an observer crash. We'll let you know what happens on the other side of a break. We'll see you in a bit.
My face got
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by Seawads. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage, you know. Like I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here. And it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did. And that's, like, I think one of the reasons that we all, like, really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are, not even just like how we're doing in our esports, but also just like how we are, like, as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like, we always hang out. Like, I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like, we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like, that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada. But Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like, we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like, we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with COD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works. And it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like, if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like, everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of, like, the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity. Like, at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like, that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is, like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like, CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like, it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of, like, nervous, or, like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like, we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just, back to what I was saying, it's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like, no matter what other people say, like, if it's your dream, like, nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like, having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were, like, almost like pros. Like, you're thinking like we were here to be, like, to play COD. Like, we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was just, it was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says, like, our team has, like, the best, like, team dynamic. Like, we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win, like, a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into, like, the challenger scene and kind of be, like, one of the first teams to have, like, pretty good placements as, like, a college team. It was nice. It was like we were all, like, really hyped. Like, it was good for us. So we do watch, like, VOD together. That's, like, one thing. I know you said outside, but we like going, like, to the movies a lot. Like, we'll always have dinner together. Like, all of us like to cook. Just really hanging out. Just like if it's just your friends. Like, it's not even, like, these guys aren't just, like, my competitors now. Like, they're not just my teammates. Like, these I'm gonna have these friends for life, for sure. Initially, the first thing we said when we lost the CCL finals last year, or we didn't make it to finals, whatever it was a bad day to be bad at COD. Like, we knew we were the best team there in the venue. It's COD at the end of the day, so it was just a really bad day to be bad at COD. So I think it's more of, last year was that was the most, like, we've all won in our careers. So I think we know what it takes to win now. We know, like, the steps and, like, what it takes to actually achieve to win. So I think this year is
gonna be insane.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie.
Well, if you didn't see the spoilers inside of the chat, it was an 8-2 overload victory on Den for Nichols College. So RIT down 1-2 after a blazing hardpoint start in map 1. Are they Colossus merchants? Find out here in map 4.
That's what we're wondering. We get into a situation where Bisons are hot off of 2 map wins in a row. You get to that Den overload, and from what I understand is that they were slamming, and even Drafty was getting loud in the facility. Pyro's getting a little loud too. I'd love to hear the passion coming up from Nichols College. It's just, you go to now the hard point where you don't have to really worry about a submachine gun constantly flanking you like Colossus, and I need to see RIT really step up like they did in that Colossus in terms of dominating these rotations.
Fade instead of an SMG is going to have the AR out here on Scar. Unfortunately, he turns the corner, runs into one, but he's got teammates helping over the top side of red. Tub down low will aggress one more. And that should be the backside of green spawns here for RIT. So everything's going to be in front of them outside blue now. First one over the hop on the satellite, one up to top green. Pyro needs to be the first one to take the gunfight here as Tub is on 3 in a row.
Tub doing Tub things now, soaking up that time.
Oh,
just not ready for the flank as anybody from RIT, and not going to watch market. Going to allow for a couple members of the Bisons to slip on through. The contest for a second, back and forth trades for Bisons, and Pyro's trying to play through market to at least give a little bit of a foot to stand on. They're going to be in, still lots of time, and Pyro's just constantly trying to find an angle on these players contesting.
Good shots in from Condi. Stun check back out towards middle. Faded Crown. Good shots up towards top blue. Will pull the SMG back out. He's like, you know what? I might not be an AR. Over towards Jenny, though. Still one inside. Top red over by the Moose mural. Gonna back all the way off, and it's great timing from Faded Crown as they thought he'd backed all the way off. It's an over aggression onto the top side of red, but it won't matter. Pyro's wrapping all the way through the spawn side. It's a good setup early here over by P3. No one will grab the initial time. They should be able to get a couple of entry kills.
Should be. We can see it too for RIT. A lot of focus from Reddy towards green, but it's a late hit from Pyros on this flank, and Reddy is in a great spot if he could just hold his own. Gives himself away, and he's not going to be able to get anything on the inside. It's going to be Faded Crown locking down the time. Tub over the plane wing. Can he help out? Faded now all alone, and the Bisons break down the setup within the first 30 seconds.
That's just things that can't happen. But you're ready for a bounce back if you're RIT. Bob up through mid-cut. Second one on a gunfight. Little wall bounce for good measure. We'll go ahead and hit him with a headshot, and that's 2 down. That's back to the P3 side. You're looking for one more deep if you're spawning back by blue. You got everything you want in the setup back on P4, so a money hill is definitely within your sights. You don't want to push out too far, though. Inside of market, one will fall. You got player 4 still here, and that's the flip out that I was worried about.
Yeah, Bob. Trying to play for these back spawns. Immediately going to be checked out by the Bisons. 3-4 dead in the feed. Initial time to Nichols College. It's going to be P2 spawns coming in through the Tigers. Can they fight their way through? They need a break soon. Bob up and over. 7 HP still alive. The spawn up in the back for the Bisons. And they just have not been able to sniff themselves anywhere into this point.
It just feels like if it's not Colossus and the spawns aren't to where you have just one definitive point all the way in the back and you know that you're hard blocking, it's just impossible for RIT to really get a read on it. People are making routes, but you have the spawn on white wall, and with 15 seconds left, you're pushing into market while everybody else is dying on the wrap back from the right side. I get you want to push out, but sometimes you just gotta sit, play for the baits and trades on one another. You're losing crucial time after giving up the back end of time and getting broken down immediately. It's just... It's just things that they have to work on if they're going to be a competitive season or team going into the rest of the season, specifically the regional playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, we're giving them so much gas after that Colossus, and we could start to see why. You know, maybe they've fallen a little bit short in a couple of these series. Drafty's going to be in a good spot, not able to get through Ready. Ready diving right into the hill. He's going to force these players away. Contest back in for Sundown. Ready. Can he hold on? Fight between both sides. It's going to be prolonged, and it's enough time for the rest of Nichols College to get into the plane wing. And a Kobe over the top for Drafty. He gets 2. RIT can't catch a break.
As soon as you think the coast is clear, you got to look down at your feet.
Yep.
Little pop nade, but at least they'll hold on. So 20 seconds. This is actually quite a bit of time here for RIT, given the position that they're in. You look through mid-cut. Nothing spotted out market yet. Ready knows there's going to be a challenge coming from the right-hand side and just gets the worst timing known to mankind. 2 players now pushing in through market, trying to wrap through 18. They've got 1 spotted out. Tub surely should win that gunfight against the sub, and absolutely will. And they are without any low sight on it. But regardless, Tub's going to make it stick. He's 9 and 15. He's got to turn this one around. They need him frying on this map.
Yeah. Tub in that map number 1. He didn't really have to do too much because of the performance that Bob was putting up. Now that Bob hasn't been able to pop off like that Colossus, it's definitely where you need to see all 4 players working in tandem. Nichols College going to hop this P1. Bob going to take a route through blue. Good for the first one. Bob's going to get 2. Here comes the contest. Can they get their way in? 3 dead, make it 4. And RIT in for 25 seconds is going to put them over the 100-point marker and closer to a tie game.
You've got to read that deep right spawn on blue, though. If you are RIT, you've got one backing all the way back by red. He's blocking spawns.
What?
And then you just have everybody else run straight through the front. Yeah, that's great. You've gotten P1 control, but you allowed Nichols College to come off a spawn and immediately get all of P2 all for themselves.
Are you ready? Trophy at his feet. Doesn't have to worry about those frags. Everybody's going to be set up here for the Tigers, and you don't have mid-map control, but off the spawn, you imagine Bob's going to get there. Reddy's going to lose some teammates. Immediately takes the chow, ripped off the Jennies. Bison's literally giving nothing to RIT at all.
Cheeky. Little challenge up top by Sundown and Bob. Both will throw shoulders back and forth, but there is a Hellstorm in the cards for Nichols College should they need it. 40-point advantage halfway through the hard point here. We look back towards middle map and where RIT is going to go off the spawns. Do they want to give one more hit at this, or are they going to try and set up for P3? It's been a lot of rotating out with 20 to 25 seconds left and not a lot of holding.
There's been so many opportunities where if RIT could just win their rotations and then follow up with the second wave, it's just you're losing some critical gunfights in these setups. Yep. I mean, this could easily be an RIT tie game after that P2 setup that they did have. It's just, Nichols are shooting a little bit straighter in these moments. Tub takes a little bit to clean up that kill, but it is going to be an initial time at P3 for the Tigers.
Here we go. Good reads. You've got the entire side of boat now pushed out over by blue. You should see that second player spawn.
Oh, no.
But it's all going to come down to Drafty on the flank. He's up in top green. He's able to find one on top. Trade out. Should have been there. Drafty gets out of top green. Has to look for Faded Crown, and they'll finally win the gunfights. But now it's the Hellstorm that comes over the top while players are still in. It's 3 for Drafty yet again. Shades of what we saw inside of map 2 and the overload. Bob now back on the point, trying to scraggle for whatever he can. 55-point deficit here for RIT. Hellstorm invested. Nichols on top.
20 seconds. Tub's got to win this fight. And if he can, that would have been some good scrap time. You're fortunate enough if you're RIT that Hellstorm comes out now and not at that P5 when it truly could have called game, Alex. So you get a break at this P4, a tough hill for the Bisons to break back into it. I think if RIT can find their way in here, this could be the turning point. It is just cracking this back spawn.
Nichols was very, very close to making the same costly mistake that RIT made and losing the spawns on the back into P4, and they might just do it here. CollegeCoD up the staircase, doesn't realize a Faded Crown is there. It's only one left alive. It's Drafty inside of P4 who will fall. Now it's the gunfights back out front. It's ready. Guns one on the white van. Looks back to the right-hand side. Those two are going to be chelling over from white wall. Good wall banging shots in. Damage has been done here to the initial push from Nichols College, but you got to keep winning these gunfights. It's Faded Crown with 2. All 4 down, almost.
This is where we talk about that this lead is not safe on a Scar. I mean, Drafty's going to give it one more look, but spawns in the back for the Tigers. They're going to be able to reinforce this hill and see if they can get all the rest of it. CollegeCoD has to back up. No way you can give it up. those spawns to P5. But this is exactly what I was talking about. You're going into a P5 now, and if you can now break this spawn, you've used that Hellstorm. You don't have that tool to break this again, so you gotta be worried now if you're the Bisons.
All the way back line, Sundown will hop onto P5 to help out the rest of the team. North side control fully in the Bison control. Ready up through mid-cut. We'll lay down and wait for the rest of the teammates to come off spawn. It's going to be a triple hit through middle. Bob all the way back. That's just bad timing. But now it's a pistol challenge. Back around to the right side. CollegeCoD, can you go for number 3? Why not? You got one more deep back, but it's going to be a close spawn. 2 players now pushing through the backs of the P5. CollegeCoD on another flank opportunity. You look for these players here. It's everybody dead from RIT. Back to mid-cut you look.
Such a good read from CollegeCoD, working with Pyros to dominate the middle of the map. 20 seconds is going to put this game seemingly so far away from RIT Esports, and they're trying to get in for the contest. Fight this from the front. Contest after contest. 3 come through between Faded Crown and Bob. Just one more to clean up. You get it. Back spawns in. Rotation to P1. The Tigers are not done yet.
Full mid control, and they're trying their best to win the gunfights on the back end, but as soon as I say that, everybody inside of the middle of the map is falling for RIT. Now Faded Crown doesn't realize the player up top green is going to get the best timing on him. Through market, you're going to have to try and push a couple, but Pyros is already pushed out. 20 seconds here for Nichols.
Setups in, contests. Pyros waiting his time. The timing is just so bad. He gets flanked out. The blue spawns for the Bisons down by 40. RIT still have so much leg in this race. They just need to hold their ground, Alex.
200-point mark now across for RIT. Tub nose one's up through mid-cut. Trade immediately from the backside of green, but is in middle map where the Bison have gotten themselves a bit of a hold on P1. Still inside of market was Bob, but as he falls to drafting, now the map is going to get pushed out. Congestion in. CollegeCoD wants the rest of the teammates to stay down. Ready there. Now it's everybody through the middle of the cut. Faded Crown there. Bob pushing forward. One player left alive in the middle. Now it's the race over to P2.
And it's a deep spawn in blue for the Bison, so RIT here first. AR set up, power positions locked in. The Tigers down by 20 now. This is so winnable for RIT.
Oh, you had the player inside of mid-cut fall, and CollegeCoD's able to win one. Top red. Bob, the next one up for the challenge. It's good trades in from RIT, but the spawns are so far away. 14 seconds for the win for the Bison.
Gotta make this flank for your Bob. There's no time to waste. 10 seconds left. He's gotta go.
Oh no! I thought for a moment Bob lost the gunfight, but it's all good. It's the flank that comes in, but with 5 seconds left, there's nobody there for the touch. They've got to try and sprint their way forward. Nichols, after losing map 1, stun 3 straight. Rip it out of RIT's hands, and we'll take the series to improve to 8-2.
A moment there for the Tigers. A round of applause for the comeback they made. But a little bit too late when we see that flash in the pan. P2 just never went the way of RIT. Every single time we go to that hill, and we're going to see it in the game flow too. They get the initial time on those P2s, Alex. They get immediately broken over and over again, and those assault rifle players on the Tigers, they just couldn't do enough to keep the Bisons at bay. Just look at that flow, start to finish for Nichols College. It is pure flow state for the Bisons. And although, you know, there's a little bit of a comeback on that P4 setup, we saw RIT, they had their moment to bring it back by 10 all the way into that second set of hills. It's the P5 and then the P2 again that just continues to break their back. They can't get those spawns at P5. You move to P2, you get instantly broken on that setup, and that's where the Bisons just continue to knock you down.
And I hate to pin it all on one moment, but it was the second that the player inside of market fell on that hold of P2 that everything started to fall apart. You had the players pushing top side of red. Somebody had to kind of scramble to pick up middle map because you weren't sure if that hit was coming through immediately or not. But what it came down to was just losing the gunfights directly at the front of the hill. The second set of rotations that we had inside of the map, it was everybody trying to play for P1. They let the spawns flip out. They sent no pressure over to the backside of blue. Nobody was ready for the 4-man hit that Nichols was going to throw at them. And it happens twice in a row, albeit it's about 10 seconds later for the Bison when they break on in. But my God, what a series that was. RIT, I mean, pat yourselves on the back, but for the Bison, you live to fight another day. The conference championship still mathematically possible.
Yeah, I mean, the Bisons are having themselves a go here in the Northeast Atlantic. When we look at Hugh was really making these plays, And if you're going to give an MVP to anybody, you cannot look past Drafty for what he did in these last 3 maps. 39 and 29, 27 non-traded, over 4,200 damage. It's just him, Sundown, and Condi putting up the damage for the team here. So much coming out of the Bisons on that Scar. But it's not even this map number 4 for Drafty. It's just looking at the plays he was making on that overload. And you knew that even when we were out of that map number 3, Alex, he was still making plays for them to have such a dominant win on that Den. 15 and 5 in that search and destroy. It was a Drafty series.
Not much more you want if you're a Bison fan. You might have liked to play the Colossus a little bit closer, all things, but I think for the most part, when you look at RIT, their bread and butter was Colossus coming into this. And I think the reason is, and I'll still stick to my guns on this, I think it's because for them, the spawns are very easily readable. I think for when you look at this Tigers roster, what did they do inside of that map 1? They were the ones taking the routes. They were pushing deep into the spawns, knowing that they had the blocks. And I just think the lack of understanding on the Scar as a team collective to not only know where you're affecting the spawns at, but where the blocks effectively are, I think that was the biggest difference, especially at the beginning of the Scar when they were just kind of getting ran through. There was a lot of gunfights that they should have won. There was a lot of moments where the team pushes just kind of felt miscoordinated. And as I look for what they can do to improve the rest of the season, really it just comes down to making sure that they fully understand the spawn logic, how that affects the map, how that's going to not only affect your next gunfight, but what lane needs to then be picked up, because there was plenty of times where the arrows on the mini-maps weren't looking exactly where they needed to be. And obviously that's easy for me to be armchair here and say that while looking at the mini-map, but for a team that's as well practiced as RIT, I feel like that's something that I want them to be able to expand upon going into the regional playoffs.
Hey, it's just like,
I know they can.
We're mini-map reapers like the flank. We love to nitpick all the little things these teams do wrong, but for RIT, I will give them some commiserations towards that comeback that they almost made on that Scar hardpoint. Almost had a chance to go to that Colossus search and destroy. Maybe, just maybe, show us that they truly are Colossus Reapers. I would have loved to see that Game 5 come through, but hats off to the Bisons. 6-3 on Raid Search and Destroy, 8-2, Den Overload Masterclass, and Scar Hardpoint that really just seemed like it was their map to win from start to finish. It was a really strong 3 maps there in a row from the Bisons, and I think if you're looking towards a team in the postseason again for the Northeast Atlantic, this is another squad that just puts its hat into the ring on potential contenders. And the one thing I look at them to do is contend against teams like your Farmingdale State Rams, a team that, now Nichols College needs to look at how can they improve to try to avoid an 0-3 match against the Rams if they do meet them in the postseason, because it was something in the regular season that they did lose to. They lost to Fisher and they've lost to Farmingdale State, Alex, both of them in 0-3 losses. So it's improvement from now on that we need to see from the Bison.
If you weren't here earlier during our first best of 5 series and you're wondering about what the rest of the season for the CCL is going to look like, we have the continuation of this week of matches into tomorrow night's broadcast. Off stream, plenty of matches will be playing throughout the rest of the league. Next week, we will not have ourselves, I believe, a main broadcast. We will be having our makeup week for any teams that need to have any reschedules going towards what will then be regional playoffs coming up very soon. Colin, I know you are excited about regional playoffs. I'm excited about regional playoffs. But before we get to regional playoffs, of course, conference championships, and that will be where we will see who not only takes their division, but goes into that beautiful regional playoffs with the #1 seed. Pretty sexy, pretty special.
It is really exciting. I think that everybody always looks forward to the playoffs in CollegeCoD. I think that the introduction to conference finals just gives you a little bit more to look forward to when it comes to these divisions, because it used to be one thing to see divisions just broken up into the playoffs, then you go through the bracket and you kind of lose a couple of those teams inside the playoffs that we don't really truly get to see their stories unfold in those early rounds. Now with the conference finals, it puts a little bit more of a focus towards these teams to win their divisions and be a champion before the playoffs. And for schools, I think just like it's a part of the culture in schools to have those conference finals. I think that, obviously the schools themselves love to see it. The players love to play for them. It's just that extra thing to give that competitive edge in these matchups. And I think that everybody should be looking forward to the conference finals coming up soon.
Absolutely. Well, we will say GG to the Bison. RIT, they fought, they tried, but they fall 1-3. They will move down to 5-5 with inside the Northeast Atlantic. When we come back from break, Cincinnati COD, Iowa State Esports doing battle in the Midwest Metro Top Cut. Who will come out on top of that best of 5 series? We'll find out after a break.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Revy through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it, still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? It's a case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now, as Red finds them merciless.
Yeah, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go.
The reminder, Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. Sure, should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
Backline's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but is going to be reaped. Schlutt now the last man alive, and a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midway Eagles to even get a chance on this defense. Their number 1, Cal. He's in the back. He's found 1. He's found 2. That's Honor as well. That'll be all 4 dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cal.
Was a bit of a weird reposition there from Condi. Actually gives him a look in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through, 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up to 3 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amity not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an
A few moments later.
second time around. Technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up 1. Knife out for 2.
My name is Caden Lee. I'm from Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kay Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but I didn't really, it wasn't my main game. Like, I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually, Buki, my now teammate, said, all right, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2. Probably why it's my favorite game, but they're relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, like, I didn't know anyone, so like I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone per se. I just was confident in myself. So my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2.5 minutes of time, so I just focused on Killhorn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, I wasn't in any outside leagues or, I would just have my one CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because like I said, I was gaming like in my dorm, but like it didn't really have a purpose, like it was just free time, so I was like, might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my second year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I've met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision. Know what you're good at and know what you're bad at and go work for it, because you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put in the time yourself. And if I'm honest, I probably play COD the least right now, but that's just because I'm old. Know what you're good at. Like when I was first, I was like, everybody else was more cracked than me. I just sat the hill, did my job, and then worked my way up the ladder. In reality, I've had 3 directors in my 4 years, so crazy at times. We pretty much had the same core 3 between me, Diff, and Stells, exchanging Eternals or James for Jordan Freaky after the first year. We just had a lot of stability because we only needed 4 people. The program outside of COD, it had a lot of ups and downs through the years, but it's on its way back up now, I think. My experience has been okay. At one point, I wasn't going to play anymore, and they pretty much bought me back. Definitely had some disagreements, but I'm still glad I did it anyways, and good experience inside of the COD world. That's probably a hard one, actually. Probably actually knocking FGCU down to D2 is up there, and yeah, that might be number 1. Just a dope, because there was no way we were making it, we thought. We had a role change. Just the underdog story that first year was just so great for us. I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Black Ops 6, I'd say. Losing those long-time guys like Diff and Cells and working Sleepy and Buki in. Buki's been here, so he knows what it's like, but Sleepy's completely new, so we hadn't really gotten to scrim all that much at this point, but we'll definitely lock in towards the end of the year when everybody's schedule lines up a little bit better. I think it's a fake movement, COD. Everybody thinks it's about wall bouncing and stuff. I think it's fake movement, bro. I think it's just boots on the ground. I hope they just learn to respect that, like, Newberry's gonna be here as long as I'm here, and we're gonna be good. So we recently played a match that some people thought we were actually gonna lose, and got us a little fired up. So maybe you'll see a better Newberry this year than usual. My name is K Beasley. This has been my player spotlight, and thanks for the CCL for holding us.
That scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3, and well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's gonna have to play his life.
I was gonna say Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2, looks for the 3rd. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he chowers with the pistol onto quick. Good shots from the pistol.
4 as well in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A site. He's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. With first Arbo's found 2 of his own first of all. He opened up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6 spree, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. Oh, down to player number 3 at Bolt, finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get 1, make it 2. Can they find more? They get 3. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. B through mid hop. Can you find anything? You come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
That intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, crack for the ace. Rather. Backside rotation, crack clearing and everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but I'm sure they're gonna wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a CollegeCoD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the CollegeCoD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team. And I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like, you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun. Making a name for yourself is fun. It's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently, like, the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were, like, watching the football game. And so, like, then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about, like, they were like, oh, like, the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team, and I...
Well, last Monday broadcast for a little bit of time here. Cincinnati COD and the Iowa State esports roster, both really sizable records. 9-0 for Cincinnati COD, 22nd ranked overall here in this CCL season. 8-1 for the Cyclones on the opposite side. A lot of fan passion from them as well. But Andy, we'll go through this quick. We got to speed run this head-to-head. Here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be a good match, man. Look, when it comes down to the Midwest Metro, these are your top dogs. The only one that is going to be standing in that second, third place spot would be the Hoosiers out of IU. The one team sustaining the loss for Iowa State esports is going to be definitely a contender when it comes down to conference championships. But the one that everybody's been eyeing more than anything is the Cincinnati COD team. They haven't dropped a single map. It has been competitive, and certain instances we can use the IU match as I guess just a bar to be set. And the only thing that was close in that was the search and destroy. The series loss on the opposite side for the Cyclones, it was a map 5 bar burner. They got slammed in that map 5 search.
Yeah, no, it was actually fun to watch too. But we'll look at our maps and modes here as we take a look at what that map 5 will be here should we need go the distance. First map, we will see ourselves on a Den Hardpoint, Scar, Search, and Destroy, and a Den Overload. That is our guaranteed 3. Blackheart and Den will round us out towards the end of this series. Should Cincinnati COD not stay undefeated?
Yeah, I think that's the question that everybody's mostly looking at, especially for Indiana Hoosiers. You're hoping for the team that you beat down on the Colossus, Hardpoint, and Exposure, Search, and Destroy will get your trade all the way to the beginning. As far as this run is concerned, that 3-0 happened very early on for Cincinnati COD. The Den Overload is a reprise from that series itself. You'd be shocked to actually learn that there was a lot of exposure to be lost throughout a lot of these maps for Iowa State. They got rid of all 3. They don't like it. They don't want to see it, man. Get it out. No solar panels. Not green for the future is Iowa State, apparently.
Funny coming from the land of the corn, or not the land of the corn, but at least the land of the crops, I should say. Is that has been a quite the conversational piece that I saw before this match started for whatever reason inside of our very tame Twitch chat. That being said, Den Hardpoint map 1 here. All things considered, Andy, as we look through the Hardpoint here, map 1. Kind of what are you feeling overall just from the kind of litmus test that we've seen from the stats on paper?
Yeah, Den Hardpoint has been dodged this entire season thus far. If you're looking at it from Cincinnati's perspective, only played a single time on the other side of the series for Iowa State. And again, it's not that big of a litmus test to be able to sit there and say that you've probably played this quite a bit in ranked mode. You see it all the time if you're a big fan of Toronto Koi. And honestly speaking, there's no reason whatsoever why you shouldn't have this in your back pocket. I think that you're looking for big rotations to come through from 2 to 3 and into 4. If you can lock any one, if not 2 of those hard points in your favor, well, you're going to have a great set.
A hell of a way to start out for Iowa State. Dojo and Frenzy tag team for a couple. Last two now dead. It's back to the respawns, and here we go. Back up top blue. Got another one challenge out from P3. This is a flawless opening here. Finally, one will fall on the board for K-Dub, but it is full P1 control from Iowa State.
Oh, yeah. Frenzy has been showing himself as far as the top 5 plays is concerned. Definitely going to be looking for him to continuously make an impact. Combined 6 spree here for the Cyclones, though. Currently dealing with a massive push over inside of Lights. Gojo runs out of ammunition, so K-Dub's going to be able to push all the way in towards Couches. Traded inevitably, but still the most important part is holding on to this P2 side. Tower spawns now coming through for Cincinnati to get into the back.
You got full north side, but you just didn't read all the way through P3. You'd watched it the entire time if you were young Lou, but you had given it up in lieu, of course, of P1, trying to get some time there. So Cincinnati COD will be the first ones here on P2. Got a tie game here in the early goings. Frenzy looking to get through top broken, waiting for the rest of the team to get up inside a couch. It's a wonderful pinch play and a maneuver to get inside. It's a nade that wraps back on young Lou. Semtex thrown in a bit of an oblong way, but back out towards the front side of the Porsche P2. It's going to be all Cincinnati.
No trophy systems up close. TK's not going to help out the Endeavors, but you can just see how difficult it is to break P2 when you don't have this rooftop pinch as well as couch control. So Frenzy's got to go if you want to try to break this back 30 seconds. Just a little bit delayed, and it's 3 in the feed. Last alive is just trapped over by Lights, and that's going to be Verbose. And now you just got to think about playing for some exits and rotating to new.
Inside a middle map. Wrong way. Simbus gets caught off on a bad timing. The 2-2 split. P3 is held down by Iowa State, but you can see the clear, concise effort of Cincinnati COD. They want the dojo spawns. They want to hold on to the dojo spawns. They're going to play this through middle.
Gonna try their best. Frenzy, a little bit delayed, spawns all the way out. If he can find these 3 kills, would help his teammates set up to look around the back. They're already reading the delayed pinch. It's Starbot. He's on a 5 spree, and he doesn't elect to play for it. Maybe could have worked up towards that spree, but 3 for 1 goes the kill feed. And Iowa State, they're going to hold on for this rotation, at least so far. But that 60 that came through from Cincinnati off of that break play, that's what they're looking to match when they're still trailing by 30.
Surprised that Gojo tried to throw another shoulder out towards the middle map when he already got significant damage into him. 9-5 was Starbot. Now will drop down to 9-6, 17 seconds for himself as Frenzy will break back in. So the storm is weathered, at least for the moment. But as I say that, Cincinnati break back in with a double. You look to Simbus over by 10. Shots at a Gojo are good enough to hold them out. So great time is good time here for Iowa State as they look backside as Verbose is on the P3 roto.
Great capture here by Chugs, our observer, catching Verbose, already trying to threaten inside of Dragon. He's trying to influence spawns here off the rotation, while Gojo, you were talking about it, he won the fight for Old. So unless Slim Biz can go absolutely massive, he does find 2 that opens things up for the rooftop push. K-Dub's going to be the next one up, but he has no assistance because the pinch is coming from the opposite side.
Player 3 in middle, Verbo, should be able to read this out, give information to the rest of the team that someone is back Dragon. They should have cleared everything out, and it looks like they're going to turn their arrows back and focus on the front. 3 in the feed once again. Evasive has to play his life here outside on the rooftop. Gojo finds Starbot, and it is just kill after kill coming in from Iowa State. A great way to respond after P2 and 3.
A ton of unanswered kills coming through right now. Finally, one trade does come through from Young Lou, but that is such an array gunfight going inside of weapons. Frenzy gets good damage in towards the second, but it's just set up for easy trades. Also reading the rooftop push, still able to convert. That one goes evasive, but I mean, that's effective what you wanted, right? About a full 60 over by P2. You win the scramble for P3. Verbose wins a big 1v1 in towards the backside of Dragon. And you've effectively turned this into about 50, almost a full 60 on P4 before we go back to the center of the map. It is the Cyclones with an early lead.
Simbus is on the opposite side of you, pushed up by computers. You've got a player up top in K-Dub, a huge 1v1 out by P3. This is going to give you full control of that mid cut out towards 10 side. Slimbus will push up, wrap back, second one there. Great shots on the Young Lou and a snapper out the top window that finally will be Gojo. But as he challenges left side of middle, it's not going to get the read on the player jumping up and above him. So now Verbose has to take an aggressive gunfight top broken. He'll win that. Power position good, but just nobody there to really trade.
You're looking from top to bottom as far as stats are concerned, and I mean, the slang's kind of gone wild. I mean, like, the Cyclones are definitely finding a lot of kills. Evasive, double negative, 6 and 14. You're hoping, at least for the Bearcats, that you're going to be able to try to turn this around going in towards the second set. You do have uncontested time finally match here for Iowa State, who have just been shooting since the get-go as far as this map 1 is concerned. 15 and 8 out of Gojo. He only has 11 seconds of time, but he is still influencing a lot of easy gunfights. You still got to try to break the backside of P2. K-Dub at least holds on, but his teammates spawn out.
Cincinnati have themselves the top side of the map. Let's go and take a listen in and see what the rotation's going to look like here on the break into P2.
I'm gonna be my back shield here.
What's up, Broken?
Yeah, back shield dead. I'm staying out.
Nice, good wins. I'm holding top. One might be garage close. Yeah, in garage, in garage. Garage then.
I have couches. I have couches.
Yeah, I'm getting up front. Get up front.
Hurt that. Hurt that.
Couches on me. Absolute couches.
In couches. They can spawn back.
On the back.
Yeah. Spawn in the back.
I have roofs. I have
help.
Shot in. One shot.
Kill one.
Nice.
I'm in the back. Nice.
Get back now.
I'm helping. Stay alive.
Nice one, friend.
Two on stairs.
We're both on weak.
He doesn't over here.
We're outer. Two on these stairs.
Yeah, one couch.
Outer. Absolute bullet.
Wanna give me time?
You win that. 100%.
I'm here.
Nice.
Look front, look out. I'm looking couches.
I'm going
pushing
down.
out.
One couch. He's probably landing up front. He's in couches.
No arch.
Window me. Absolute.
Honestly, Hetty.
I knew.
Verbos is back, holding through middle. Oh, snap on a P1, almost there. Evasive, a much-needed kill. He's got himself 4 straight, so really starting to activate a bit here, and you can see why Cincinnati at least hold another P2. They're trying to break into the front here. Gojo, can you find the double answer?
Damn.
Yes. Now back over to 10. You got one more that you got to find. Sneaky. It's K-Dub.
He's still locked inside a 10 though. Hard stun. Assistance here. Few things are certain in life. Death, taxes, and Cincinnati being very good at P2 holds. That is about another full 60 that comes their way. The difference is they're able to push their way inside of P1. That influential double still has all of the Cyclone spawning inside of Dojo, but this scramble has the spawns all over the place as we're fighting for the back 20.
Good shots from Verbos. It's Gojo that spawns out, but it's trades immediately from Cincinnati. They go 3 for 1, and now it's out towards middle map where Iowa State are going to hold their stronghold at. Jump up in from Frenzy. Out towards the rooftop. You can see everybody from Cincinnati knows that this is going to be where everybody is trying to hit from. Now it's all about mitigating the flank, making sure you can find a couple. K-Dub almost gets 3, but he's still got help in the back.
And still has all the assistance in the back. Player number 6, Starbot, spawns all the way out because you have influence over by P4. Frenzy finds himself up to 3 in a row, and that's the break that comes through with only 10 seconds accrued and gone as far as P4 is concerned. You remember what happened last time, Alex, when they got themselves set up in P4? They did not let go as Gojo finds himself up on another 3 spree.
Shots around the corner. We said he had help in the back, and immediately they got snapped on by Frenzy. So about a tie game here, 30 seconds of clean time, and once again, it's just a lot of unanswered kills inside of the feed at the moment. Cincinnati COD looking to push through the back. Slimbus the only one here. You try to draw the diversion away, but everybody's turned back around, and it's Gojo once again. 5 straight. Opening for one more. Evasive now. Opportunity to give himself 1 or maybe 2, but you don't break in at all, and Andy, guess what? Basically another full 60.
Just basically a full 60. I mean, we'll give that 10 seconds over to the Bearcats of Cincinnati, but the majority of this time that they've gotten, about 152 seconds, I'm willing to give maybe about 30 on P1 and 120, if not even so more, on back-to-back P2s. That is where all the majority time is coming from, but Iowa State have been doing such a bang-up job at keeping P3 scrappy and then reading where Cincinnati don't have numbers and then just winning these crazy 2 pieces. Gojo's 3 over by P4, a sole, if not sheer reason why they were able to convert as much time as they were. 181 to 163 as we go back to the center of the map.
Surprising that Gojo was able to play the contestation that long. Stuncheck's going to back off a few players coming out of couches. And Cincinnati will go ahead and keep those top window positions held down. Right side of middle map, K-Dub gets a bit aggressive. Frenzy wants to chow back too, but with 10 HP, it's Evasive, who makes a flank route all the way behind. He's able to find one. Second one there. Should get a trade in immediately from Starbot and Will. That's going to flip the spawns out yet again, or at least it should have. Instead, Iowa State hold on. The Cyclones have P2, what seems like for the first time.
I mean, look out now. Evasive, remember last time we talked about his KD? He was 6 and 14. He's moved his way up to 20 and 25. The Bearcats are really starting to shoot now. And as you say, the Cyclones are already in towards the backside of P2, but Evasive, again, he's heating things up. He's already in the backside of couches. He doesn't fully clear the spawns, but this is the last player of Gojo that's alive back there. He's so deep that he anchors for Verbos to squad spawn.
I mean, spawns are not here for Cincinnati. Their breaks are just so clean directly through the front. They win the gunfight outer and are able to just slide in with the subs inner. However, Iowa State will break back with the close spawns. 10 seconds the difference and continuing to grow. Evasive able to sneak under one, but Gojo finds a trade. Now it's K-Dub on the back stairs.
Gotta fight for this back 30 seconds. K-Dub already shows his hand by stepping in towards the hard point, but they all think it's coming from couches, and K-Dub's able to clean 2 up on the backside. You have east to west spawns still happening. K-Dub has nowhere to look. But he ends up getting the snap regardless. He has teammates inside of couches, and you still have player number 7 of Slimbus. He's spawning all the way out. It was a north to south spawn as it currently happened, but Cincinnati caught off that late break, will flip the lead. Even so marginally, they'll be over 200 points.
Another lead change here in map 1. Rotation a bit late from Cincinnati as they're going to be looking to break in here. Verbos up through middle. Shots from K-Dub not good, but he's on 4 in a row. Trying to make it 5. He does. No shots on the Young Lu in the back end. Tries to snap back to Gojo, but middle map has been fully locked down. 2-2 trade. Nade goes over the top, lands directly on Frenzy's feet. They go 3 down, looking for number 4. Verbos needs to just stay down, wait for his team in the reinforcements, but they're all through middle, and it's going to be a late decision to wrap back through Dojo.
I'm in shock and awe right now. Evase is up to 24 and 28, and he is yeeting perfectly cooked nades and screaming, hold this, I can only imagine. But the break is starting to come through from Dojo. The pinch from mid-cup is still there. They're searching for Starbot. He's on the hill, and he can't even go 1 for 1. So the P3 is still going the way of Iowa State. And now you got to make the decision here if you are the Bearcats. How do you want to try to maneuver past all of this? Slimbiz is already trying to get kills in towards the old time. Evasive finds kills on rotation, and they're already breaking through the old time. K-Dub's breaking all the way past rooftops, but he overstays his welcome.
Oh, and you're going to get the 1 spawn out from Gojo in middle, so this is going to be full indication that it's a straight Dojo push, but Verbos does not have any care in the world for anybody that's pushing through it at the moment. 2 down, 1 more to go, out towards the back. The timing is great, and the shots are even better. 5-3, they've got P4, now it's back to the front for Cincinnati.
And K-Dub took a very long route. He spawned all the way inside of tower lockers, and he decided to go all the way through rooftops. It's a one-dimensional push. Here comes K-Dub, though. He's able to rewrap all the way through red, and it's a well-timed pinch, but Gojo's still in towards the back.
They don't realize he's there, but 10 seconds is slowly getting back to that 2:30 mark. Just a 5-point game now between these two teams. Inside of couches, it's Slimbiz who was able to lay down. This is going to hold them out for a moment, but Verbo slides in. Now it's going to be a hit from both sides. Frenzy in the back, the first one to touch. Out towards the outside of Platt. He's able to find one. Second one. Good shots. Huge 20 seconds. They can win it here.
They can still win it here, absolutely. They got the back spawns to be able to do it, and now if you're the Bearcats, you got to try to pick and choose how you want to try to break this. You got player number 3, Verbos. He's playing cutoff inside of red.
And they're pushing to the front now. 3 to the outside. This is a ballsy-ass push, and it's going to work out well for them as they find 3 straight, now 4. Rotation into middle map. You've got one playing out by P3. Young Lu's made that his residency the entire game. What can he do in mid-map?
Oh, Starbot, he already throws some shots, and he doesn't find a kill upon the exit. A little bit of trigger discipline could be the difference going in towards his P1. Only 8 seconds required for Iowa State, and they're starting to find all the kills.
Young Lu jumps out onto P1. You've got a couple more flying out through couches. Now you've got to touch. Slimbus will be there for the contention. Gunfights need to be won. The first one there. He hopped off for a moment. Turns back around. That's a second. Needs one with the pistol. His teammates are there to stay.
249, 239. They still have the spawns over by P2, but they can still close it out here. All you just got to keep running. If you're Iowa State, the contest is in.
Through you, Evasive has to win the 1v and does. It's contested time now. Still sitting gray. Starbot is in. Cincinnati trying for it. 2v2 in middle map. 1 versus 1 gunfight now on the back end. Verbos will lay down and wait for the reinforcements as they continue to fly through. Young Lu, 1v, Frenzy, there. Iowa State and the Cyclones call game.
Oh, they held that contested. They just had the spawns over by P2, but it's so much easier said than done. You find the 1-for-1 trade. You got numbers top window, 1 inside the lights. Slide chow this. I get over by right. Nobody mid-cut from that cross being held over by red. And that's the numbers disadvantage when you are on the P2 side of the map. You don't have the luxury of looking over by mid-cut. You just got to trust that your homeboy in broken windows able to watch it all go down. How many helixes we got here? I got a 1, I got a 2, a 3, a 4, and I'm willing to give that a 5. It's ever so slight, but I see it, man. We got ourselves a centuplet helix, man. I know somewhere in the world sport is absolutely loving that one, man. Holy hell, that was a fantastic opening map to see what 2 of the biggest sluggers here in the Northwest Metro have to offer.
The fact that you pulled that out of your ass that quickly was insane. I'm not going to lie to you. Oh my God, what a banger. I mean, dude, how many times do we see P1 get scrappy and contest heavy on Den a lot, but I mean, just the fluidity that the trades came in there at the end, just one after the other. It was an endless barrage of what felt like missiles from every single player that were flying into P1 there, and somehow weathering the storm was Iowa State. I thought for a moment there when Cincinnati got 2 to 3 kills chained up, it was going to be GG's, but then just by his lonesome, it was one final play and one final stand. I believe it was Verbos there in middle map who was just able to lay down on time long enough for everybody else to fly on out. What a game to start the series off.
It was insane, man. Dude, I think the stats are going to reflect a little bit more of this as well, but like when you go back and like you really start thinking about like where like the line graph started to really break free, it was always like those P3s going into P4s. That was always in the favor of the Cyclones until we reach about the third set of hard points, I'd say. When we reached that P1, I don't know if you saw the game clock, we were down past 90 seconds, just casually. Like, we had so much contested time in this game, I truly felt like I was about to end up seeing the first game go to time. I don't think I've seen one this year go to time, but
yeah,
look at all the assists, non-traded kills. This is ridiculous. Slimbus 23 non-traded kills, 36-35 for the L, albeit by 5 points.
Yeah,
everybody was damn near at 4,000 damage, but Gojo, man, I mean, throughout all the multi-kills, it says high streak 5, but I'm pretty sure he hit 5 streaks. He hit the 5 for 5 deal when it came to 5 streaks, brother. 31 non-traded kills, 4,800 damage. This guy was doing it all besides getting your OBJ time.
But hey, if you're frying like that and you're constantly getting players off the point and you're just being the one to break the contact every time on that first push, you don't really necessarily need that. You're pushing out. You're being able to extend the map out. Obviously, you'd love to let them sit just a little bit. But if you're having a heater and you're just feeling yourself almost 5k damage, you're going to take that any day of the week. But I guaranteed hitting map 1. That is a kill that comes through for the Iowa State esports roster. And I'm not sure if anybody really expected that coming out of map 1. I know Cincinnati COD's been undefeated throughout the entire year, and that's the storyline going into this. The Cyclones looked good last week. I just didn't know if Hardpoint was going to be the mode where they really were able to pop off. But I mean, everybody just played in tandem there. After the first couple rotations that we saw from P2 to P3, especially when we got that rewrap on that second set of rotations, I was sitting there, I'm like, nah, I don't know. But then those 2 P4 holds that you pointed out so specifically, where they were able to string basically the entirety of the time throughout that map for themselves, that was really the kicker.
Yeah, it really was, man. I mean, I'm willing to go back, bottle up that Hardpoint, and drink it for breakfast tomorrow morning. Like that was incredible. And yeah, I think we got to address the elephant in the room. You said so wonderfully. Like, now we get to see what Cincinnati are going to look like from a deficit. This is their first map loss. And keep in mind, I'll hit this point one more time. All of their other hardpoints, their closest hardpoint map was an exposure hardpoint versus the Boilermakers of Purdue, and it was 250-180. That still ain't close, man.
Yeah.
That's insane that the Cyclones are able to come that prepared. They know what's on the line. Soon to probably be a 3-way tie. I can only imagine off of head-to-heads. That is just about to be absolutely insane, man. But the Scar Search and Destroy is up on the docket, and now the series becomes a little bit more tumultuous for the Bearcats out of Cincinnati. You've only played this a single time, and we're going to see this quite a bit in the storylines, is that at the beginning of this series is a whole lot of testing, whether it was map 5s, map 4s, or just that one map 2 coming through from the dead hardpoint, now the Scar Search and Destroy. You are in the wheelhouse of the Cyclones. They've played this 5 times. To say it is rehearsed is putting it lightly.
My question for you, Andy, maybe you don't know the answer to this. That's fine. But how do you go from just straight running it down at the end of that hard point and then resetting and getting ready for a search and destroy where you got to play Scar so much more passive? Specifically just how the A side is set up and nobody goes B. How do you mentally prepare just to slow yourself down after just frying into P1 at the end there?
I don't think that you have to, honestly. Like, if there's one thing that you can't do is dead sprint into a sniper word LA Thieves versus Miami Heretics. But like, it's one of those things that I haven't really been able to see from the CCL perspective, and I'm willing to get proven wrong when it comes to the Cyclones or Cincinnati for that matter, but it's realistically the only way that you're going to stop a whole deadbeat sprint going over towards a motel bomb site. And let's be candid here, man. Like, sometimes that just is the strat. It's all you got. And until you stop those set nades going over the top of shops and you don't get shop control, offense or defense alike, don't rip that guy top green, like, you're never getting motel control. So I don't know. I'm gonna answer your question with a hands in the air moment here, brother, because I don't think either of these teams are gonna be slowing down. But the more methodical team that's able to get these stuns and get these nades, to stop the bull rush from coming through, and to set up a sniper for an easy pick, yeah, that's how you're gonna be able to do it.
Love the answer. Good stuff out of Mr. Proper Cash there.
Try my best.
Was a lobby issue, but we are loading in now. So here we go. Top red, Gojo got the sniper out. Who's going to be the first victim potentially to peek this around the corner? Starbot, yep, that's his head gone and ripped off. We'll be seeing you. Kill shot sent back to spawn, 4-3.
He's just like me, for real. Bomb cannot get planted off of that either. Colors may be flipped, but just keep in mind both these teams represent red and white. So are they really backwards? Who cares? Good kill there from K-Dub. Gojo kind of overstays his welcome top motel. It forces Frenzy's hand to try to play for this trade, and he's in a wonderful position to do it.
Don't want to give yourself away. Teammates have the lock on middle map. It's given up for just a moment, so somebody could have slipped through if there was one there. Onto the bomb. The smoke is just going to work directly into the favor of Iowa State. Ripping directly through, but Slim is a good trade. So it's 2v2, 35 seconds left. Bomb down on the A site.
A little 2v3 there, even with that smoke, because you did have Verbos, who were on screen with, just clearing all of top green. 30 seconds remain. The offense is trying to take mid-map.
Oh, good spot from Frenzy. Shots even better. One more going to be pushing to the inner side of 18. And from the backside of red, that's just a really tough gunfight to win, especially with the wall bangs that you might be getting in through the railing of the staircase of back red. First round goes to the Cyclones. They hold strong on the defense.
Frenzy, like I was talking about, he's made his presence known in these top 5 plays a handful of times as far as just recommendations for plays, and a lot of this comes through in his decision-making for Search and Destroy. We've all been there as the Shops player, as the M15 player that goes inside of Shops. You either hit all the way through, you don't have that pressure to maybe do so off for losing Gojo in that 1-for-1 trade in the opening engagement, but he just plays his time so wonderfully. Nobody upon the exit, he just waits for that smoke and gets that kill ever so wonderful.
Got the sniper out again, using these 2 lives early on. Slimbase, he's gonna peek it around this time. Starbot's like, yo, I promise you don't want to peek him. K-Dub forced to back off inside a market. Wallbangs somehow don't come through fully to get the kill. Evasive gets a little bit happy there. Gets a couple shots into his teammate. Frenzy falls. Young Lou on the opposite end. Still 3 versus 3. They're gonna do a little army crawl up top. Slimbase might get the god timing.
Just might. I don't think it has no reason to get checked. There's a dirty shoulder that he threw there in this 3v3 retake.
Slide out, good for 1. Still 1 directly below him on the Jenny. Gonna hop right down to it.
Oh
Knife
my.
out. Young Lou, how you doing, pal? Evasive now tries to slide all the way out. That is just a bit too aggressive, I think, in that situation. I think you might want to play that a little bit closer. I know you're worried about the player Jenny, but that's what your teammate's there for, watching over you.
Yeah, but like, how many times in the post plant is the player Jenny's making that play? Like he had a knife, like he was fully reading that the drop down was happening to have the knife out in the guaranteed gunfight. Like, I'm sorry, I truly believe that Slimbus made the right play. Like, he's dropping down, he's setting up for that gunfight, but wow. Woof.
Oh, that's
got shotgun by knife. That is disgusting. So 2-0 goes the lead. Young Lou's up on 3, 1 with a shiv.
Like that long angle from Gojo. Spots out nobody top blue. Playing this one a bit more passive offensively for Cincinnati. Frenzy lays down. Want to call the Creddy spot. Slimbus once again, army crawling across the top side of red. Wants to get close. Knows that Gojo may still... Actually, I don't think he does anymore. I think his 2 life rule's over.
Oh, it's not GA anymore, brother. Don't worry about it. Took the aim assist away. Play with sniper as long as you want. Shadow Caden succeed. There it is. 2v2, Gojo's top green. The bomb's still in the back pocket of K-Dub. Smoke will blossom across the bomb site. Very, very close to getting that kill there onto Starbot. But here comes the bomb being planted for K-Dub. Verbos is not feeling the pressure for the timing.
Get the first one. Now K-Dub last alive. Gojo corner. Trade immediately up top. That's just a really bad spot to be in. You throw the smoke and you really are just fully dependent on Starbot at least finding one. Yeah. Because then you can get out with your life. But once that smoke dissipates because you threw it before you were ready to plant, you don't have an exit route. The player top red's able to push all the way through. It's just a losing battle and you're just stuck in quite literally in a pinch corner.
You gotta plant with conviction, I think is like the best way to put it. Like, you're in a 2v2, like you do have to force that play. I mean, like, forehead statement of the year right here. You are on offense, but like... It's just the reality of the situation. Like, you have the coverage from top. Motel, just try to get that bomb planted and maybe try to escape with your life. But getting trapped in that corner, that is just no man's land. 3 straight for the Cyclones. And here comes that offensive pressure immediately over towards A. But watch 4 and 2 try to flip the map. This puts a lot of pressure on Verbo, so watch the flank.
Get the peek out right, you do. Able to slip back behind the Jenny. Evasive flank, gives himself away immediately. I just don't know if the trigger discipline was enough there. Hops up to the right-hand side, is able to get one. I thought almost escape with his life, but his wall banks from Frenzy that make it a 3v3. 30 seconds gone. K-Dub looking for the push back into market. 53 HP, he survives.
You get the info. You still got one on the flank. Slimbus playing around white truck. He gets the opening shots, but yeah, that's not something worth chasing. You have no idea what's on the other side of Satellite. So 2v3 now. They're going to stack in and around shops, hoping for the overextension. Young Lou's just going to feel more than okay. He's going to plant that bomb. I imagine K-Dub's going to try to slide out and play for that exit. And I'll probably die doing it.
Peeks left, still on the bomb here. K-Dub will finally slide in. I thought for a moment Young Lou might have himself a COD timing. But now it's back out market side. Long range shots trying to hit in with the Dravik.
Yeah, you know what's over there.
Full rewrap back up top. Somehow Dojo doesn't get it. He gets the one. No way with the pistol. Slides down. Oh my God. That was almost disgusting.
That was just about that was just about the play right there. That's a square peg in a round hole moment. I mean, if he just gets the opening shot or has the wherewithal, not looking like a cracked out Warzone TikToker, he might end up getting that play for sure. But that's a terrifying moment, man. 4 straight. 5-2 for Verbose. He was the island player watching the flank. He got good timing to be able to get the read on 2 different players. 4-2 now for Frenzy. Gojo with a sniper rifle in his back pocket, man, has just been a real threat. And even his presence on the map, just staying alive, he doesn't need to find kills. You just got to be wary of this, man.
Nobody wants to chow yet. And why would you?
I don't want to chow. I'm not even
over
playing.
to B through the spawn side. Interesting. I'm actually liking this. Nobody from I was really showed any presence out here towards plane side. And Young Blue's going to get a face full of stun and know exactly where this push is getting from.
A little late rotation, though. Player number 8, that's going to be Verbose. He's going to be up toward in top green, though. Young Lu, he didn't have any assistance. He thought the Chow was going to come up on the top side of plane. Great stun and nade combo of top side of green. Verbose has to back down as the bomb gets planted to B.
Now you've backed off the sniper as well, so you had the entirety open. What a shot through the flinch on Starbot. My apologies. Shouldn't say a word next time, Slimbus. Oh, my Frenzy checks the credit corner. Why would you ever? I have no idea. 2 versus 2 now as K-Dub finds one. Topside green, why not a little pistol challenge? Gojo now looking for Evasive. 25 seconds left here in the round. Evasive sees the glint of the sniper. The challenge is up by Frenzy. The defuse is through. 5-0.
This guy's a problem, man. this guy's a real problem. The real problem. And also, you could just tell, like, the reps are coming through, too. Like, whether that is just, like, the god-awful rank play system that gives me a search and destroy every other game, or, like, whatever it may be. Like, we're getting wagers and stuff, man. Like, that read on the credit corner boat is one of the gut check calls in the world. But I like to imagine this man is just twisted beyond belief just to check that in the first place. But Frenzy, Gojo, unfreaking deniable at this moment in time. Throw Verbose in there too, and Young Lu. These guys are all making plays across 5 rounds as they're up on that point. Hold that.
Great name by Starbot. That'll help. K-Dub. Just a bit too aggressive. It wasn't even full healed up yet. You're just trying to go for the check. Face full of hot lead. Verbose. Cut down. Slimbus up top. Needs to get the kill on top. Red. Good wall bounce. Snap to the second. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now we're still down 1-5, but oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah. It all got to start somewhere, right? I mean, like, that's a big rally momentum right there when it comes to Slimbus. I mean, he just fries, makes the right play to kill the second. Still had a pistol, but this one right here would have been traded by Starbot immediately. But, I mean, those are your set nades, man. Like, you got to have those nades, especially when it is Scar Search and Destroy. And it effectively feels like in the first 30 seconds, there is only one bomb site. You got to get those teammates to come over the top. Either it's going to get stuffed by a trophy system, or you're going to get really good damage, or in that sense, the trophy system just is not there, and it garners you a first blood. Could be the first of many.
That's what they're hoping for, but not in that sense. That's another first death for Cincinnati COD.
We had the read back concrete wall, but he gives it up. I mean, you just hit that so fast if you are Young Lu getting out for that first blood. 2v2 bomb, not even playing.
Through the smoke, can you find something? Topside Starbot, nothing spotted yet. Still an opportunity on the jump up. Gojo deep with the sniper. K-Dub, I promise you, does not want to chow this knowing that there's a sniper glint on the opposite side waiting for him. Goes low, but that might be the dagger. Starbot, good shots. The flinch goes directly above his head. Frenzy, 1v2 for the game.
Yeah, if he actually checks that heady, he could have seen some toesies. But instead, Frenzy, he's going to make the right play. Play for the exits, all wall bangable, but he just misses a handful of shots to get the elimination. And now he's got to make the right play and rip 2 players straight.
Oh, that's one you'd love to have back. Starbot behind Jenny. K-Dub close down to the left-hand side. Shots on the first are good. He's able to escape and play his life here for a moment. Does he get the shots on the Starbot? He does, but it's a good rip from the bottom. The high ground doesn't win this time. 2 straight for Cincinnati.
That's terrifying for how all paper mache that motel is. Not one that I definitely want to stay in, but Starbot able to get the slide back over towards the realistically, like the one piece of wood that's over there that's just not wallbang. Well, like I still don't understand at this very point in time, but like that's the safest part of this S&D party you could definitely be. 2 rounds in a row now. Starbot's up to 4 in a row. He's about halfway, give or take, towards that Hellstorm missile. See if he can continue to work towards that one. But still, it's this offensive side that has been a real problem for Iowa State, and their fast plants, set nades right over the top, everybody stays alive.
Oh, they're going up through middle here. It's a double chow on the market. K-Dub gets the read and is able to slide back to the left. He can hit this through middle map. P1 cut good. They have backed this all the way off. They're baiting. Really, the bait here is trying to get everybody out through middle map so they can retake this site. Everybody here, but Starbot hasn't moved 1 second. Verbo's able to find the first blood, though. 4 in a row for Starbot. Can he find 5?
Trophy System's going to reveal his position. There's multiple people inside of shops. I mean, I'm checking that wallbang spot for sure every time. I don't even care who you are, but bomb's going to get planted. You got one player watching the long flank. It's Gojo, and he's got a player inside of blue.
Those one's up top. Sniper there. Worst timing in the world for Starbot down low. 1 versus 4 from Evasive. Has the pistol he has to chow with running around. It's the knife that gets returned this time in kind. The Cyclones not only steal map 1 away with a 5-point win, but they shut down Cincinnati in map 2. A team that was undefeated coming into this best of 5 series has now lost 2 maps straight.
2 maps straight. The question being asked, what do they look like on their back paw? And the answer is tail tucked between their legs. They ain't got nothing, man. Nothing at all. Cyclones absolutely smacking them around, dude. 5 rounds straight. And we even begged, like, the question is, like, how do you stop a team from just running at you? Because that's what Cincinnati were doing. And the answer is Gojo. The answer is just Gojo. With the sniper, he just rips heads, man. And by the time you got to have the respect for the glint and you're throwing nasty shoulders for it, then you got to worry about Young just throwing some crazy good nades. He's getting really good first bloods. These SMGs are getting into stellar, and I mean stellar positions for these really annoying timings. It's just so hard to deal with, man. 2-0 lead for the Cyclones. Ain't no way.
2 first bloods that went the way of Cincinnati. Inside of that search and destroy, fall to the hands of the opposition, both on the defensive side. That's just something that you cannot afford to have happen. With a 6-2 victory, we'll take a look at the stats from this match. See if that tells us really anything about this game. I don't think it will tell us much more than what we already have in front of us, but 8-4 from Frenzy, 8-6 from Young Lu. And again, nothing to take away but good things from Frenzy. Every time, it seemed like every round we were on board with him, he was just inside market, just waiting for somebody to come through. If it's not a blood there, he's flying back on the site. Had some of the craziest kills that I've seen in a long time in Search and Destroy, especially trying to break back into a site by himself.
So I'm saying, man, even before we even hopped into the series, I saw that I'm casting Frenzy. I'm like, I'm watching this guy's arrow on the minimap. He's just making really good decisions, and it's not even like just pure reactive. It's like you were even pointing out right there. Like, it's good proactive Call of Duty being played. When you have just about a combined 2,600 damage between him and Young Lu, those are your SMGs. Herbos is playing his role. Say what you will about his damage, but he is watching the flank. And Gojo, I mean, he only found 1 first bloods, but it felt like that he was finding just a payload and a half of return fire sniper shots, and a lot of those were coming through in the beginning of the map. But even then, because of the no more 2 life rule, you have like that pressure on the map. I don't think there was a single round that he didn't have it out on the map, and that is just so much pressure and forced respect that the Bearcats from Cincinnati just have to have. Evasive, not the greatest map. Again, he pulled things back as far as that Den hardpoint is concerned, but the pace, the trades, realistically, it was only coming from Slimbus, but it was all just minor heroics. The team play from the Cyclones, absolutely on fleek right now. 6 assists between Frenzy and Verbos.
Yeah, I carried them throughout the entirety of that S&D, playing extremely well alongside one another. We'll look at our map set again here and see where we're going for map 3 in the Overload. We've already had ourselves a wonderful bang out map 1 hardpoint on the Den. If you missed that, you missed a special map 1. Search and Destroy, you really didn't miss too much unless those 2 rounds are Cincinnati fans watching. That's something you're clinging on to right now, going into an 0-2 deficit into Den, something you have not faced on at all throughout this season thus far. It's going to take a lot more gumption and a lot more gunfights being won from Cincinnati and realistically taking Gojo out of his domain.
Yeah, and it's like I said, like the latter half of this series like is set up for Cincinnati's success. You're 4-0 here on Den. You're 3-0 on Blackheart Hardpoint, 3-0 on Den Search and Destroy. It's just the latter half of the series has now forced your hand to get a reverse sweep. And if there's one thing that we can definitely take from that Den Hardpoint going into the Den Overload is that Cincinnati COD cannot afford to come out flat. Like, it's realistically, in my opinion, the difference of why they probably lost that map, number one, was just the slaying discrepancy from the beginning of that map until the end of the second set, in my humbled opinion, Alex. But the Den Overload, over the past handful of matches, has been really good for them, like I was talking about. They are 4-0 on it. They got an 8-1 over Ball State. They got a 8-1 over UW, Stevens Points. Again, take this all with a grain of salt, but I think the one thing that you definitely take away from it is that they smacked the Hoosiers on it 8-2.
That has been a struggle for a lot of teams. I've actually seen more teams than I thought throughout the course of this season vetoing Den almost immediately within their overload, just because it's a little bit more difficult for them to figure out. Sometimes an exposure slips through, sometimes a scar slips through. But as the season has gone on, I think a lot of teams are finding a lot of comfort and a lot of solace on Den for map 3. Once you kind of understand the fundamental aspect of where the spawns are going to be, deep left or deep right, depending on where you have the lead blocker at and where that ball is spawning up, that's allowing a lot of these teams to really get into a solid groove. And I'm gonna be honest, I think this has kind of become a staple for a lot of teams and how their season has gone so far. Obviously, for Cincinnati, that is a no-brainer at this point in time, but looking to what we're going to see for the rest of this. I'm sad to bring this news up, Andy, but of course, we've had a lobby issue, so it's going to be just a little longer before we load into this map 3.
It do be overload, but I mean, it gives us at least a certain point to talk a little bit more, just like as Den, as a map mode here on Overload. Well, first off, it's way better than Scar. Second off, yeah, it is definitely difficult to try to read a lot of these spawns in these gut check moments, right? I mean, like, you lose all pressure over by rooftops. You got an enemy inside of P2. You're effectively spawning over by tower, just so close to tin and lockers that you don't even have the second to truly realize, because it's Call of Duty. And I sprint up, I just want to sprint forward. I want to try to get into a gunfight. But you don't really ask yourself the reason why you spawn there or all the way back P2. If you don't spawn staring directly into couches where you spawn in on this side of the map, this side of the map right there, you know something's wrong on either of the other two lanes. And if there's one thing that gets away more than anybody, and I will attest to this, to your point, Alex, it is this side of the map. It's the rooftop side. Yep. You get one rogue player that can end up influencing rooftops into red, rooftops into dragon. He gets up top red window. It's just a massive problem that flank continuously comes through, and you're always going to be in that spin cycle.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not clearing out that side either, I mean, it just makes it progressively harder to get a read on the opposite side spawns too. Because obviously, if you think your spawn is cleared out, or regardless of where you're spawning on the map, if you think that you have presence pushed up one place, even if that person is non-influential of getting kills in your spawn side, it's still affecting where the other team is going to be able to have their next hit from, where they're going to be able to retaliate against you with. And by the time that you've dealt with that flurry of spawns and try to calculate where they're going to be spawning at that point, then that player on the flank is already inside your back and being able to take care of the little stragglers that are coming through and then trying to come off the spawn at the same time. So it's very difficult if you lose a player on this side of the roof. But the same thing can be said over by P3. If somebody gets lost inside of 10, or you get somebody pushed up into the dojo and they can just play a little rat corner, play a little creddy corner, this entire side of the map becomes that much harder to push into, because you've only got, realistically, off the spawn, 2 choke points. You've got the cut back over by A, and you've got the cut over by P2. Other than that, it's pretty much GG. With no direct cut into the rooftop side through this middle map, it makes this map so difficult to control.
I almost like, how cheeky would it be if, like, in P1, like, they did have like a cut that like went into like the cutout there in broken, but like you had to crawl through it. You just had to go prone. That's the only way you get through. It's like a little tube.
or kind of like the vents on Arsenal from back in the day. And the cut to middle map. Oh yeah.
Yeah, good shout out of you, kid. I like that. I like that. Any BO4 reference, I'm here. I endorse this, man.
That's the one map that I wish that we could get back inside of any Black Ops series. at all.
I think it would have played really well in this game. I mean, like, we got the sliding doors. Like, J-Pro's got a fair shot. I think Seaside is also a good map as well. Super long as well. I think that would also play really well. But you know what? Honestly, if we are playing a lot of BO4 maps, it would be injustice if we were not playing Control on those maps. That's what it was made for. That's where it comes from. I'm just saying.
Weren't we supposed to get Gridlock at some point inside of this season as well? Wasn't that like
it's in a map somewhere? I don't remember where it is, but you zoom all the way out. I seen it. I seen it.
I saw it with my own 2 green eyes as well, Andy. But I'm about to see potentially Cincinnati COD being upset by Iowa State. I don't know how big of an upset it would really be because Iowa State has been a fry squad throughout the entire year. But regardless, a team that has yet to lose a map, losing the first 2, definitely is not anything too bad an eye at. Frenzy immediately rips 2 in middle map. They've got the dojo pushed out at the moment. K-Dub, good trade, already weak. It's going to be really reinforcements that they're waiting for now, and Frenzy is in between a rock and a hard place. But look at the over-aggression. If he wraps back in the middle, it could be cool, but he just overthinks it.
Vice now going to start working its way all the way across the P3 side, and I mean, this should be set up for a very easy... Never mind. Sorry, my bad, Gojo. I forgot even with an AR in hand. You nasty, kid. You nasty.
They'll push the entire force back. Over to load device, still in the spawn, but the respawn coming through here in just a few seconds. Back into middle map, it will fall. Evasive and the rest of Cincinnati, though, they want to flip this map out. They want full south side control, and they want to make sure that if they are able to grab the device out of middle map, they have a full wrap back on over. They don't read Gojo through the flank, and Andy, it's exactly what you talked about.
I hate being right sometimes, man. I really do. It's a plague, it's a burden. I gotta walk around with this giant brain. I'm like the leader without being green. Or having a bulbous brain, for that matter. So, device is going to reset, back going over towards P1. Young Lou's making the real right play right here. They just try to lurk inside of Dojo. Not as clean as a gunfight as he was once hoped. But now you're kind of forced to fight over towards the side of the map. If you don't deal with Young Lou, which he is not able to do, that's going to be an immediate score coming through for Iowa State. Cyclones score early.
And look at Gojo once again, just influencing how Cincinnati can play this. They have to fly back in through computers, worry about him in the spawn side. It's not even a wrap through the outside of Platts. It's just through top window. And because everybody is focused on that A site, it's just easy free back shots. Now it's K-Dub inside of 10, though, looking to push his way forward. You have Frenzy up in middle map, looking for a few more to tag onto it. And Young Lou, why not continue the snap fest? It's a push through, though. Nobody's going to be able to get here. It's 1-1 Cincinnati. What a great push.
Good response. Now you got the rooftop spawns. The only player number 6 is Starbot. He's the only one that's over here. The next immediate backup would be Slimbus. You don't even check for Verbos. I thought he was about to make the rank play. That would have been insane. Again, you miss one player by the rooftops. He rips the next one with the pistol. And then you're able to get that score. But now the pressure's reverted on the opposite side. It is Gojo again. He's up to... Wait, hold on. 18 engagements already? My guy.
Yeah, this is going to be a free sprint through. K-Dub. Oh, you have to win that 1v. And now it relies on all 3 in the back. You just have to push your AR forward or anybody. But it's a double from Frenzy, the one carrying the device. But you can't win the crucial trade if you're Gojo. Starbot saves the day on a rescue on what would have been a great offensive resurgence from the P2 window.
Absolutely insane scenes at the goal line. Cincinnati hold on strong. Now we'll have to see what Iowa State sound like with the listen-in as they go for the reprise.
Weak. Slimbus is in the backside time.
Hitting a pinch.
He's a bullet, Slimbus. In back. Wait. All good, boys. All good. Take our time. We'll get here. Two roofs. One shot and then one's in there. He backed up.
Another one. Hitting through computers. There's two there.
I'm gonna let you chase. I'm helping mid. Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of alone. Goes around. Come on, help. Give me 4. I have 2 weak. One more. Slam. Nice.
You're up my cut. You're up my cut.
Last one pin. A little bit. Nice, that's 4.
I'm pushing up Dojo. Someone grab it off spawn.
Beyond. Oh, yeah, you got
another one close.
Nice.
That's 2.
2. On top. Starbot, book down. I just stopped shooting, bro. One shot, Starbot.
Yeah, fuck, I was nading.
I'll be honest. Andy and I were just talking about it, but I was really hoping that the comm there from Iowa State would be something along the lines of, hey, I'm pushing through middle, hold the Dojo push until I get the flank in the back. Nothing of the sorts, though, but it's okay. They are still enjoying themselves a nice half. Nothing to kind of scoff at as well. It was a three-piece from Young Lou on the opposite side that I wanted to touch on as well. I don't think I didn't see that. I was just trying to talk about the comms.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It was terrible comms. Because if you got Gojo up to 21 in 10 on a half, this should have been done off a score alone. The Vice being carried now by Evasive. Slimbus slides out, gets slammed, 2 in the feed for Iowa State. The device dropped just outside of couches. And yeah, I was about to say, I mean, I would almost let that reset, but and just go into the next side if that's me. But now you got to try to clear things out, and the device is moving its way towards the opposite side of the map. It is brilliant because Frenzy's playing cutoff.
I was going to say, Frenzy had pushed all the way out through Dojo, so he was spawning them on B and forcing them to push out P2 side. He gets another one in the back, and they might just score this at the half, and they absolutely do. The overtime 3-1, soft as could be.
That is, I mean, it should be 4, I'm going to be honest with you, but this Iowa State team is absolutely humming when it comes down to their coordination in these very, very close moments. Crossfire, Verbos, Gojo just absolutely frying. Frenzy playing cutoff. And it all starts like with Young Lou, like very early on playing that cutoff over by Dojo, exerting further pressure over by Dragon and through the outside cut. Just understanding that side of the map to such a high T. Now you're over on this side of the map, and this is where it gets scary. Like Cincinnati have to respawn being down by 2 from the side they started on.
Out towards middle, we look to Verbos to open the engagement with the AR after a well-placed grenade. It was Young Lou who played out the P3 cut last time through. He's going to look to do it once more as they look to push this map up further. Slimbus inside of computers, and they're just going to take this directly through. Now it has to be an overextension wrap back through the Dojo side.
That should be easy.
And out on the B site, they get the final piece inside of the spawn. The domino falling over. Finally, the retaliation here. 2-3 Cincinnati, first to score in the second half.
The big rookie mistake coming through from Iowa State Esports right there. I mean, just thinking and disrespecting the enemy that's on the side of the server with you. Just thinking that you didn't have kills on the map, and you're just going to pick up the device and jump over by mid-cut. Never want to see that happen ever again, especially if you think you're going to win a conference championship. So here we go. Spawning up over by the P3 side is the new device. Slimbus is pushing up. He's looking for trades. 3-for-1 goes the feed, and that might as well be the next score. We're going to be tied up unless you can say anything about it, Verbos, and you cannot. Tied up 3 apiece.
Good jump hop. Pressure now exerted. But the rooftop spawn here, it looks like they're going to try and push this directly into P2. Ill-advised challenges, at least at the beginning. But Gojo has made his presence known. Second one there, and he leaves his teammate because Couches wasn't picked up. They had nobody else. But it's a trade now. An opportunity on a flank hit. But Young Lou gets wrapped back on everybody from spawn. Cincinnati collapses. Now it's their opportunity to get an offense going forward.
Device is going to be dropped. I imagine that it will be played to be reset. Starbot's not going to get there in time to try to play for it unless he does. Just barely will be able to get that touch, but the only hope that you have on the opposite side would be Slimbus. He gets killed inside of weapons. Frenzy not clearing all of P4. It's Evasive around the back, and the score should be coming through. No! Gojo! Goal line stop, not there in time. 4 on the board for Cincinnati. They have scored 3 in 1 minute. That's impressive.
Truly is. Gonna need another 4, though, to fully close it out. Iowa State not out of this one yet at all. They get 2 kills, 1 through middle, 1 on the P3 cut. K-Dub laying down. No, somebody's coming through on Couches. Slimbus, though, is traded out immediately. And as Frenzy looks around the corner, he's got Young Lou trying to block out in front of him. The flank needed to come through, but it was Gojo who died. So now Frenzy all alone. It's another wonderful goal line stop for Cincinnati, and they can start pushing back out. They've got 2 gunfights into Dojo. Nobody's pushed up all the way just yet, but behind Young Lou gets read out.
Ooh, mid-cut. Not being looked at. Slimbus, though, with a pistol. He's able to take the next one down. It has to all come down to Frenzy. Slides forward, and he finds all 4 in the feed. 31 and 17 for Frenzy. He's going to start bull rushing his way back over towards lockers.
Hot and bothered. He was trying to be the first one to aggress the gunfights there. Just bad timing. Throws a Semtex at his feet. Flak Jacket allows a player inside to survive. Verbos tries another. But after a great wave of kills, they may have gotten just a bit too antsy trying to fly forward immediately. Starbot and Evasive will fall. Back end Gojo's there once again. He has just been constantly flanking this entire half. But the boy reset. No! It reset with like half a second before they pick it up.
That's absolutely devastating. Now you're down to about 1:45. Starbot still finding kills outside of lockers. The device spawns back up middle of the map, and Iowa State can't even make a play for it. They got to play for more kills. Frenzy, Gojo, able to deliver on all of that and a little bit more, but the problem is now you're losing your lead blockers as Evasive gets the timing of the gods. Over through mid-cut, he's able to find two. Young Lu forced to play his life, and he is dealt a swift demise.
And it's not a dagger by any means, but that significantly blows back the push on the offense from Iowa State that they try to have on the opposite way. So as K-Dub pushes back into Dragon, now they're having to worry about a few players out in their spawn, and they all have to rotate directly towards the right side. They're looking at computers, though. They're not worried about the player who's already pushed all the way onto the site, and that's another score. 4 in the second half for Cincinnati. 2 now advantage. Iowa State, the Cyclones, staring down the barrel near with a minute left.
The Cyclones haven't scored anything on this side of the device so far. Frenzy looking to find a little bit more kills, and albeit some massive heroics. I mean, we are up to 69 eliminations between him and Gojo, and that may sound nice as far as the numerical is concerned, but it ain't nothing as far as the score is concerned. 35 seconds, and Evasive is parking the bus.
Wait a minute. They parked the bus, but 2 players are still to the back end. If they can win a gunfight here, maybe 2, you have an opportunity, but no, it's just too far deep into the spawn. The spawns that came out by tower side with 23 seconds left. It's just about mathematically impossible at this point in time, even with the bus parked all the way in the back. Young Lu looking for shots. What a second half effort out of Cincinnati COD.
Unbelievable. They rallied 3 scores in about 1:15 seconds. Frenzy found a 4-feed himself. Gojo was putting on a clinic on the opposite side of the device, the good side. And that's what I was saying, man. If they were able to get over towards that 4, the biggest difference maker was Cincinnati scoring at least once on the quote-unquote bad side. And that's just the clear-cut difference. It's just not being able to reach that 4-point score line. It almost felt like that in that moment that Iowa State, when they were on the better side of the device, just playing with their food just ever so slightly, but Flow State incarnate coming all the way through for the Cincinnati Bearcats, man. They get themselves on the board.
So many times Iowa State had opportunities to get into score as well. I remember it was Frenzy who had pushed up the spawns all the way deep back on the A side of the Dojo side control points when they were on offense for that first half. And for whatever reason, it just took an extra hitch second for Iowa State to push forward. And even though they had that full control of the map, it was either one person flanked up behind or somebody not playing fast enough with the rest of the team to get out and lead block. That costed them one in what could have been, dare I say it, a rally opportunity for Iowa State to put it in. And it seemed like it was almost at times too fast and then other times too slow. They couldn't really find that sweet spot of being able to find a wave, read the spawns, and then have whoever was flanking be the first one to aggress and turn some heads.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think that there was so many different opportunities. If you look at just the absolute flat line that is supposed to be a blue box for Iowa State, and just wasn't even there, man. Like even to be able to get that fourth, like I was talking about, you had so many scoreable opportunities for crashing out from bad comms, man. Like it's just all bad, man. It's so many different opportunities. We got stats to be talking about here, and I feel like the big elephant in the room is about to be. Let's do some quick math real quick, and well, that's a little bit of a slang discrepancy if I've ever seen one. Holy hell! 72 eliminations between Gojo and Frenzy for the L. I mean, say what you will, you have impactful kills and you have non-impactful kills. And it felt more like the latter as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, dude, just a thought experiment with me real quick.
All right.
Starbot with 22 had 3,500 damage. Gojo had 3,500 damage with 34.
Yep.
That's an extra 12 kills.
Yep. You look at the 24 assists, though. I mean, Young Lu, he must have been off host for sure. Like, that guy couldn't finish a kill to save his life. 20 and 31 from Verbos 2, 12 assists. That's what you mostly always have to look at, like, when it comes down to the losing team. Like, where was the non-benefactor coming from? Yep. And it's just those two just not finishing the kills. Gojo Frenzy finding multi-kills, sure, but you know as well as I do, Alex, it's always going to be your sheer numbers and overload that's going to get you those scores.
Slimbus is going to see a fat 43 on the scoreboard there. I tried to do math, didn't work out for me. You did a great job, by the way, adding up Gojo and Frenzy. That was good stuff. I'm proud of you.
I got a calculator.
Not gonna lie.
It's in my brain.
The bulbous brain you were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, they call me the leader.
Let's take a look at our maps real quick one more time and see where we've gone through this series so far. If you are just joining us, as I've said already once, you missed a great map 1 hardpoint. Search and destroy was nothing to sneeze at. And of course, Den Overload here in map 3 finally gets Cincinnati on the board, as Andy was mentioning beforehand. Blackheart hardpoint. This is where things can spice up a little bit. I'm expecting Cincinnati to have a bit more under their tongue here when it comes to being able to hold down some of these money hills.
Yeah, I'm going to keep saying it until the series is over and either Iowa win or Cincinnati does, because this best of 5 is going to continuously get better for the Bearcats. 3-0 on Blackheart hardpoint, the 2-0 as far as Iowa is concerned. And this is where shooters come to play. You get it in your rank mode, it is a simulation as far as I am concerned. You best believe there are 3 spawns that Alex and I are watching more inherently than anything. You gotta get those P2 spawns, you gotta get the P3, P5 spawns, because if you lock those down, well, you're probably having a great time on Blackheart.
There is nothing better than blocking those back spawns, I'll tell you.
Love it.
When it comes to this map, at the beginning of the year, I hated this map. I absolutely hated it. It was
the
small.
littlest bit of like salt fundamentals on top of it, and this map is great.
And all of a sudden, now I'm winning by 150 points on my rank play games. It is fantastic stuff. Now, only if people knew how to look at the mini-map when they came off of spawn. But that's a conversation for a different time. Player crashed in the background, so we'll just keep it here for a moment while we get ready to load into this map 4. I kind of want to just hit on the Cincinnati roster real quick, though. And because, like, you look at the series, you say, oh, my God, 2-1, they've lost the hardpoint for the first time. Yeah, like, yes, correct. That is true. But the fashion that they lost it on in map 1, it very much just came down to a few gunfights. Kind of the same way that Overload ended off, especially towards the end where Iowa State just get to the 50-yard line. They get right down to the 5, and then all of a sudden TJ Watt would come out of nowhere and Troy Polamalu would come out of retirement.
Or Max Crosby's just going to make his way into the division and just absolutely desecrate.
Okay, dude, we get it. You're a Ravens fan, bro.
Yes, sir.
We get it, bro.
Woo! You lost your starter quarterback, and my defense became godlike.
All good. We got Malik Willis, and he went to the Falcons.
It's a good day to be Cincinnati COD. 250 to 170 Blackheart win over the Indiana Hoosiers, man. That is kind of what started this entire conversation for me. Like, looking at that map 4, I knew that was going to be the biggest thing to be looking at. 250 to 217 is one of 2 wins that you do have if you are the Cyclones, and that was also against the Indiana Hoosiers. So again, that's what we're using as far as the litmus test is concerned, as far as this best of 5 goes. And I mean, this is what it's all going to come down to. I mean, you just have to try to shrug off that second half. You have to know you got Frenzy and Gojo absolutely shooting. You just got to start shutting down Cincinnati COD, because you just do not want to let these boys get hot, man. I've seen what that can go.
Yeah, Gojo has been frying the entirety of the series. Search and destroy, pretty much opted to use a sniper the entire time, and it really didn't matter. I was expecting more out of Cincinnati in the SCAR, I'll be completely honest. For it to be a 6-2, and especially in the fashion that it went down, where it just seemed like first blood after first blood after first blood was being taken up by the Cyclones. I was wondering when we were going to see them fight back. And I'm glad they did in map 3, because it would have been a real shame if we saw the 9-0 roster go into the series and lose 0-3 to an albeit very good Cyclones roster. But I will say my train of thought just got derailed because I was told some great news. The lobby is loading back up, so we will be in this Blackheart in just a quick second.
That's getting easier too. Like the Den Search and Destroy map 5, if we get there, dude, like I just keep looking at all these stats too. Like that is terrifying. Raid Search and Destroy, was that taken away? Yeah, they don't want none of the classics. Why would you ever want to do that, the Bearcats? It's crazy. Probably because they went around 11 versus Indiana and then just became their auto veto for sure. For the Paris Gentlemates and never playing Blackheart ever again. So here we go. Gonna be in the map number 4, the difference in between Cincinnati COD staying flawless series record, going to a map 5 or Iowa State, making a 3-way tie as far as the Midwest Metro is concerned.
I thought Evasive should have won that gunfight regardless of if it's a sub-AR or not. Looked like he got about 20 bullets in the player that was in front of him somehow, some way. It is the Iowa State roster that are able to survive inside, and Verbos wins the 1v to get the full respawn back. Close backside spawns over by P2 for the Cyclones as well. Now as you look to Frenzy inside of middle map, finally it's Cabos. Verbos will fall for the first time here inside of this hard point in Cincinnati, getting themselves a comfortable bit of P1 time.
Now you can look at the setup though. This is a little bit lackluster. I think 6 and 7 for Young Lou and Verbo. So a little bit of a miscomm. They're able to at least rectify the push that's coming through over by P4, but still, you're leaving a lot of pressure over towards Frenzy's side just to try to clean things up. Luckily enough for you, Frenzy's gun is rather still warm.
Here comes the 4-hit through the spawn side. Back deep in P4. They're trying to influence this. Needs to be a few gunfights, but do you check for Lou in the corner? You absolutely do if you're Slimbus. Second one there. Looking for a challenge forward. Great nade is going to back off a few players. That allows the spawns inside of P1 to help in the back. It's all gunfights won by Iowa State. You spent about 20 seconds to do absolutely nothing to the backside spawns because you should win the gunfight.
Gotta be careful here if you're Gojo. They need a little bit of an overextension, not fully clearing all of his left nor his right over by wall run, and that just leaves a lackluster defense in towards the back. And yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. I mean, you still had about 20 seconds left to fight over here in the first P2. Very effective could have been should you just anchor it in towards the back and just try to play for those trophy systems, but not going to be the case. Cincinnati COD able to walk away with the back 23 seconds, and now they're looking for a little bit of a gas push coming from the outskirts over here. Pinched over by wall run as well. This could be really well coordinated around the back fight for the spawns.
8 and 3 from Frenzy. K-Dub's able to get all the way into the backside. The barrage building is where he'll make his home for the moment. Gojo just waiting for him. Does not expect the challenge out. He thought he had a teammate through square to help him out, but it is just full chaos on the point right now. 2 players playing ring around the rosy. Verbo's able to find a double. Evasive still there, but it's 4 dead. Everybody backside P4 for Cincinnati.
Don't get off the time just yet. There you go. Nobody's directly anchoring the spawns. Gojo's playing very, very far forward as far as cutoff is concerned. She should catch really good timing as far as dubs is concerned, but only goes 1 for 1. That leaves the front a little bit more lackluster. Frenzy still spawning to the backside of P5. And now you just got to try to hope to either hit through the old time or just try to hit through P1. And either one, the hesitation not exactly playing out wonderfully for Iowa State University. They come up absolutely clean as far as the early time is concerned, but off the reprise, not so much.
They're kind of blessed on that back end of P3 to get those close spawns to not give up 2 back-to-back scrap 30s to Cincinnati COD. And as P4 is now locked down, Evasive able to get around the oil tanker and back onto P4. But you can see the difference here of how Cincinnati want to play this. They are not pushing too far out. They are very much trying to play close corners with one another in tradable distance. Whereas, I'm going to be honest, some of these plays that I've seen from Gojo, although he's been frying, bit of an overstep in a lot of ways, and it's influenced spawns in a very negative way for Iowa State.
Yeah, it really is. It's about putting your AR in that right position to try to fry. This is one of those good positions over by the stairheady. Evasive playing the hop up. Almost had a good look there for the second, but now comes down for the 2v2 for the time. There's the first. Starbot still really weak. Frenzy now 1v1, not ready for the second there versus K-Dub. So back spawn still secure here for the Bearcats. Got 12 seconds left to play before we have to start bull rushing our way over towards square. And there comes that coordinated pinch again. Look at all of the errors for Iowa State esports. They're so darn focused over towards the front that the pinch could have came through scot-free, but Starbot doesn't hit all the way through, and he gets absolutely eviscerated through square.
And I like that from Gojo. This time doesn't push out into P1, which is playing in square with the teammate. And I think that this has kind of been the difference maker here. This is okay. You've got somebody pushing all the way deep back in the spawns to block. Oh, you are so close to getting a spawn out there. If Verbos doesn't stay alive, you'll get the spawn immediately in square as well. You're going to get splits now, though, as you push back forward. It is a break that's in from Cincinnati COD. Directly through the front, they played through long. K-Dub now can push into square. Shots good onto 1. Day on the back onto Frenzy, and now it's doubles stacked up inside of the hill for Cincinnati.
And we got good frag grenades being thrown by both teams. 110 already eclipsed here off the first set. 20 seconds left to play over, and that would just about make it dead even. So got these back spawns happening. So Gojo gets crossed up in the middle of the map. Nice gunfight win from Evasive. You will remember back over by that Den hardpoint, if there was one player that started off super slow, but then absolutely popped off on the latter half of the map, it was Evasive. Double negative at one point. He started off very hot this time around. Could be the difference maker for Cincinnati to force map 5.
Absolutely could. But as Gojo slides in, head tap onto 1. Turns back around, not able to find anything from it. 20 seconds the difference in between these two teams at the moment. Cincinnati, 3 bodies, all warm inside of the hard point at the moment. Verbos inside of Dubs looks to toss a nade inside, but it's a double kill that comes through with the pistol. Now it's Gojo once again, trying to retaliate once more on side of middle map, but it's just kill after kill, trade after trade that's allowing Cincinnati to accrue some great time here in P1.
And there's one thing that we definitely can take away from that map number 1. Both these teams absolutely thrive in the chaos. Shout out that P3 on Den, but Iowa State just really struggling to keep their feet beneath them right now. Just a lot of overextensions, not fully knowing where the mid-map cutoff is. And Evasive, again, is just absolutely feasting. 21 and 14. Slimbus in the middle of the map does go blow for blow. He will find trades. Doesn't set up his teammates for easy setups over by P2, so K-Dub's got to rectify it.
That is an insane double slide out that you have to win if you want even a chance at the backside spawns, because P4 side is where Cincinnati are finding themselves at the moment. Through the front, Verbos, last alive, doesn't have any help. Oh, and he can't slide through the door in time to even give himself a chance at the gunfight. Semtex goes ahead and cleans him up. So it's a 4-man sweep on the left-hand side. 25-point mark is not where they're passing on the map at the moment. Frenzy will push his way towards the front. You just want to play the contest on this, and I don't blame him.
And
Okay.
He was about a little individualistic until he just ever so slightly held the front and waited for his teammates to hit through short. I was about to ridicule this man's play, but he just absolutely made the right one. That's insane. 22 and 16 up on a 4 spree. This young man is starting to come alive. 20 seconds left to play over here by P2. Starting to get bumped out, but Slimbus, he wants to hit for the old time. May come back to bite them in the rear, because watch where the spawns are coming through for the Cyclones.
You got 2 back now trying to fight on the rotation. They're able to win the 1 gunfight that they needed to in through middle map. Young Lu should have the read on at least 1 up top. He's able to get it and get out with his life. 83 HP. Plenty of time to play around with the middle map, and he's got another gunfight coming directly through Dubs. They're going to hop back out. 3 through the front. Frenzy opens up with the first blood. Has to back all the way off. He's basically one shot, and as he jumps around the corner, such an aggressive challenge is going to be rewarded with 3.
I said watch out for this young man. He's absolutely frying, man. 25-18. Combine that with the 46 engagements for Gojo. These guys are really starting to piece things together as the lead swap ups come through amidst the P3 from the overextension of the Bearcats, but they're starting to push back through. 4 dead. Spawn outs occur all the way across the map. The Bearcats are starting to read this, though. It's a P1 hit that's starting to come through from Iowa State. They're not comfortable with giving up all of the scrap time. Instead of playing for new, or playing for exits for that matter, they're trying to spawn trap in the back. But from that push, it actually flips the map out entirely. It's a 12-second push. Ooh. I don't know how much worth it would be, because you lost all map positioning along the way.
And Slimbus, although he dies there, he gets a crucial 1v1 because it doesn't allow the player from the Cyclones to push all the way up and past the staircase. But the problem is they did not focus enough resources to the bottom side of the map, and they were able to slip through long. Frenzy in the back cleans up house, and now you look back to the front side. Into P2, you know there's another one there. Almost takes the gunfight, but that's where they'll spawn.
Yeah, that's immediately where they're going to be spawning. Watch player number 6 is going to be Young Lu. He's playing cutoff. Gets fried by Starbot on that back P2 door. And now you got to be worrying about these back spawns. Gojo's going to fry, and he's been doing it all damn series. Up to 5 in a row. He clears the back spawns. Everybody's spawning out, and Young Lu's going to get the confirmation onto here momentarily.
40 points the difference now. Ew. Starting to run away with it are the Cyclones. Cincinnati on the back foot. They need 1 in the corner, and they're trying to find Young Lu, but Frenzy, yet another kill deep across the map. It's Gojo back inside of the point. Slimbus takes a teammate out with him, but he'll play for the contestation time. Every bit of time on any of these hard points now matters for Cincinnati.
Yep, all these 15 seconds fighting over by P3. The extension comes through. They give up P1. They hit through short, comes through, and Gojo gets a Hellstorm missile at the back end of P4. Might use it on this rotation over by P5 where they can close things out.
Straight ripped. Will they go through long? Is the Hellstorm going to be called in? That's the real question. Are they going to try and use it on an open hardpoint? And it looks like they absolutely will. Inside a middle map, Gojo's tucked down in a corner, ready to rain hellfire from above. But it's Evasive and Starbot who find 2. You just have to let the teammates know that you're getting it. You take a teammate out in the process. There's another one through middle map.
The takedown 2 for 1 plus the TK. You got the spawns all the way in towards the back with a break from the front. It's just so ill-timed. Where was the help while the Hellstorm was still being pushed through? Yeah, you got to be worried about the missiles, but you got to hit through Dubs, man. You got to get around the backside of P3. That is not well managed whatsoever, as Cincinnati COD somehow turned limes into lemonade.
I cannot believe that they were able to send 2 directly through square and find 3 players on on Iowa State. That was disgusting work from the Bearcats. But now on the back, Slimbus, a double that you need. You're going to play the backside of Crane with 49 HP. You're surviving right now. That is the name of the game. You're trying to make sure nobody can get to middle. Not the second one, but that's 3 dead.
Back to P1. Scrappy as ever. Verbo's trying to play for the long con play. Young Lu sitting inside of the rotisserie, waiting for his teammates' confirmation on where some of these players are. They're all through the short side. Next player's going to be weak inside of rotisserie. Next player's going to be inside of Dubs. It all comes down to Verbos, just playing for his life, though he's outnumbered. All these players now for Iowa State, the Cyclone spawning to the backside of P5, and they're funneling in 1 by 1. That's not going to help.
Yeah, Gojo went low, and now you're going to have Young Lu trying to make the wrap all the way through the spawn side to P2. This could be something that disrupts Cincinnati enough to allow them to get back into P1. Significant 20 seconds here for either side.
And now you can work this pinch on the backside. Look at these spawns right now. K-Dub, he spawns all the way inside of P3. He's going to get a timing inside of Dubs. That's going to get the confirmation on where some of these players are located at. Such a weird gunfight, but still should have been able to find the traits, but it's evasive. He's back. Now comes the push around the front. Spawns anchored on the backside of Crane, but you lost your front man.
That's the bang out right there. I was going to say it's a double slide in through Crane. You have to find one in Gojo. The shot's not good enough on the Starbot. You've given your location away, and now across the map. Here come Iowa State. Through the front, they've got to play bully ball.
Have to try. Player up short. Young Lu throws his shoulder. There is a player on both these two sides. Where's the assistance? It's going to be coming through from Verbos around the backside. Nobody's here. Nobody's watching it. Verbos, he's going to start clearing short over by Crane, and it's going to be Gojo on the opposite side. The pinch starts to develop. Slimbus, the last alive, he goes down, but Cincinnati only need 10-20 for Iowa State.
It's the God timing, but 3 in the back, and they're watching for it, but they turn around. Is this going to be bad timing? Young Lu, you have to walk away with one. You don't get it. 2 kills now come in. It's a trade for either side, and a team kill. 2 versus 2 in the back. If you're player 1 in evasive, you find it. Frenzy turns back around. It was 8 seconds that they needed, but the spawn's in the back. Now just 8 seconds for Cincinnati. As the Verbos push to the front door has to happen. He can't find the shots. Gojo, last alive. Another comeback for Cincinnati. This time they stick it through. We're going game 5.
Going to a game 5, and again, as close as ever, a 5-point loss in the map number 1, an 8-point win in the map number 4. Pretty sure if you look out the term bang out or blitz, you're either going to see a picture of Travis McCloud or this series right here, man. Like, that's golly. This guy just never took any time to slow down at all. Like, we're hitting for 13 seconds, and although, like, in the grander scheme of things, could have been the difference maker, it's also part of the scamming. Like, it's just, man. There are some fundamentals to be played on Blackheart, albeit the 4 unique spawns that do exist on this map, y'all, but, like, that is just absolutely absurd. In my humblest opinion, the way that Iowa State just absolutely scammed towards the tail end of this game was that P4 to P5. The line graph would be justifying that as well. It has nothing to do with the Hellstorm missile. That's actually where they were able to hold on, funnily enough, going all the way back towards the previous set. But it's all just off of the stray gunfights. Like, we got to be communicating where this push is coming from, but you cannot give up your simplistic angles when you are holding over by short to immediately go walk over by P4 and just giving up over by Crane. It just some of the most minute details that just go wrong when I'm watching some of these teams play on Blackheart, but man, does it deliver some fun games.
Well, this series is not disappointed one bit. We'll take a look at the stats real quick between Cincinnati and Iowa State here, of course, on this Blackheart. Evasive. After the hardpoint performance in map 1 in the first half, as Andy was pointing out to before we played on the Blackheart for map 4, he had himself a little bit of a stinker. Came back second half when Cincinnati started to tee up on the comeback opportunity. Everybody was body flying into P1. But it was Iowa State who came out on top of the assault, the barrage that it was. 43. 5K damage. 30 non-traded. That's the stuff that you ask for when you send up a prayer.
Like, look at the assists again from top to bottom, man. Like, and I'm not even talking about Cincinnati, bro. Like, the team shots again from Iowa State Esports are just so sublime. You have 9K plus damage between Gojo and Frenzy, and I mean, say what you will. I mean, they are looking like primetime Brack back in BO4, but like, I still think that in this moment in time, like, they are still finding like a lot of influential kills. It just mostly comes down to the secondary to be holding these side pinches, because there's been so many times that I was watching the mini map. You just got evasive getting through the middle of the map for free. Slimbiz is hitting like long pinches for free, and by the time they all break, like, look at the hardpoint time. Everybody's just sitting there just kicking their feet up, just super soaking all day long. And if you are constantly playing for the pinches and overextensions like we saw Iowa State early, Alex, that is never going to win you any Blackheart.
Well, here we go. Stage is set. Map 5, the decider between two teams who very well could be playing for a conference championship in just a few weeks' time. We're getting this one kicked off nice and quick for you folks. Undefeated Cincinnati COD staring down the barrel. Iowa State looking to make a statement here. Sniper shot almost connects on 2. Somehow they survive, and it's Gojo who peeks back, and this time he'll go ahead and suffice for it.
Yeah, you don't peek that man twice. We learned that back in the map too. Or maybe we didn't. I don't know. It was 5 rounds that were one straight. Go back and watch the VOD. Frenzy. Okay. Just throw some wild headshots. Are they going to read K-Dub?
I'm not sure. I don't think so, because it doesn't look like Young Woo is ready for it. Oh, no. But you get spotted out in couches, but it won't matter, because K-Dub, that was his entire play right there. All he needed to do was get one, and even if he dies here, you give your teammates an opportunity to wrap back, but they're not even going to over-aggress on this. They don't want to push this because they don't know that the wrap had happened.
I'm honestly punching air for him at that point. That's the deepest of angles that needs to be cleared. Bomb's not even being channeled to be planted so far. I'm thinking about pushing all the way through. I don't know if you have the time for this.
Oh, aggressive sniper challenge. But Frenzy tries to get it back in blood and does. 1v2 Verbos. Knows where both are. We'll try to stun check one deep right.
That's
Plant still has to come down, though, with 13 seconds left. You have to take a chow on this, potentially. Can you walk away with the round when he's planted on the backside? He has to take the aggression here, and he's going to wisely wrap this off. He was actually just speaking about someone being behind him, not realizing that they had to go for the plant, but they line up around the outside. Can you get the 1v1? No, the answer is no. Good this time through. How many times do we see Verbos clutch in map 2? This time, Cincinnati COD takes round 1.
And like a bad party goer, he double dips over by the cobble archway. But it's for all of the salsa, man. That's insane. He even had the read, too. He knew that it was about to be over towards the backside, but like the correct read probably would have been, no, he's going to dip back over by the head glitch towards the backside. That's where the bomb is planted for. But, man, 3 in the round for Slimbus, plus the 1v1 clutch. Really felt like there for the moment that Verbos was about to get those lineups.
Dude, how about the Scrody to rechow that? We can get like 4 bullets peppered up in you.
Not for real, though.
Typical stuff. Gojo, how about it? This time it's evasive. He finally gets his lick back. First blood, Cincinnati. Oh, yeah. How about 2? Verbos, you want to give yourself a challenge on that? I don't think so. He's going to slide all the way across an inside 10. Evasive, just going to pepper a few shots in. It's a 4v2 with full sight control.
I might just start running him down just to be able to find the trade. All Evasive is like, go ahead and pixel peek me, brother. I'll wait for it. His teammate's going to start challenging inside of it. K-Dub's able to find 1. Last player alive is going to be Young Lu. I almost thought there for a second he's probably playing for the knife. Oh, he's got it out! Run away! He turns 2! He's gone like the wind.
No way does he turn this round around.
I mean,
what an insane gut check to try and take it out with the knives. They threw it away at him, and now it's the wrap back. Oh my god. A timing in computers. 1v1. Wraps it back over towards A. Is he going to try and get this down? Does he realize that one's going to be coming directly behind him in through computers? It has to be good timing. You have to go now. Starbot's going to be around the corner. Young Lu, contestant. He tried to do it with the knife again. I don't think he intentionally meant to run at him with the knife, but almost a 1v4. Starbot had the clench of the cheeks there at the end of the round as he ran directly at him, but they clutch up when it should not have been a close round to begin with.
Almost top 5 play, but sadly not the case at all. Wow. This guy. You remember, like, he's making like the brain rot plays on Scar in a post plan. Like, he's been Mac Jennings with the knife. He's just like, I mean, at this point, he ain't got nothing else to lose. You're gonna fly inside of 10, and either you're gonna gun me or I'm going to shank you. And it turns out he shanks 2. That's insane stuff, man. Almost able to put himself in a situation to close that one out. But Cincinnati COD, all off of Evasive's opening first 2, like the first blood plus the extra. Going to put themselves in the driver's seat here. 2-0 up early, and they're going to take this over towards A. What a wild card.
All I got to say, don't show that to a pro. They might try to GA the knife again. All good. Back out to middle. Players wrapping through. Slimbish. What can you find on the heady here? Verbos, if you cook this nade perfectly, it might find 3 of them. It gets at least 1. So the money's good on it. Still playing his K-Dub and a teammate outside on the ledge. But the first blood is all that Iowa State wanted there, and that's exactly what they'll get. Oh, at least there's a trade.
Overextension. Starbot's there to at least take down another 2v2. Verbos is kind of forced to watch all this happen. There's 2 EODs gone. There's no extra grenades, I think, on the side of the defense. Starbot has full util, but he lost his running mate along the way. And he just has to play for the timing. Doesn't even get it, and he gets ripped. So Iowa State finally get themselves on the board, and well, there's a reason why pushing over towards that bomb site immediately off the rip is very difficult if you do not find the early damage, the stun nade, to get in towards this weapons area for the bomb site, or you just plainly rip the guy off of red. Well, you're just going to allow him to cook up that nade, especially if you don't have a choice system. That is a gut check call. But when you're up 2-0 like that and Evasive has been shooting, man, I would have done it too.
Footing found for the Cyclones. Touchdown here on map 5, finally with a round. 1-2-1 split on the defense. Double hit straight through middle map. I thought they were going to fly for a moment, but they'll hold Keen for a moment. Slimbus will wrap back to Dragon. Things will sit quiet here for a moment. A couple of shots will ring out, but nobody falls just yet.
Frenzy. Oh, we're getting active. Now, the question is, does he push all the way through or does he play the corner? I think he's going to play the corner here. The question is, are they going to read K-Dub on the opposite side this time, Alex?
You surely would hope so. Nope, they're just going to run straight past him. They don't learn their lesson, and this is going to be a free kill on the bomb planter for K-Dub as well. So a round where you play passive, have all the time in the world to make that play on the site, you just don't check the simplest. The corner's K-Dub, Seppuku.
I don't even know what to say to that, man. 2v2. Retake around the backside of Dragon.
Far spread.
I mean, like...
Starbot looks back around. 30 seconds left in the round, now down to 25. Double chow. They line up once again. Why is it always the same play every time?
I was about to say, man, I feel like we're about to rewrap this. And you're just going to get absolutely gunned. I mean, you can't say that we're not playing as a team. You know, like, if there's one thing we got going for ourselves, we are hand-holding and we're making sure that we're frolicking. Yeah, you know? We're like brothers, only closer. 3-1 lead now for Cincinnati COD. And again, that smoke play, K-Dub playing the lurk now on both sides of the bomb over by B. That's a problem. Here comes the next offense. Starbot. Playing for a forever pinch that is going to be coming through in probably about 20 seconds. 1-for-1 inside of 10. That's the bomb carrier, though. K-Dub, this is just his side of the map, man.
Pair that with an evasive sniper. Hey, you've got an entire B-side lockdown offense or defense. Frenzy and Verbos will play out through middle. Hop up. Oh, I don't know if he spotted out a name tag or not. But on the bomb, and this should go down uncontested. 45 seconds the timer.
All this hit is going to have to come from the front side of Dojo. And both 2 and 4 K-Dub Starbot are expecting for the flank. Starbot has to watch the both and be off of the alarm that is 6 evasive. Does he have a sniper this time watching it?
Not sure. I was looking for it beforehand. Didn't see the glint when Frenzy popped out. Gets into tin for free. He's going to have to take a wild 1v1 gunfight. The second one just runs straight through. I don't think they spotted out Verbos. Tries to go for the second, and it's just double down. It was 5 rounds straight for Iowa State in map 2. They've only got themselves one. They're down 1-4. Cincinnati caught on the verge of a reverse sweep in this series. And things are getting a bit hairy here. We thought the Cyclones were good. But is it good for 3 in the series?
I don't want to become a super skeptic, nor am I willing to burn sage in my apartment, but I'm telling you, this Iowa State team might have to. The last time they were on broadcast was versus the Indiana Hoosiers, and I did not allude to this because I did not think it was possible, but that was also a devastating reverse sweep where they lost the explosive search and destroy 6-1 in the map 5.
Surely the third time that K-Dub plays a corner, we check this by 10. If you're able to get on. Frenzy's just playing his life in 10 right now. Had a stun check that he had just straight up eat to the face. Verbos on the heady. Wallbangs are good enough. Finally, you find a first blood.
K-Dub's still in the same corner. We're not going to check it. He's got the bait. He's got the bait this time. Even off the YY, it doesn't matter. The Serpent strikes.
The smoke is so good as cover. But it's a Gojo trade. 1v3. Slimbus is the timing godlike. He's able to find the first. Second one nowhere to be seen. Bomb down, knows that one's going to be escaping the site, but the smoke dissipates just in the nick of time for him to escape out to middle map. 5 HP. Shoulders being thrown, no reason to overchow here. You have to take this round. Like, genuinely, you have to take it. And the nade lands perfect.
Yeah, good late util coming through for Iowa State there. fully reading the corner this time around. I mean, like, K-Dub did not have the patience. The set play this time around was not to play the surprise attack, was then again to have his teammate play for the bait, and then he was going to act off of that. Well-cooked nade, late util is something that you barely even find, not even during the holiday season. But still, could be the first of many coming through from Iowa State. Haven't really seen much sniper influence, though it is Den Search and Destroy, and you rarely see it here, unless you are Dashy. Gojo looks like he's going to be rolling it out this time around over by the Dojo side. Last time he took this shot, he got ripped, but Cincinnati, they're all taking mid.
And if you're Verbos, what do you see here? You get one, almost able to slide away and escape with his life. Young Lu on P3, and the hard point, he made this his homecoming. Will smoke out and run away. 3 players still on the site, but they just gave up A for free, so it's going to be a retake back on the A site. 2 on the flank, 1 hitting through Dojo, and just a cheeky man evasive in the middle. Surely you don't check this corner.
Don't even need trigger to split it. Search and destroy. And he gets the read on towards the second. He's just going to full wrap this around the back. This is going to be an isolated play for Gojo. If there's one player you want, it would be him until he gives away his red dot. That's tough scenes, but Frenzy finds one, 2v2.
25 seconds. About 17 to the good here for a defuse as well as finding these kills. Slide challenge, Gojo, you gotta win it. Now it's a 1v1. Frenzy, last alive, pistol in hand, tries to check out the right side. Is the wrap good enough? The shots are in, they survive yet another round. I know it's not match point just yet, but it feels like it's a deafening blow if Cincinnati gets there. Iowa State down a round.
Yeah, but 5-2 sounds a whole lot better than that 4-3, I'll tell you that much. One's a curse, but one is a different deficit that you can still fight your way back from. Oh man, Iowa State. I really don't think they had any business for that retake. I mean,
No.
evasive, finding the 1-for-1. He still had the information on the second player. The fact that Gojo was even able to find any damage or any situation where it was able to convert for Frenzy in that clutch is just a sheer testament to how much damage he has been laying down this entire series. Could be a lynch to hold on to for Iowa State esports, as they get themselves ever so closer. Frenzy up towards that 3. But the offense still needs to be the biggest question. Watch who's going over here. It is K-Dub. And wouldn't you guess? He's going to tree.
Waiting outside of 10. Does not want to throw his life away here just yet. Oh my god, he tried to throw a nade directly to cook K-Dub, and instead he cooked himself. And you're already down a man now. Finally, Young Lu will check the corner. Body shots are good. He gets the hop all the way around it. Now just playing the corners. Frenzy, though, over the top with the sniper's able to find it. K-Dub 31 HP. They run out. It's a double from evasive on the collateral. Gojo 1 versus 2. 50 seconds left in the round.
Bomb drop just outside of 10, Dojo side. Gojo picks up the sniper from Frenzy's corpse. He's just hoping for the overchow, but we know player number 4, Ray. He ain't leaving that corner.
Could you believe that? Through the smoke, you find 2. But now it all comes down with 30 seconds left. He's going to pick up the Dravik, but that should be the audio cue for the player directly on the right side. Only has a bullet in it, now reloaded and ready to go. Challenge, right side, Gojo, around the tree. You lose so much aim assists around it. It's not going to work out for your business this time, Sharp. 3-5, Cincinnati COD, 1 round away from the reverse sweep and staying undefeated.
That's the toughest 1v2 on this map, man. That tree is devastating. And again, like, K-Dub is just on borrowed time over on these corners of the bomb site, like the cook nade, taking your own life, smoke completely blossoms. It had to have been just like the most wayward shot for evasive to get that collab, but they're both sliding out because, I mean, I feel for them. I'm sick and tired of K-Dub getting away with the highway robbery in that same damn corner on both sides of the bomb. Like, come on. Map and series point for the reverse sweep for Cincinnati COD. Will Iowa State get reverse swept twice?
That was interesting, Nate, just to throw it off to the right there. You think maybe the Gojo scope spooked him a little bit. They are just running it down on Gojo right now, though. Slimpus is able to find the first. You have to have a trade, and it's there, but the pistol now picks up the drop. How are you still alive in this situation? 1 versus 3 for the series. To stay alive, Young Lu can't win it. Reverse sweep, no problem. 10-0, Cincinnati COD, the 22-ranked team. Go put it to you.
They stay undefeated for series. They get stained on the first 2 maps, but they're just building character. They're just building storylines. I can't even believe it. I don't even like what I just saw, man. Like, I'm ready to write this off continuously, like 5-point difference. Scar, Search and Destroy got absolutely thwacked by Gojo and Frenzy. Den Overload, scams. Blackheart Hardpoint, scams. And then the Den Search and Destroy, like, it's just some really bad decisions being made with an extra rainbow sprinkles of scams. Like, it's just... The Den Search and Destroy was played really well by Cincinnati COD, but the only reason being I'm saying that is because Iowa State Esports just never made the alterations to fully deal with the problem that was K-Dub over by that bomb site, man. Oof.
It's not all the time that you see one player, quite literally the difference maker, in a Search and Destroy. But goddamn, man, check a corner.
That's the problem. Like, they were checking it, but just like when you finally get the util ready for it, like he holds on to his grenade way too long. He's like, "Don't worry, guys, I got the perfect cook, man. It's on medium rare," and it's just like you cook it medium, and it's just like, damn. And like 2 players try to slide out, like, "Oh, I got the trade. He's weak, right? Oh, we just got collided by Evasive, who also had a good latter half of the series." Let me see these stats, man, because like these are definitely something to behold for ourselves. Because like I again want to go back to that map number 1 for Evasive. Started off 6-14, double negative, finished somewhere near positive than he was further away. And then he had the 40 bomb and Blackheart. He had a great Den Overload. 9-6 here in the Search and Destroy with the sniper, no less, when Gojo was the absolute truth on that Scar map too. And you look at the first bloods, like 6 first bloods between Verbose and Gojo, but K-Dub goes 11-7, 1,500 damage playing the same damn corner.
Oh man, it just hurts to see how many times First Bloods came in and just no conversions on it. Like if there's one more stat than a donut that hurts more to a team, it's that alone.
Yeah.
Just how many opportunities that you had on a silver platter in front of you that you just weren't able to convert on for whatever multitude of reasons that you put out there. But oh my god. Back-to-back weeks of Cyclones go 2 up in the series. Back-to-back weeks. They lose the next 2 games, and in back-to-back weeks, they lose that Game 5 Search and Destroy in heartbreaking fashion. Cincinnati COD got every right in the world to call them breakers, but there is still plenty of season left for Iowa State. I'm going to be completely honest. Conference championship, it's not a guarantee at this point by any stretch. It's going to be really tough for the Cyclones to get to that point. I'm not even sure if it's mathematically possible at this point either. But at least you got regional playoffs.
Yeah, hey, shout out regionals. We're gonna have to have a nice little pep talk with Mr. Lord Funk about his Cyclones here, because that is ay caramba. The back-to-back on-stream reverse sweeps where you have a good setup to try to close out the series. It all starts with an overload, and it all just comes crumbling down right in front of you. Big shout out for Cincinnati COD. I mean, ranked number 22 as far as our top power rankings are concerned. Their grit, their tenacity, other adjectives that you would like to describe them with. It's just absolutely on fleek, man. Like the resolve, I would say that's probably the best one to probably describe. To see what this team looks like when they finally lose a map, to then bounce back in the latter half of a series, no matter who you are, is very impressive, regardless of the level of play being exemplified here. Fantastic stuff for Cincinnati COD. They are undoubtedly your number 1 seed from the Midwest Metro.
Well, that's looking good for those Bearcats. But all things considered, Mr. Andy Propercast, it has been a fun night. Great matches across the board, realistically, for all 3 series that we've had. We've got one more night of matches coming up tomorrow here for what will be the broadcast for the regular season of CCL. Next week, we will have all the remake-up matches that each team will be playing, if they have any matches that, of course, they need to make up. And then starting after that, we've got 2 weeks of conference championships. April 10th, though, is the date that you want to mark on your calendar, specifically for players and teams, as that is the start of our regional playoffs in the push to see who will make the CCL playoffs later on in the year. That being said, that's going to do it for us on this beautiful Monday night. If you've enjoyed all the series, thank you so much for joining us. We've had a great time doing it, myself and Andy. It's the first time we got to work together this season. So is it always. Right, friend, but it's a pleasure to get to work with you on a broadcast. As always, John in the background and everybody else doing stuff on the production side. It has been a wonderful, wonderful night. That said, we will see you all tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. These outros don't get any longer, I promise. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night.